Harry Potter, the most powerful mage. Chapter 101, The Last Wish. But you don't have to worry. I don't care about such trivial matters. If I get fired, I will be expelled. I have taken Quidditch very lightly. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown looked through the red dust again. What kind of trouble is this idiot's behavior? Xyza, Lisa, and Steve all looked at each other speechlessly, but at the end, they still feel that your old man is totally indifferent to the expulsion. It looks like we are here for nothing. Lisa looked at Steve speechlessly. Steve also held his forehead. I almost forget what we were doing when we came here. Then, is this matter resolved now? Don't worry about Marks. I going to Xisuo to settle the accounts. The three of them are relieved. Ha, the boss deserves to be the boss. He is broad-minded. Steve pulled Lasseter. Then let's go first and don't bother you. However, under this pull, Xyzo actually did not move. See, sir? Steve was taken aback, and found Zysa's face serious. Lisa also stopped, not knowing what Xyzo wanted to do. Boss, I still hope you can continue to be a seeker. Zysa finally spoke. Marks McClown was a little surprised. Oh, after him expelled, you can be a spotter again. Isn't that good? Xyzo was silent. Then he answered the wrong question. This week, I went to watch the training of the Gryffindor team. And then, I saw that Harry Potter, who was said to be the same as the boss, was recruited into the team in the first year. Xyzo said solemnly. He also became a seeker. When Xyzo said this, Steve and Lisa looked at each other subconsciously. The players on the Slytherin team have been wondering about this. At the beginning, Steve gave them a message, saying that Marks I predicted that Harry Potter would become a seeker for the Gryffindor team, but most of the players did not agree. As a result, it was only now discovered that they were accurate. Reminiscent of the rumors that Harry Potter was discovered by Marks I. Does Marks I really have such a particularly precise vision of seeing people? I know he will be a seeker. Say your point. Marks McClown said indifferently, as if Harry would be a seeker as he expected. Xyza suddenly bit her lip tightly, her tone unwilling. After watching his training, I realized, that Potter is a real genius. And if I meet him on the field as a seeker. Xyza couldn't say anything. But before long, he raised his eyes and forced himself to say, then I will probably lose. This is the absolute gap in talent. So desperate. Sometimes I really have to take it. There are some geniuses in the world. Just working hard for a few days is comparable to ordinary people working hard for a few years. Perhaps Caesar's magical talent could not be matched by Harry's horse. But when it comes to Quidditch, Harry is a well-deserved super genius. Steve and Lisa became silent when they heard this. They had also heard of it. It is said that Professor Snape went to see Harry's training session, and when he returned, his face was so gloomy that it was dripping with water. Marks McClown also heard Zysa's meaning and sighed softly. So I beg you, boss, don't give up your position as a seeker. Xyza suddenly bowed deeply to Marks I. The convincing I said that day was sincere, and I understand more now that only you can fight Potter. If Harry had just been a batsman or a chaser, no matter how talented he was, it would not cause such a shock to the Slytherin team. But what Harry did was almost as a seeker who could determine the key outcome of a game. Steve and Lisa were also shaken by the sound. They are also a member of the Slytherin prefect meeting as Caesar, and are also a member of the Slytherin Quidditch team. So their common desire is the same. McClown's boss. Steve and Lisa are also standing on both sides of Xyza, and they bend down towards Marks McClown deep together. We Slytherin have missed the Quidditch champion for several years. We don't want to repeat this year sadly. To fail. Find flowers. Marks McClown said helplessly, you have seen it too. It's not that I don't want to be a seeker, but the captain insisted on expelling me. What can I do? Xyza gritted his teeth. As long as you can go back to the stadium with Yuzno, I implore you to come with us over here, then I will do my best to help you solve this. Marks McClown sighed again. Is he still willing to listen to you? Xyza still maintained a bowing posture, although he does pay attention to formalism, loves face, and is self-sufficient. but he and I are friends. I think I can convince him. McClown's boss. If there is any position in Slytherin that can completely reverse the outcome of the game, then it goes without saying that it must be your spotter. Steve and Lisa also said in unison. Marks McClown is still a bit hesitant. If possible, it is best to continue to develop as it is now. He only promised Snape at the beginning and helped Slytherin win in the Slytherin team. As for the other regular training and related positions, he didn't mention it. But now the current captain insisted on expelling him, not Marks McClown voluntarily quit. Marks McClown was also happy to follow this intention. In this way, without actively violating the agreement with Snape, he would be able to completely get out of the trouble of Quidditch. Seeing Marks McClown still undecided, Zai clenched his fists. This is my last wish at Hogwarts. I hope to see the Slytherin team win at least once before leaving Hogwarts after graduation. P.S. Thank you DGLRXX for the 1000 points reward. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 102. This is so Gryffindor spirit. Marks McClown raised his eyebrows and met Caesar's longing gaze. There was the color of request and the desire for victory. I beg you to fulfill my wish, boss. Steve and Lisa also stared at Mark's eye closely together, feeling extremely nervous. There is really no way. Who told me to be your boss? Marks McClown took a deep breath. Steve and Lisa were all overjoyed when they heard this, and Caesar was even more pleasantly surprised. Did you agree? Marks McClown smiled slightly and waved his robe. Lead the way ahead. Anyway, let me go to the stadium to see how things are going. Caesar immediately got up and led the way vigorously. Steve and Lisa also surrounded Mark's eye and walked towards the stadium together for 383. What they didn't know was that this scene, and most of the things ahead, were seen by another group of people. Originally, Wood was in a good mood because he newly recruited the talented Harry, and he was preparing to take the team's main players to the stadium for training today. He had a hunch that the winner of this Quidditch match would be counted on Harry. What I did not expect was that I saw this scene as soon as I walked towards the stadium. It's that cloud. As soon as the chaser Angelina in the team exited, her mouth was suddenly covered by the chaser Alia. Be quiet. Woo. Woo. Angelina finally broke free from Alia's clutches. She looked at Alia dissatisfiedly. What are you doing, Alia? Alia pointed to the front and motioned to Angelina. I saw George and Fred on the same team, and even Captain Wood, nervously making a silent gesture. What's wrong? Angelina was completely lost. Have you forgotten? Said Katie, the third chaser. McClown Marks is a member of the Slytherin team. Look at the three people who are talking to him. They are all Slaters. A member of the Lynn team. Really? Angelina scratched her head. I only recognize them as prefects. Alia helplessly. That doesn't prevent them from participating in the Slytherin Quidditch team. Angelina reacted super slowly. Doesn't that mean that we have found the enemy now? Exactly. George nodded his head. You finally got the hang of it. Fred also looked relieved. Before Angelina verbally responded, Wood frowned and said, be quiet. Listen to what they are saying. What else can they say? George spread his hands. Isn't it obvious? Fred also agreed. Then the two said in unison, Marks McClown's training from start to finish has already spread throughout Hogwarts. Although the crosstalk duo wanted to continue talking, they were still defeated under Wood's stern eyes. Wood and the others, who were finally able to listen quietly, quickly heard the sentence from there. Let me just say it, George said triumphantly, it really has something to do with Marks McClown's training. Fred shook his head regretfully. Well, if I hadn't known that he was a Slytherin student, I would have almost thought he was from Gryffindor. McClown's, George and Fred glanced at each other. This is so Gryffindor spirit. If our academy is not hostile to each other, then we really admire him. Oh, Wood's dark voice came. The two brothers immediately silenced. It seems that you also want to skip the training? The Weasley twins coughed together, and said righteously, How is this possible? We are dedicated to improving our skills and working hard to help Gryffindor win the championship. Wood snorted, ignoring the pair of live treasures. At this time, Markseye and the others had also reached a crucial point in their conversation. It's just that what was said surprised Wood and others. The Slytherin team actually wants to expel Markseye? Katie and the others covered their little mouths, a little bit incredulous. Players who have just joined a short time ago, just because they didn't go to training for a week, and then they said they were expelled. HMPH. This is what he is doing, Wood said with disdain, and this is just right. Let Slytherin and the others bite the dog. Oh, in the end, is it still impossible to escape the end of the loss of your own death? George also felt quite a pity. It's a pity, it seems we can't see him in the game. Fred deeply agreed. Soon Caesar was already talking about Harry, which made everyone in Gryffindor proud. McClowns, after training with Harry many times, they know more clearly how amazing Harry's talent is. Ha ha, look! Fred exclaimed, even Slytherin is afraid of our savior. George hummed, our savior defeated the leader of the Dark Wizard, who can't even name him, and the Reserve College of Dark Wizards like Slytherin is afraid of him. It's just that the words of Caesar stunned everyone. So Markseye is also Slytherin's seeker? 0.7 because Markseye is too low. It's the first time Area has heard of this information. Marks McClown's talent on Quidditch can actually be compared to Harry. Angelina and Katie were also very surprised. Harry's horror talents were basically only made clear by Caesar through watching his training. But Marks McClown was different. He was so busy every day that he didn't even go to training. Because of this, Gryffindor players also don't have an intuitive concept of Markseye's Quidditch strength. And listening to what Caesar, Steve and Lisa said, it seemed that Markseye could be more serious than Harry. Obviously Harry is so perverted, is it impossible? Harry Potter, the most powerful mage Chapter 103. I suspect we are traitors. I think they are swollen cheeks and fat guys, so they blow it out by themselves. Cool Tiger, Wood snorted coldly. But George and Fred both shook their heads. This is really not. Hearing that, the Gryffindor players all looked at them. George and Fred wiped their sweat, and Marks McClown was invited to the Slytherin team. The news came from them at first. Although I don't want to admit it, Marks McClown does have a talent that is not inferior to Harry. Immediately afterwards, the two brothers told their teammates about the flight lesson they had heard. After listening to it, several people were a little stunned. It sounded that Markseye was really better than Harry. Don't think too much, Wood said immediately. In that flight class, Harry touched the flying broom for the first time, and Markseye has flown several times in the past, so naturally it is different. The Gryffindors relaxed again when they heard it, which was right. That Harry was obviously inferior to Markseye in flight lessons, which seemed excusable. Seeing the effect of his own words, Wood continued to strike while the iron was hot, and talent is ultimately a talent, not the same as true strength. Look at Harry, even if he has great talents, he does not relax in training at all. But what about Markseye? At this point, Wood's face was full of disdain. Plus Cool Tiger. Lazy, I haven't been to a training session. Even if you have talent in time, you can't use it effectively without more training. Wood just wanted to express this meaning. Compared to the diligent Harry, Markseye, who is always standing still, can no longer be compared with Harry. Everyone felt very reasonable after hearing this. One is empty and talented but stands still, and the other is also extremely talented, but still working tirelessly. Among them, the decision is made. It must be that Harry's strength is growing wildly like leaps and bounds, but Marks McClown is not advancing but retreating. Lead the way ahead. Anyway, let me go to the stadium to see how things are going. Marks McClown's voice came over at this time, making the Gryffindors laugh. What can you do if you pass now? Just rely on your wasted talent. But Wood still waved his hand. Let's follow him. Go to the court to see what's going on with Slytherin. Huh? George was surprised. Are we really going to do this? Wood impatiently said, can this be fake? Hurry up and act. What's so good about Slytherin? Fred quizzed. Didn't you just say that, Mark-Sai, the only thing that needs attention, has already abolished himself? Cool. Tiger when Learn. Wood glared. Stop talking nonsense, and you can see how Slytherin fights with your own eyes. Don't tell me you are not interested. George and Fred immediately opened their eyes and smiled. So you got this idea? Then we raise our hands in agreement. Angelina frowned. Is this not so good, Captain? Katie also agreed. McClown, I will be discovered by then, and we will not look good on our face. What's so scary about? Wood waved his hand. Anyway, we originally planned to go to the stadium. Have you forgotten it? The players were stunned when they heard this. Yes, they were going to the Quidditch stadium. Most people forgot about it because they saw Mark-Sai's interruption. That being the case, there is nothing embarrassing. Going to the stadium is their purpose. With this thought of peace of mind, the Gryffindor enemy investigation team set out mightily under the leadership of Wood. They hung behind Mark-Sai and the others all the way to the Quidditch stadium. Far away, the quarrel of the Slytherin team came. But it was not so much a quarrel, as it was that the Slytherin players were dissuading Hisso. Forget it, Captain. Marks McClown is a player appointed by Professor Snape. McClown's. Besides, that is Mark-Sai. Are you afraid of Mark-Sai? Marks McClown is now the most powerful student in Slytherin. It is unwise to provoke him, Captain. Anyway, there are. But the reason for the real persuasion, whether or not it is said orally, is not certain. It's just that the Slytherin players have only one idea that is unified. That is, they really don't want to lose the Super Pool Seekers who can have Mark-Sai's skills. However, Hisso never made progress. I don't care how powerful he is in Slytherin, but this is the Quidditch team, and I am the captain. When he comes to my team, even if he is a giant dragon, he has to obediently get down and listen to my command. After all, Hissuo still raised his head as if he was very domineering. Oh, then I just opened my eyes today. How do you want me to obey your orders? Marks McClown 637's playful voice suddenly came. His heart was suddenly shocked, and there was a sense of horror that he was caught by the master who said bad things behind his back. But soon he became tough. Marks McClown, why are you here? Don't you know that you have been expelled by me? I'm fired. Marks McClown said amusedly. Have you ever asked Professor Snape's opinion? Don't ask if he agrees or not. So you dare to put me directly on the team? You still have the courage, said Mark-Sai with a serious expression. Because of the courage that is different from ordinary people, and deliberately leading the Slytherin team to lose consecutively throughout the year, I have reason to suspect that you are likely to be a Gryffindor faction. Come undercover. Puff. The Slytherin players almost burst out when they heard the words, and Mark-Sai's turn was too funny. The spirit that Gryffindor has always upheld is courage. But it seems very funny now that Marks McClown put it out. Many of the Gryffindors who eavesdropped almost laughed. Fortunately, Wood wittily told them to cover each other's mouths, otherwise it is very likely that Mark-Sai and the others will find out. Chapter 104, Crude Language. Hissuo is the undercover agent of our college? George exclaimed. He can think too much. McClown's. How big is this brain hole? Fred also had to accept it. Wood snorted. As for his uncomfortable character that doesn't cheat or foul every game, I don't want him to give me free. Just as it was funny, all Gryffindors were also a little bit angry. What does Marks McClown mean? He started using Gryffindor again, and forcibly assigned his so-so to Gryffindor. Is our college a trash can? Marks McClown. What do you mean? Hisso was also trembling with anger, and burst out. Why in Mark-Sai's mouth? The past few years of losing games seemed to be deliberate. But Hisso is not rebutting, nor is it not rebutting, it is very uncomfortable. If you don't refute it, Mark-Sai will be appointed as Gryffindor's undercover agent. And to refute, doesn't it seem that he didn't deliberately lose, but he is particularly incompetent after repeated battles? At this moment, Hissuo was able to understand how powerful Marks McClown's mouth was. What do you mean by me? Marks McClown said faintly. It's like you fired me without authorization. I am just learning from you now, and I just help you change academy without authorization. Plus, Hisoso angrily said, I'm not unauthorized. This is my team. I'm the captain of the Slytherin team. Just expelling you from the district. There is no need to ask Professor Snape. Marks McClown could tell that Hisuo belonged to the kind of person who had a special desire to control. Caesar couldn't stand it anymore and stood up from behind Marks McClown. Just say a few words. The boss is an indispensable talent for our team. You should be very clear about this. The Slytherin players also tried hard to take the opportunity to gag, trying to reverse his thoughts. McClown, yeah. Marks McClown's technology is really no one. With Mark's eye, our championship this year will be guaranteed. How did they know that these words made Hisuo less and less fond of listening? What does it mean that Mark's eye wins the championship and wins the title? Even if the team really wins the championship, it should be his leadership as the captain. The more he thought about it, the more angry Hisoso stared at Mark's eye. This Mark's eye. How long has he just been to the team, and he only showed up once? But it seems that his position in the team and the importance of the players in the hearts of the players are more than me. Is this okay? Fart. Hisuo coldly snorted. It's all farting. Other colleges do nothing. We can win this year if there is Mark's eye. The Gryffindors were especially angry when they heard it. You are too arrogant. From your captain who has lost every year and said that you look down on other colleges. There is a Moe's persuasiveness. Clean and new. Marks McClown suddenly drew out her magic wand, and put a refreshing curse on it in a serious way. Plus cool, tiger. This also scared Hisuo a big jump, thinking that Marks McClown was going to beat him, and even the prefect was not Marks McClown's opponent, and Hisuo was even less confident. What do you want to do? Hisuo warned. Do you dare to blatantly rebel against the captain in front of all the Slytherin players? Seeing you praise yourself, it's as if you are a national leader. Marks McClown is completely in no mood to entangle with Hisuo. Don't be so scared to shiver like a little rabbit. I just found that someone was farting, so I cleaned the air specially. Hisuo's neck veins violently burst. Who did you say fart? Didn't you just say it yourself? Marks McClown said coldly. Fart. It's all fart. It is already obvious who the person who is full of farts is. Hearing this, Hisuo was furious, and almost wanted to pull out his magic wand and Mark's eye desperately. Fortunately, the only remaining reason was still reminding him that even a 7th grade student would probably not be able to beat Mark's eye, so he didn't have the impulse to end up being beaten all over the floor. Seeing the hatred in Hisuo's eyes, Marks McClown continued to snort it coldly. Other colleges are no big deal. I would definitely win this year without me. I really dare to speak big words. This is not fart, and what is it? Speaking of this, Marks McClown still babbled a few times, although it was not what I said at the beginning, but it is still a vulgar language. It seems that you need to pay more attention to your words and deeds in the future. Don't lose Slytherin's face. Why do you say that I am a big talk? Hisuo roared ferociously. I believe that the rest of the colleges are not for fear that we will win this year. You will say it every year, right? Marks McClown sneered. But what is the actual result? Slytherin has lost many Quidditch games in a row. The game? Are you ashamed? The 4 consecutive questions made Hisuo's chest suffocate, almost exploding, but his throat seemed to be blocked, and he could not answer anything. Looking at the eyes of the surrounding players, Marks McClown knows that Hisuo does make such big talk every year. But the reality has repeatedly beaten their entire team to the point where they can't look up. Dare to use the word rebellion to me? Marks McClown's voice has completely cooled down. You are so bold. Which emperor are you from Slytherin? On which emperorly day? Even disrespect to you is a rebellion. The temperature in Mark's eyes' words made everyone frigid. Only then did they clearly realize that the real Slytherin king is not someone else, but Mark's eye standing in front of them. How do I find it so enjoyable to listen to him? I don't know why I am so excited. The eavesdropping Gryffindors were a little addicted for a while, mainly because Hisoso was too notorious. Seeing Marks McClown scolded this guy who was embarrassed by improper means every time, Gran Fender all have a kind of inexplicable pleasure. Wood saw that the momentum was wrong. Although he was very happy, how could he let his players be addicted to the enemy? The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 105, McClowns, this is Slytherin. Be sober. Then Marks, I can only do it for a while. Wood said with certainty. The captain of Slytherin is still Hisuo after all. Marks, I can't change his fate of being expelled. Hisuo was completely stunned by Marks McClown's scolding, and he racked his brains without knowing what to refute. Cool Tiger. In the end Hisoso broke the jar and said, pretty good. But what about it? You are still being fired. You are not welcome here. Let me get out of the Slytherin team. Marks McClown raised her eyebrows. Are you not welcoming me or the Slytherin team? Or just put a team referendum to see how many people support me to stay? Hearing this, Hisuo felt guilty and took a step back subconsciously. He scanned the eyes of his teammates, and the players subconsciously avoided Hisuo's eyes. Coupled with the fact that everyone had been together to dissuade him before, this made Hisoso more aware that all the team members except him hope Marks McClown can stay. This is simply because the people have left their relatives. Hisuo is even more angry, and voting is absolutely impossible. I don't care what you say. I am ordering you as Captain Slytherin to leave here immediately. I don't want to see you again. Marks McClown sneered. 660. What right do you have to order me to leave here? I don't seem to have heard of the Quidditch Stadium as a public place. Change the name to the Slytherin family? You. Hisuo opened his mouth and took a few hard breaths. Cool Tiger, don't be like this. Xyza couldn't help it at all. For the sake of our many years of friendship, you can withdraw your decision. His words made Hisoso even more angry. Even you, a good friend, betrayed to Marks' side. Hardly even thinking about it, Hisoso roared, no way. I am going to graduate this year. I can't do the shameful thing that a first-year kid rides on my head before graduation. Xyzo was stunned by the roar, and his disappointed expression was clearly visible. I don't know whether he was disappointed in the inability to realize his wish or disappointed in his friend Hisoso. Sorry, boss. I wasted your precious time in vain. Xyza returned to Marks McClown apologetically. Hisuo is so stubborn. There is no other way. Steve and Lisa also looked at Xyza sadly. Their only wish before graduation was blocked by their friends. Cool Tiger. The Slytherin players were even more downcast. Finally this year, a teammate with the same strength as Marks McClown came, but he was forced to leave because of the captain's narrow mentality. There is nothing more disheartening than this. Go back, boss, Xyza said sincerely. Even if it didn't happen, I am still grateful that you can agree to my request. I will repay you in the future. Hold on. Marks McClown suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Xyza, who was about to go back. Xyza was startled and looked at Marks in disbelief. It's a coincidence. Marks McClown has already looked back at Hisuo. I don't have the habit of letting an incompetent trash ride on my head and commanding wildly. Hearing Marks McClown hit back with her own words, Hisuo's teeth almost broke. Who do you say is an incompetent waste? Marks McClown stared at him coldly. You know who I'm talking about, but this may also be true, because stupid people generally can't realize the truth that they are stupid. The people in Gryffindor were still feeling a little pity that Marks was finally forced to leave. How could I think that the situation would change in the blink of an eye? This is basically naming Hisuo as an incompetent idiot. Hisuo even burst into blue veins on his face now. A trivial kid. How dare you say it? What qualifications do you have to say that I am commanding? He no longer cared about the loopholes in admitting that he was the incompetent idiot Marks McClown was referring to in this sentence, but looking at Hisuo, Marks McClown just shook his head pityingly. It's very simple. I don't think it has any reference value, let alone his decision-making order. As Marks McClown said, she glanced at everyone in Slytherin. After all, when you are stronger than a person, do you still think you need to listen to his useless nonsense? More powerful than a person? Hisuo sneered. and the laughter grew louder. Idiot, incompetent, waste. At this point, Hisoso has completely exploded. Do you think you are very good? It's just that the technique of finding the golden snitch is better. You are a novice in the rest of the field. Guangyin in front of me. Seeing Hisuo finally being irritated by himself, Marx McClown's mouth curled up slightly. As long as you control and adjust the language a little, it is easy to manipulate the emotions of a student who is not yet mature. Then you mean that you are stronger and more powerful than me in terms of other than the Seeker? Marx McClown Tan said, but unfortunately, these are your subjective thoughts, without any real evidence. Do you want real evidence? Hisuo was almost mad. Okay. If you have the courage, you can stand up on a flying broomstick now. Life and death. Hisuo said this. Everyone was shocked. Quidditch, as a high-altitude sport, is actually extremely dangerous. There are countless sorcerers in the world who have been seriously injured. There are very few people who lose their lives, just because everyone knows how to exercise restraint. But now looking at Hisuo's appearance, it is obvious that he doesn't even have much sense left. That's why he said that he was born and killed. He wanted to use this to put the Cloud and Knight on the ground. Steve and Lisa were too late to dissuade them, and Xiza was stopped by Marxai as soon as she opened her mouth. Very well, I really like this way of relying on strength to determine victory or defeat. Marx McClown raised his hand. McClowns, I promise you, the winner is king. This is very Slytherin. Chapter 106. Everyone in Slytherin was in an uproar upon hearing this. Hisuo and Marx McClown had almost established the battle for the position of captain between the question and answer. Just as Marx McClown said, when Marx McClown is much stronger than Hisoso in all aspects, then why does he need to listen to Hisoso? It should be the other way around. Hisuo obeyed Marxai's orders. And if Marx McClown succeeded in seizing the position of captain in the end, then of course no one could expel him. Instead, Hisuo would worry about whether he would be expelled by Marx McClown. Marxai, is he crazy? Katie covered her mouth after hearing this. Cool Tiger. Unbelievable. He actually agreed to come down. Alia has already stared at her beautiful eyes. The Gryffindors who listened and watched in the distance were shocked. They didn't expect the situation to escalate to this point. Don't say anything about Gryffindor's courage in the future. Slytherin is all crazy. Okay. Does anyone think it would be better to inform the professor at this time? The Weasley brothers asked nonchalantly that although they liked pranks and violated school rules, they weren't brave enough to touch the lives of students. Moreover, Marxai had helped them avoid Filch's pursuit, and he was considered to be one of the few people who liked them in Slytherin. Of course, he didn't want to see him in trouble. Cool Tiger. Everyone looked at Wood one after another, and Wood was also a little sweaty. Crazy. He is really crazy. Finally Wood gritted his teeth. Angelina, you go and inform the dean of their academy. Professor Snape. Angelina was a little unhappy. I believe no one would like to find the spooky old bat. Hurry up, Wood glared. This is a matter of life and death. Angelina then left unwillingly, and looked back at the Quidditch pitch 3 times before leaving. She really didn't want to miss such a wonderful scene. Seeing Marxai agreeing, Hisuo's complexion became more and more ugly. As expected. I didn't guess wrong. You have been ill-intentioned since the beginning, and you have been peeping at my position as the captain. Marx McClown was speechless when she heard this. This person's delusion of persecution was too serious. What status do you think I am? Would you still be worthy of your poor captain position? Marx McClown said with disdain. His words were so speechless. The faces of the Slytherin players also became a little strange. If you think about it, it really is. Marx McClown was first born in the Marx family, which itself is one of the prominent families in the British wizarding world. And now Marx McClown is the most powerful student of Slytherin besides the dean. The entire Slytherin college. That person wants money, famous name, power, and the position of captain of the Quidditch school team is really not enough for Marx McClown to stuff his teeth. Hisuo, who felt that he was being devalued again, was completely speechless with anger. Even the only Slytherin team captain he can be proud of, is it worthless in his eyes? Although I thought it was very troublesome at first, but if you force me to do this again and again, there is no way. I don't have the habit of being provoked and not responding. I believe many people know what I said on the first day of enrollment. Marks McClown continued, so this time is the same. As long as I do something, I will do my best, including joining Quidditch, the odd team. Cloud Knight. All Hesso can think about now is to completely crush Marks McClown, knock Marks McClown off the flying broom, or directly use foul tactics to cause him serious injury. As the most notorious person in all Hogwarts on Quidditch, Hesso is confident that he is also the most cheating and fouling person. He knows at least half of the more than 700 Quidditch tricks in the world. In the game, a referee will blow his whistle to stop his foul action, but no referee can save Mark's eye, this kid. But when Hissuo looked at Marks McClown with hateful eyes again, he found that Marks McClown hadn't paid attention to him at all. Find flowers. I came in a hurry today and didn't bring my own flying broomstick. Marks I scanned the surrounding circle. Which one of you can borrow my flying broomstick? The players all looked at each other. Marks McClown didn't even bring the Light Wheel 2000. So he wanted to rely on ordinary flying broomsticks to compete with Hisso. Is this really possible? Compared to the players, Steve believes in his boss more. Boss, use my flying broomstick. Marks McClown nodded. Don't worry, I'll return the flying broomstick to you in a while. Looking at Marks McClown's appearance like no one else, Hissuo was completely blown up. This kind of ignorant attitude is what he can't tolerate most. Have you said your last words, kid? Hissuo took the lead in the air. If you explain the funeral, you can come up and die. No, Hisso Gaert, will let you really taste what is called life is better than death. This can be described as a naked foul declaration, even if it is the Slytherin players. They all frowned deeply. Such dishonorable things as fouls are still not suitable for speaking upright. But this is also the first time Marks I knows Hissuo's name, and after a closer look, it seems that Hissoso has no perverted hobby of treating others as young apples. It turns out that they belong to the Old West like Caesar. No wonder they are good friends who love each other. Marks McClown said casually, sitting on the flying broom and steadily lifted into the air. This particular Chinese-style spoken language makes everyone feel confused. The two people just have a similar pronunciation at the beginning of their names. What is Lauxigia? But only one thing they understand. So your old man didn't even know the name of the captain. Hissuo almost got a crooked nose when he heard it. It's been more than a week, but he didn't even bother to understand his name. How much Marks McClown looked down on him. Chapter 107 Sinister Attention. Soon the two of them came to the sky, and Zysar did not dare to stare at the situation in the sky. Hissuo knew how ruthless his fouls were, and Marks I, who obviously didn't like Quidditch, was able to do this for him. Xisa was extremely grateful. If Marks I had suffered any injury due to this, Xisa would never forgive herself in his life. I hope the boss can win. Steve also looked into the air nervously. I just hope that the boss can come down safely. Lisa squeezed her sleeves vigorously. Like Steve, seeing Marks McClown did this because of Xisa's pleading. Both of them were completely convinced by Marks McClown. They really didn't follow the wrong person in 923. The rules are very simple. Hissuo looked at Marks I contemptuously. Since you dare to speak big words, then we will combine the elements of the batter and the chaser to compete. On the surface, it seems to be to test the skills of these two positions at the same time, but in fact, only Hissoso knows what his intent. The various vicious foul methods he knows are not limited to a certain profession, but both batsmen and chasers. Once this rule is established, it will be easier for Hissoso to foul. On the ground, Steve and others who are familiar with Hissuo have already seen Hissuo's thoughts, and took a breath. He actually came up with this trick. Isn't he too cruel? Lisa also frowned and said, boss must never agree, this is too messy. Plus cool, Tiger. Steve shook his head. No, the boss has no reason to refuse, because this rule is the most reasonable based on the current situation. In the sky, Marks McClown also smiled slightly. No problem, you can talk about the detailed rules. Seeing Mark's eye promised so readily, Hisuo was also a little surprised. He immediately sneered in his heart. As expected, Mark's eye was still very tender, and he didn't see the mystery at all. That would be even better. Marks McClown would definitely not even know how to die by then. Thinking of this, Hisuo felt very happy, because we don't need to pass and receive the ball. We can free one hand to hold the batting bat. First, let the roaming ball and the ghost fly ball fly from the ground at the same time. When the ghost fly ball reaches the highest when it's time, the game will officially start. Take 10 goals to decide the outcome. The person who gets the ghost ball first can try to score, while the other person can find a way to grab the ball, or use the batting stick to hit the wandering ball to disrupt the opponent. Indeed, this is a very simple rule, combining the comparison of the batsman position and the chaser position. Seeing his triumphant appearance, it is obvious that his heart has already drawn up his plan. You actually have to score 10 goals to win? But Xi's pupils shrank when he heard the words. Most of the Slytherin players also guessed Hisuo's idea, and they were in an uproar. Generally speaking, a 3-goal or 5-goal tiebreaker is enough. But Hisuo has set a 10-goal tiebreaker. Among them, the malicious intention is evident. It is obvious that Hisuo wants to extend the time of torturing Marks McClown with foul means as much as possible, and he wants Marks McClown to live rather than die. Marks eye, can he hold it? I don't know. Hisuo should be regarded as Hogwarts' best at foul tricks, right? After the Gryffindors sensed Hisuo's intentions, they all broke out in a cold sweat. Fouling and talent are completely different concepts. Perhaps Marks Eye's talent is good, but it can deal with fouls. You talk about fouls with someone who has never participated in a formal game. Wait for the professor to come and save people. Wood shook his head, and the conclusion was made. George and Fred were shocked when they heard this. Wood already said, "Have you forgotten that the guy with very good skills in Hufflepuff last year played the chaser position because of his fall? Come down and broke my waist." I remember. Ailey opened her mouth wide. There was a lot of trouble at the time. The student was taken home directly and is still in recuperation. Katie was dumbfounded. He is so rampant. No one cares. Wood sighed. The most powerful thing about Hisuo is that even if he commits that kind of foul, the referee can't catch him. How can this be managed? George and Fred looked at each other, their eyes full of worry. This is over. Let me say, this Marks Eye is too arrogant. He shouldn't have promised Hisuo at the beginning. Wood said with emotion, "It is a pity that a talented player is about to be ruined." George twitched his mouth. "Isn't it so exaggerated? Can't you continue to play Quidditch after recovering from the injury? Like the Hufflepuff student last year, I won't be able to fight Quidditch for the rest of my life." Wood shook his head. "This is not a physical problem, but a psychological problem. After experiencing that kind of thing, he will have a huge psychological barrier to Quidditch for the rest of his life. He may not even be able to ride a flying broomstick. That's too miserable." Alia and Katie couldn't bear to cover their mouths. Feeling the tragic atmosphere on the stadium, Hisuo felt even more proud, because everyone looked at Marks Eye as if they were watching a warrior rushing to the execution ground. No one thought he could win. This is not to blame for their 1.2. After all, Marks McClown has only shown his ball-finding skills twice in front of the Slytherin team, and one of them even slept halfway. After that, Marks McClown never came to train, and no one knew what Marks McClown's skills were in chasers and batters. Not to mention the Gryffindors who took a peek. The players on the same Slytherin team had never seen Marks Eye's skills, even less. P.S. The sudden Kevin, it's painful. Completely out of state. Chapter 108. The difference between clouds and mud. In fact, there is a more important reason. That is the age difference between Marks Eye and Hisuo. No matter how madly and cool Marks McClown is, She is only 11 years old after all. Hisuo is a genuine 7th grader. Quidditch pays attention to physical confrontation, although there are also technical elements, but if the physical fitness is too poor, there is no suspense. In this regard, the body is different from magic. Because of aptitude, the magic power is very different in the same age group. But the body will only grow with age. The 6-year gap is enough to make the physical quality between Mark-Sai and Hisuo an insurmountable gap. The court soon quieted down, and all spectators were waiting for the kickoff. Soon, the wandering ball was released, and the ghost flying ball also rose to the highest point under the guidance of magic. People all held their breath and looked at the two people in the sky. Mark-Sai and Hisuo moved at the same time. Just to be on the safe side, I won't let you score these balls. After 11 previous things, although he still looked down upon Mark-Sai from the bottom of my heart, Hisuo undoubtedly learned to be cautious. Advance the ball several times to guarantee the bottom, and then play with Mark-Sai slowly and confidently. It's just that Hisuo just started to sprint, and in his field of vision, he saw Mark-Sai's figure flashing, appearing next to the Gai-Fi ball like a teleport and flicking the Gai-Fi ball. This action is simply not as proficient as a novice, but like those Quidditch players who have worked hard. What? Even Hisu didn't react for a while. What was the speed just now? Marks McClown doesn't seem to use Lightwheel 2000 now, right? Moreover, the flying broom he borrowed from Steve should be worse than his own flying broom. What just happened? What's the situation? There was also a neat exclamation on the ground, and the players broke their glasses. Good newcomer, that's a shuttle acceleration. Wood's pupils suddenly tightened. Shuttle acceleration? The Weasley brothers froze for a while, and then exclaimed in unison, couldn't you mean the trick of Canadian Ace Rumsky? Exactly. Wood nodded incredulously. Although I don't want to admit it, I was fortunate enough to watch his game before, and it is exactly the same as Mark-Sai made. No wonder he can be so fast. Alia was surprised, but that is the top starting acceleration technique. Why does Mark-Sai use it? Would shut his mouth tightly. Why does Mark-Sai use that advanced technique? I still want to ask. And it's so perfect. Before everyone recovered completely, Marks McClown's first goal had already been scored, and even Hisu did not react to intercept it. The first goal. Marks McClown stretched out his finger at Hisuo. Why is your reaction so slow? No wonder it drags Slytherin back into defeat. You don't get smug too early. Hisuo was quickly brought back to his mind by anger. He didn't believe that. How could he be abused by a novice in speed? It must be because I was careless just now. See the real chapter for the next ball. After a while, the second ghost fly ball has risen to the sky. This time Hisuo stared at the Gai-Fi ball firmly, not daring to miss any second. Almost the moment the Gai-Fi ball reached the highest point, Hisuo's body moved. This time I can definitely, as soon as Hisuo thought of this, his vision was completely filled with a hurricane-like figure, and Mark-Sai was seen as a violent wind sweeping the audience, directly surpassing Hisuo to get the ghost fly ball. Hisuo's mouth has been opened to the limit. What the hell? He just took off obviously slower than me. Why could he catch the ghost fly ball in front of me? The Slytherins on the ground were also completely dumbfounded. Hisuo, a veteran Quidditch player with 5 or 6 years of qualification, can't even grab the ball from a rookie, and still completely defeated at the most basic speed. This world is too magical. As expected of Hogwarts, all magical things can happen. Sure enough, it's a shuttle acceleration. This time Wood saw it clearly and didn't miss any details. The other members of Gryffindor, also because of Wood's words, deliberately saw Mark-Sai's movements clearly this time. You can't go wrong. It's as smooth as watching a World Cup match. Now it appeared to a first-year student. It doesn't seem to be my illusion. Marks McClown sighed after scoring a goal. Sure enough, the captain is too weak. It is really wrong to say that Slytherin lost a few years ago. 073. Hisuo almost crushed his teeth and glared. But this time he also clearly felt the absolute speed difference between him and Mark-Sai. But why is it so? Sissuo was puzzled. Quidditch players like him who are keen on relying on foul tactics will never understand. It's like a famous driver using a car to race like an ordinary person using a supercar. No matter how hard an ordinary person driving a supercar, he will never be able to run a famous car just driving a car. Because this is a technically hard gap, it can hardly be filled, even if it depends on the advantages of hardware. At this moment, Mark Sai, who has perfectly mastered the tricks of most world-class Quidditch players, and Hisoso, who is only a student level, are just like the difference in technique and technique. P.S. Thank you old who witnessed the whole thing for the 1,000 point reward and 588 point reward. The total amount of rewards is already ranked first. Chapter 109 A Hardworking Cloud Knight. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It's a pity that Hisuo can't figure out the truth at all. He just doesn't believe in evil. Obviously the performance of the flying broomstick is not as good as mine, and the experience of playing Quidditch is not as good as mine. How could it be possible to completely crush me in speed? In a blink of an eye, the third ball has already started. This time Hisoso didn't even confirm whether the Gaifi ball had reached the highest point, and immediately took the first step. He must win this ghost flying ball this time. Shameful. This is actually a violation of the rules, but no one is in the mood to blame him, because everyone's eyes were attracted by the rushing Cloud Knight. I saw Mark Sai catching up from behind, turning into a very fast phantom, and directly over Hisuo and caught the ghost flying ball. This can surpass Hisuo like this. It seems that those two goals just now are not an illusion. Marks McClown is really much faster than Hisoso. How did he do it? Hisuo is one of Hogwarts' oldest Quidditch players. The cries of surprise are always heard, but people with higher levels like Caesar, Steve, and Lisa can probably see why. Boss skills? Steve asked tentatively. 373. It seems to be much better than the team. Hiso? Lisa directly nodded affirmatively. It's not like, but it's much better than him. How could this be? Hiso's incredible shouts resounded across the stadium the next moment. Plus cool, Tiger. He couldn't believe that he flew by the first step, and Marks McClown was able to catch up and surpass him. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Hisuo snarled and increased his speed. He had already used his strength to eat milk. He pressed his whole body on the flying broomstick, minimized the air resistance, and vowed to catch up with that figure in his vision. But the cruel reality is that, not only did Hisuo not narrow the distance with Mark Sai, on the contrary, he was getting farther and farther away from Mark Sai. Oh my god, that Hisuo can only follow Marks McClown and eat dirt. Alia and Katie were already shocked to the point of speechlessness. In the past, Hiso, as the captain of Slytherin, was still very famous. Although Slytherin has never won a championship, he is not at the bottom. He even beat Gryffindor last year. But the Hiso who led such a fierce Slytherin can only eat dust and dirt behind Rookie's broom. It's shuttle acceleration again. Wood murmured. There wasn't a single bit of wrong action. He really has perfected this trick. Cool exclamation mark hash. George worried. Is it difficult to deal with? Fred also said, what if no one of us can catch him in the official game? Don't worry. Wood shook his head. Do you think this top trick can be trained so easily? He pointed to Mark's eye in the sky. Don't look at how skilled he is now. It just means that he has put in countless efforts for this. Hearing this, even the Weasley brothers, who had always been laughing and joking, couldn't help but stand in awe of Marks McClown. People who work hard are worthy of respect no matter where they are. Before, they thought that Marks McClown didn't train because of laziness, but now it seems that he should silently put in more effort where others can't see it. But this doesn't explain why we don't have to worry about Mark's eye. Katie was a little puzzled. Wood added, I mean, even if he has a great talent, he has to spend 10 times or even 100 times as long as he wants to practice the representative tricks of a King's player at the age of 11. While Mark's eye spent so much time practicing shuttle acceleration, Do you think he has extra time to train other skills? BBBG. Everyone suddenly realized, oh together. Although this trick is powerful, it takes too much time to train, which leads to mediocre skills in other aspects, and at best this trick is only powerful. In the time that Gryffindors discussed, Marks McClown successfully scored the third goal. Sissuo's face was pale, and Marks McClown had already flew back slowly. Seeing Marks McClown's appearance, Hisso's heart became more angry, and he opened his mouth to curse, but Marks McClown took the lead. Hey! He shook his head pityingly. Why do the weak fight? I can't bear to bully you again. Just an understatement. His anger almost fell off the broomstick. Damn. I will make you regret it. In his frantic muttering, the fourth ball has been delivered. His expression moved. This time he was not as impulsive as last time, but deliberately started a little behind. What does Hissuo want to do? Xioza was stunned when she saw this. Soon he knew. Hissuo just hung behind Marks McClown, looking at the position just between Gryffindor ball and the goal. In other words, after Marks-I got the Gryffindor ball, he would inevitably need to go through Hissuo to score a goal. This passing by is a great opportunity for Hisoso. Why should I be obsessed with getting points first? As long as I kill this kid first, even if I don't get a point, I will win. His eyes were already full of crazy obsessions, and he finally realized that he could not catch up with Marks-I anyway. Then there is no need to chase. At this time, Hissuo completely gave up his stability and caution, and went straight to his best aspect, a foul. He wants to do it. Wood also narrowed his eyes. Hisso is like this. Wood, who played against him last year, is too familiar. Sure enough, after Marks-I got the Gryffindor ball, Hisoso got stuck on his way. The two walked opposite each other and passed by in the next moment. At this moment, Hissuo swung the batting bat to pretend to grab the ball, but under the cover of the batting bat, his other hand quickly slammed into the back of Marks-I's head. This smash can be described as extremely vicious, and the person who was hit may even fall directly off the broomstick. Hissuo could also foresee this future. Seeing his fist getting closer and closer to the back of Marks McClown's defenseless head, Hissuo's sneer became deeper and deeper. Chapter 110 Fangs. When Hissuo's sneer reached its peak, it suddenly turned into a panic expression of consternation. There was a clang sound. Maybe it's not very loud. Maybe even nobody on the ground can hear it. But this voice hurt my heart. Hisso's hands were red and swollen with naked eyes. Get up. What? Hissuo finally suppressed his scream and turned into a hoarse growl. At that moment, Marks McClown actually seemed to have long eyes behind his head, and blocked his batting stick in front of Hissuo's fist in advance. This time the meat directly touched the iron, or Hissuo smashed it with all his strength, and the consequences can be imagined. But Hissuo was puzzled. How did Marks McClown know that there was an attack behind him? In his shock, Marks McClown had already dodged to avoid the go ball again, and with a quick throw, Gryff ball successfully shot. All the Slytherin players on the ground were silent for a while. Everyone has a question mark in their eyes because they find that they can't understand what happened again. It seems Hissuo just passed Marks-I purposelessly and without accomplishment, and then there was no more, because immediately afterwards, Hissuo's body twisted on the flying broomstick like a mystery, and watched Marks-I succeed again. What's going on with Hisso? He doesn't play roaming ball, and he doesn't grab ghost fly ball. What kind of tactic is he? It seems that he is not safe this time. The Gryffindors were also very surprised, but Wood sneered, come on, I know him too well. The word Anfin simply doesn't have anything to do with him. Plus cool tiger. Katie was a little dissatisfied. But does it look like this now? Only it looks like this on the surface. Wood frowned slightly, but I think at the moment when we just wiped, there must be a fierce fight that we didn't know about. Cut, Captain, you are too exaggerated. Fred laughed out loud when he heard the words. McClowns, it's all about scaring myself. George also very much agreed with Fred's opinion. They also didn't see what happened at all, So listening to Wood's talk was like listening to a second-year illness talking about an overly imaginative product. You too. Wood's eyes narrowed dangerously. The eyesight is still too bad. It seems that I need to double the training. George and Fred were silent at once, and Wood snorted when they saw this scene. To be honest, this was indeed only Wood's guess, because he didn't believe Hisoso would do nothing in such a great opportunity. But why? In terms of the results, it is Hisoso who suffers. Is the foul trick I used too simple, or did he just happen to lift the batting bat? Hisuo is also thinking hard about this issue. There seems to be something wrong with this. Why is it that he is the one who fouled the rules and it is also him who is deflated? Could it be that Mark-Sai could foul more than him? No matter what, your luck will not be so good next time. In the end Hisuo gave up thinking. He just stared fiercely at Marks McClown's heart. Hiso has already decided, in the next goal, he has to play all his skills and go all out to make the highest level of fouls. It is bound to make Mark-Sai come and go. Hiso secretly made up his mind, and he almost played his best state in history, staring closely at the ghost flying ball that took off for the 5th time. Hisu only felt that at this moment, his condition was better than ever. His potential has been completely forced out, and the small universe has been completely burned. Flush. The two moved together. Obviously, Hisuo still lost to Mark-Sai's terrifying speed this time. In the blink of an eye, Hisuo fell behind Marks McClown, and watched Marks McClown touch the Guy-Fi ball. But this time Hisoso didn't seem to be stunned, but decisively flew toward the walking ball. Hisuo intends to interfere with the boss with a roaming ball. Lisa's expression moved. Find flowers. Middle dot. This is the most natural means and judgment. But Lisa always feels something is wrong. That Hisoso ... Will he face up to the challenge like this? Hisuo, who knows Hisuo best, has long been serious. He can already see that his motives must not be simple. Sure enough, the hidden fangs of Hisuo were already revealed in the next moment. I saw that Hiso was still the most normal one to hit the wandering ball 1 second before, and the next second he leaned on the unobtrusive series of bedding in front, slammed the broomstick, and a comet waved his tail to try to hit. Marks McClown was caught off guard. Wow! There have been several screams on the ground. All of them were suddenly frightened by his vicious intentions. They couldn't imagine how miserable Mark-Sai would be after being hit by the end of the fast-turning broomstick. Old and small, Steve, Lisa, and Caesar all yelled out in unison, and even Gryffindors squeezed a sweat from Mark-Sai. In midair, Hisuo also had a cold smile on his face. Looking at Mark-Sai's face turned like slow motion. P.S. I'm very, very sorry. I'm very sorry everyone. The update a few days ago is really ineffective. Although it sounds like an excuse, I still need to honestly report it to you. The reason for this sad update is that in addition to the suspected inflammation of the elbow some time ago, the whole body started to suffer from back pain, leg pain and foot pain the night before, as well as headache, dizziness and dizziness. The chest was still very angry. Boring. As if the body was hollowed out by the rubbed little fairy number. Although the reason is unknown, the situation has begun to turn around now, and the update will gradually recover as the body recovers. So please rest assured. Chapter 111. Isn't this the same as what was said? After a while, what kind of flesh and blood this face will become, Hisuo can already fully imagine. Then he found that when the end of the broom was swept over, there was nothing there. Hiso blinked subconsciously. What happened? Mark-Sai shouldn't have time to avoid things like that between lightning and stone fire. It's a sloth hugging the tree. The Slytherin players below have already excitedly shouted out the answer for Hiso. At that moment, Marks McClown's whole body was hung on the broomstick. His hands and feet clasped the broomstick tightly, and he staggered Hisuo's tail-sweeping attack when he flipped over the air. This was originally a classic action to dodge the ball, but it was unexpectedly used by Mark size 927. However, the exclamation has not stopped. No, it's not just a sloth hugging a tree. Xizo was so excited for the first time, but before he could finish shouting, everyone in the room saw. When Marks McClown turned over, it was as if he had already calculated it, and then turned his body strength, patted the tip of Hisuo's flying broom, which was flying by wrongly. Hisuo only felt that before he had time to recover from his shock. The flying broom was broken by a huge force. For a time, his vision turned around, and the flying broom was forced to spin around quickly, almost throwing Hisuo out. It is an advanced version of the sloth hug the tree and roll, known as the final state of this trick, the Crazy Dragon Counterattack. Xizo was finally able to shout, and the voice spread throughout the Quidditch Stadium. Everyone who heard his words put on surprised expressions without exception. The Crazy Dragon Strikes Back? Why does it sound familiar? Wait. Steve was horrified. Do you mean that the captain of the flying team on the Terracotta Tree finally won the championship? That's right. Xizo made a fist. The sloth hugs the tree and rolls. This trick originated in Peru, and it was also completed in Peru. When the Crazy Dragon Strikes Back first appeared, it showed strong power and directly helped Darabo. The flying team from the tree won the first Quidditch World Cup in Latin America. Speak slowly, I'm a little dizzy. Lisa held her forehead a little unacceptably. You mean, old Dalian's unique tricks in such a remote place in South America? The players around were also confused. Plus cool. Tiger. Why is the popularity of this trick so small? It's because it's too difficult to be popular at all. The ghost knows how people in Peru are trained. Although countless Quidditch enthusiasts have analyzed the movements of this trick, they are completely incomprehensible. How to train to react instantly and overcome inertia to change different directions. Fight back. Not only the Slytherins, but the Gryffindor players were all shocked. Didn't you just say? Aelia looked at Wood with her mouth open. Marks McClown will only shuttle speed up this trick. How can I explain it now? In addition to the shuttle acceleration, there is another world-class top trick like the Crazy Dragon Counterattack. Is Marks McClown really just a student? He is not a Quidditch World Cup player who drank the compound soup undercover. It doesn't seem right. I have never heard of any Quidditch World Cup player who will use these two tricks at the same time. How do I want him to be so perverted? Wood was embarrassed trying to find a gap and got in. He had said so swearly before, and in a blink of an eye he was stunned by reality. But there will be no next time. I just ignored his unreasonable talent like Harry. With this talent as a foundation, it is possible to learn these two tricks at the same time after working hard to the limit. In order to save face, this time Wood made what he thought was the most cautious statement. Having said that, Wood also had to sigh, really envy of some people's Quidditch talent. For example, Harry, such as Mark Psy, is really unreasonable. George and Fred also drew their faces and reluctantly said, really, that's how it is. They couldn't help blushing at the suspicion of the past. Marks McClown wasted his talent. It was just perfect to display his genius. Okay. It is worthy of being such a diligent person. Talented but not arrogant or impetuous, working harder, worth learning. Of course, the twins are just thinking about it. If they really want to learn, they will die. Because Marks McClown's counterattack was so amazing, all the spectators were shocked, but no one paid attention to Hisuo's situation. Hisuo was so pitifully ignored by everyone, and he hung a hand on the flying broomstick without falling off. Okay. Good risk. The cold sweat drew across Hisuo's cheeks visible to the naked eye, and he tried to stretch with one hand, returning himself to the broomstick. If you are really thrown out from here, the problem of injury will be discussed separately, but if the game ends here, Hisuo is absolutely unacceptable. Looking at Mark Psy coming back from the goal, Hisuo knew that he must have not been idle when he was climbing his broomstick, and went straight into the fifth goal. Hateful. He got another ball. Hisuo bitterly patted his flying broomstick, and Mark Psy fluttered past him. Be careful not to break the broomstick, it will fall again by then. 1.9 inches. This seemingly friendly reminder made Hisoso feel extremely humiliated. Bastard, 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 bastard. This sentence was babbling thousands of times in Hisuo's heart, and even the look in Marksai's eyes had completely turned into killing intent. I will make you regret it. Absolutely. Ah, isn't it? Marks McClown's body paused. Don't repeat such old-fashioned things. Besides, with your poor strength, you can't do it at all. Isn't it because you have suffered the shame of incompetence for nothing? Sense? Hearing this, Hiso's chest rose and fell sharply, as if a burning flame turned into a panting and gushing out. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 112. Seeing the ghost flying ball rising again, Hisuo didn't think about anything anymore. Plus cool, tiger. He ran away again. Is he shameless? Do it again. Do we really think we are blind if we do this over and over again? Now even the Slytherin players began to show their dissatisfaction on the face. Is it possible that Hisoso thinks that the victory obtained by this kind of obvious cheating and foul can also convince the public and make them recognize it? If this is the case, it would be too small to look down upon. Suddenly Kaiser shouted, "No, no, he is very wrong now." As an old opponent, Wood also saw something wrong. His expression moved, and his body now felt a very bad feeling. If he encounters such a Hiso in the game, then even if Wood does not want the ball, he will not confront him, because that is the breath of a madman. Sure enough, Hisuo's rush was not to grab the ghost fly ball at all. He has already given up on Guy-Fi ball by 11, and all his goals have been replaced by Marksai. The reason why he rushed away was just to block Marksai's only way for a moment. He's crazy. Seeing Hiso's next move, even the Weasley brothers took a breath. Quu. This is no longer a foul. Because he didn't even have the most basic cover-ups, Hisuo was so upright and gave up all cover-ups, chasing Marksai's flying broomstick like a mad dog and kicking wildly. Steve said anxiously, he has lost control and must abort this game. Everyone can see that a goal at this time is nothing to Hisoso. His biggest goal at the moment is to kick Marks McClown down. Professor Snape hasn't come yet. Wood also turned back frequently in a cold sweat. This is too slow for Angelina to invite Snape. Stop, stop. Including Caesar and Lisa, many Slytherin players have already begun to ride on the flying broomstick, ready to go up to stop his. However, it was the ferocious wandering ball that reached the two people faster than them. The wandering ball will automatically attack nearby players. At this time, there are only Marksai and Hisuo in the sky, and Hisuo is still entangled behind Marksai like a madman. The natural wandering ball can only choose their direction to attack. Go to die, go to die, go to die, go to die. Hisuo's face was frantic. Go to die. Marksai. Ha 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 ha. Marks McClown glanced behind him coldly, and then continued to rush towards Guy-Fi ball without looking back. Quu. Is Marksai crazy too? Wood was almost speechless. In this life-threatening situation, I still want to score. I have to say that this spirit is commendable for the team. But the problem is that the current situation is too thrilling. With a roaming ball in front and Hiso in the back, Marks McClown has completely fallen into a desperate situation of double-sided attack. This courage is really no one. Both George and Fred hadn't looked at them. They had liked pranks, but they thought they had the courage to be one of Hogwarts. Now it seems that compared with Marksai, it is completely insignificant. It's a pity that Marks McClown's courage has used the wrong place, and the two brothers sincerely regret that a warrior is about to fall. Done. Seeing that the shaft of the flying broomstick was close in front of him, Hisuo finally showed a pleasant twisted smile. Damn it. It's too late. Steve and the others didn't even have time to complete the liftoff. They could only watch this scene distraught. The next moment Hisoso kicked it up, then Hisuo seemed to hear Marks McClown say something, and then he only felt black in front of his eyes and a sharp pain in the face, as if some hot liquid was gushing out of his mouth and nose at the same time. In the painful darkness, Hisuo recognized clearly. What did Marks McClown say in that sentence? Excuse me, I promised Steve to return the flying broomstick intact. It seems to be this sentence. On the ground, everyone who watched all of this dumbfounded could not help cursing the same sentence in their hearts. This is so special. At the moment when Hisuo took his foot, and at the moment when the ball was close at hand, Marks McClown swung the batting bat vigorously. Soon afterwards, the current scene happened. The wandering ball was knocked back by Marks-I and hit Hisuo's nose directly. Counter-attack wandering ball. This was originally a technique in which the batter swings the batting bat backhand to hit the wandering ball, and hits the ball behind him instead of in front of him. Although it is difficult to be accurate, it is an excellent way to confuse the opponent. But Marks McClown hit his face directly and accurately. Is this a coincidence? So 7-0? Isn't this a coincidence? Endless puzzles are hidden in the hearts of most people, and it is difficult for them to confirm whether Marks-I's move is due to luck or technology. He'll take the grass. There was only this curse in Wood's heart at the moment. Players like him who have studied Quidditch a lot are by no means among that majority. Wood is one of the few on the court, knowing that this is the signature trick named after the Tater Hill Tornado team, the tornado recovery technique, another world-class trick. At this time, Wood could only smile inwardly. As soon as he finished talking about Marks McClown's only two tricks, shuttle acceleration and crazy dragon counterattack, Marks McClown personally once again beat his face extremely red and swollen. He looked around cautiously. Fortunately, no one in Gryffindor recognized this trick, and it wouldn't be too shameful. This tornado recovery technique is more tricky than shuttle acceleration. It is no longer a level that few players in the world can do, but only the captain of the Tater Hill Tornado team in the world, Yuni, can do it. The ability to accurately counterattack the wandering ball to the desired position without looking back. This kind of magical skill is not even analytical, because no one can guess how to do it. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 113, an impossible legend. In the end, people can only classify it as possible reasons such as Marks' special physique. But this trick that does not know the principle, for Marks-I who has spiritual exploration, there is no obstacle at all. Fortunately he is a seeker, fortunately he is a seeker. And fortunately he is a seeker. Now Wood can only comfort himself by repeated self-hypnosis, because he began to worry deeply. Marks McClown was so strong that how could Gryffindor fight Slytherin? Fortunately, Marks-I is the most special seeker position and will not participate in the confrontation of normal players. In addition to Wood, Steve and others are also a little aware. He blinked and looked at Caesar beside him. Is it the tornado copying technique? I'm not mistaken, am I? Caesar blinked. I think. Generally speaking, it is impossible for two people to misunderstand the same thing together. Lisa was also speechless. I thought I was wrong. But since you all saw it, it should really be. At this point, her lips squirmed twice. Then, as if waking up from a dream, they opened their eyes with Steve and Caesar and were very surprised. Then it should really be a tornado return attack. Tornado back copy technique. Isn't that a legendary trick that is hailed as absolutely impossible for anyone to reproduce in 10 years? And what happened now? Marks McClown actually used it perfectly under the eyes of everyone. And it was not specious, but the precise control of the walking ball hit Hisuo's face. As for whether it is a coincidence, no one thinks that way. Cool Tiger, under the attack on both sides at the time, Marks McClown still chose to use this trick. This means that he has absolute certainty that he can rely on this trick to clear the siege. Without 100% confidence, it is impossible to do this. Marks McClown unstoppable scored the 6th goal. There was hardly any suspense, because Hisuo could not stop Marks-I at all. The 7th ball is coming. Diaresis. The player in charge of serving the ball below has been completely dumbfounded, and only a few seconds later reminded of his responsibilities. Continue. Marks McClown nodded to him, and looked at the rising Gryffindor ball. which was once again caught in his hand. Damn it. What's the matter? Hiso hadn't recovered from the dizziness of being hit by the walker, only that his eyes were covered with red vision covered in blood. Plus cool, Tiger. After he barely stabilized his gaze, wiped his eyes clean, he had already seen Marks McClown's beautiful throw and the 7th goal was scored. Hiso looked distraught, but there was no way at all. After these few ball fights, Hiso has been very clear about this. He couldn't stop or hinder Marks-I for even half a second. Seeing Marks McClown riding a flying broomstick on his return journey, getting closer and closer to him, his whole body was shaking. But this time the expected irony did not come. Hiso raised his head in surprise, but Marks McClown faintly shook his head. There is no ridicule, and I don't even bother to speak. In Marks-I's heart, am I now insignificant to such an extent? At this time, the real silence is better than the sound. The mockery without words is the most unbearable mockery for Hiso. Hiso fiercely turned the direction of the flying broomstick and returned to the initial position to wait for the next serve. But what about the next ball? What should I do? How can I block Marks-I? What can I do to get a point from Marks-I? He didn't expect the answer until the 8th ball began to lift off. How to do? What 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 to do? His body chilled involuntarily, and his mind was blank. He didn't know what to do at all, and he had nothing to do with Marks McClown. Hiso's appearance seems to be more wrong than before. Steve wondered. You didn't feel wrong, Caesar murmured. If I were Hiso, then I would be stunned at this time. Lisa also sighed. McClowns, watching the boss show his power, I suddenly feel that I am a chaser to be very meaningless. That's it. Steve deeply agreed. I even have a feeling that this year, even if we rely on the boss alone, our college can dominate the Quidditch champion. Compared to the Slytherins, the faces of the Gryffindor players were even darker. It's miserable. How could this year's Slytherin be such a pervert? Let us not live. Wood's hypnotic self-comfort has also reached the highest frequency, almost unable to deceive himself. Facts have proved that Caesar and others feel right. Hiso fell into an unprecedented daze and hesitation. His whole body was stiff and he couldn't move at all. When he recovered, Marks McClown was already in exclamation, and once again steadily scored the 8th goal. In the blink of an eye, Marks McClown had already scored 8 goals, and he hasn't even scored a goal until now. Zeiss King's Suo's eyes turned red all at once, let alone the foul and humiliation that he had just imagined to fix Marks-I. It was all that he was being humiliated and repaired by Marks-I. However, he has no countermeasures. The absolute strength is poor, and it can't keep up with the horse. This is the most powerless and desperate situation. Asshole, why is this? I am obviously the captain of Slytherin. I am obviously a veteran Quidditch player. I will lose. Impossible. How could I lose? But why did I become like this? Asshole. P.S. Can't stand it anymore. The rest of the update is made up during the day. Good night everyone. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 114, Shameless Limit. Hiso began to mutter to himself nervously. The pressure on his body was getting heavier and he looked in a dangerous trance. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown glanced at him coldly and raised his hand to signal the ground to release the 9th ball. The Gryffindor ball took off for the 9th time, and Marks-I moved again, which can be called thunderous. The extreme change from static to dynamic is just like art, making everyone dazzled. Hiso ran away again. Someone yelled in surprise, and felt very angry about it. Hiso, is he still reluctant to admit defeat? What else would he do besides continuing to play rogues? Marks McClown ignored Hiso, and directly avoided the wandering ball like lightning and rushed to the Gryffindor ball. The same scene as before. Everyone can't help but stare, trying to see the inevitable goal. Although there is no more suspense, but Marks McClown's superb skills still make them feel that watching Marks McClown score a goal is a kind of enjoyment. Wait, where's Hiso? The person who shouted just now suddenly stunned. and the other Slytherin players looked around strangely after hearing the words. "McClowns, why didn't Hisuo come to chase Ghost Fakey this time? He didn't play 680 walks either. Isn't his start to grab the ball? Then what is he for? Could it be some new foul method?" Soon, Lisa was the first to find Hisoso. Plus cool, Tiger. Her pupils suddenly tightened. "Hisuo, why are you?" Hearing Lisa's voice, everyone, including Gryffindor players, followed their reputation. In the next moment, the hustle and bustle of curses followed. Even Xisa couldn't help being stunned. "Hisuo, what are you doing?" Steve even sighed. How can people be so shameless? Even the Weasley brothers couldn't help being filled with indignation. It's shameful. It's shameless to the extreme. All the Gryffindors agreed this time, and their eyes toward Hisoso were full of disdain. "What is he doing? We were defeated by a team led by this kind of person last year." Wood shook his head even more. "I saw that Hisuo was not at the edge of the Guyfide ball, not at the BBCF ball, or at the edge of Mark's eye. His current position turned out to be in front of the goal, and the whole person was tightly on the goal, blocking all the goal space with his body. Can this be called playing? Is this still Quidditch? This is simply playing a rogue, an idiot insulting the sport of Quidditch." Ha 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 ha. Hearing the comments from the people on the ground, Hisoso had a broken smile on his face, not ashamed, but laughed wildly. You will never score with me, Mark's eye. You will never beat me. I will never lose to a freshman like you. Hiso's manic and hoarse voice spread throughout the Quidditch stadium, and when combined with what he did, it looked ugly. Girls like Katie and Alia even felt a little bit unbearable to look anymore. The pressure Marks McClown put on him is really too great. Maybe he has reached the limit now? "McClowner, I think he is completely broken when he looks like that." Hearing what Katie and Alia said, Wood snorted. His brain was abnormal, but now it is even more abnormal if he is driven crazy. The Slytherin players heard Hiso's yelling, and their faces were dull. It turns out that this is the kind of person who has been the captain of them for several years. "Calm down." Someone had already begun to raise their arms, trying to make Hiso's Slytherin shame roll down. Because this is no longer a game at all, what would Hisoso continue to be embarrassed for? From the foul that didn't even conceal it at the beginning, to the brute force of stalking, and then to this extremely ugly act. Time after time, step by step, Hisoso abandoned his self-esteem and personally crushed the respect of others for him. "Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down." Gradually, more Slytherin players responded. Everyone raised their arms and shouted slogans. "Hisoso, quickly roll off the goal. He is no longer worthy of being our captain." The raging protests sweeping the Quidditch pitch made Hisoso's expression even more distorted. "As long as I can make Mark's eye unable to score this goal, as long as I can successfully stop Mark's eye, then I can regain my prestige and prestige." Hiso's thinking has become chaotic, and his body grasps the edge of the goal tighter. The strength gap, which was as big as an abyss and a chasm, left Hisoso with nothing to do. The only way he can think of is this. "Hey, human flesh plug. Today I saw a novelty." On the other side, Marks McClown had already leisurely flew over with Guyfide ball. "Boss, just end the game," Steve shouted. "Even if you haven't scored 10 goals. No one will think you are the loser." Lisa also shouted, "McClowns, boss, you have done well enough. You don't have to try to score goals anymore." Seeing Hisoso still refused to get off the goal, the Slytherin players who had shouted in protest before gradually stopped helplessly. Not only did he fail to make Hisu understand his shameful coming off the goal, but it also made him block tighter and tighter. What is this called? Faced with such a shameless Hiso, the Slytherin players were completely helpless. Sure enough, people are shameless and the world is invincible. P.S. Thank you Xuxioluo for the 300-point reward. Chapter 115, The Late Snape. You have been stuck in the goal. And how can Letgia Marks I continue to score? Is it possible to understand that you are bound to lose, and you insist on letting others score 10 goals? and forcibly disgusting others. End the game. Marks McClown raised his eyebrows. Why should I unilaterally end the game here? Zysar opened his mouth. But boss, you can't continue to score goals at all in the current situation. Huh? Who said that? Marks McClown's voice immediately stunned everyone. George looked at Fred in amazement. Is there any special way he can score goals? Fred shrugged. I don't know. Since I knew him, I have never expected anything he has done. George nodded. This is also. But failing to come up with an answer undoubtedly made the two brothers more curious. The Slytherins were also a little startled. Marks McClown looked at them and smiled. Didn't I say that once I start to do something, I will definitely do my best, including this 10-goal decision! Exclamation mark. Steve blinked. Then what do you? Marks McClown sneered. For this, I think I still need to thank Hisoso, who has set the current rules of the game. Thanks Hisoso? Everyone was stunned subconsciously. His rules of the game are. Before everyone could finish thinking about it, Marks McClown had already raised the batting bat in his hand. In the next moment, Marks I aimed at the surging wandering ball, swiping the batting bat hard, and hitting the wandering ball fiercely towards the goal. Under the gaze of the crowd, Hisuo only had time to make a doubt. After that, he was hit by a July wandering ball with Marks I's level 3 physical ability, and it was hit directly from the goal. Boom! Hisuo, who was tumbling and dancing in the air, was photographed on the wall like a piece of paper. The loud voice made the witnesses shrink their necks subconsciously. It sounds so painful. It turns out that there are rules for both chaser status and batter status. At this moment, many people think of it. This is the rule that Hisuo originally used to facilitate his own fouls. How can he think of being used by Marks I in turn, and eventually let him suffer the consequences? It is good. The Gryffindors could not help but clenched their fists to applaud this delightful scene. Even some of the Slytherin players felt a sense of the person who did disgusting things was punished upon seeing this. No one cares how Hisoso is now, because Hisoso has already proved with all his ugly deeds before that he is not a person to be concerned about. In the blink of an eye, it was the 10th ball. This is the final goal. But neither the Slytherins nor the Gryffindors felt nervous. They all discussed in 2s and 3s about the World Cup level skills Marks McClown just showed. On the one hand it is extremely excited, on the other it is stressful. Of course the Slytherin players are excited, and the Gryffindor players are obviously stressed. As for the 10th goal, don't be kidding. Can't you guess after watching the first 9 goals? Hisoso had the same idea. So even if the dizziness from the impact has subsided, he still feels about to pass out. Hisuo just lifted into the air like a puppet, watching the ghost flying higher and higher. Marks McClown has scored 9 goals in a row, and another goal is Marks McClown's victory. So does he have hope? Look! The 10th ball is about to start. The people on the ground greeted each other, but soon they found that Hisoso hadn't moved. He just stared blankly at Marks I getting the ball, then flew past him, flashed past the stray ball, and finally tossed the goal lightly. A perfect shot. Hiso's brain has completely crashed. He looked at the depths of Marks McClown's pupils without any gods, leaving only panic. Complete mental breakdown. Woodside with emotion. He has completely given up. Find flowers. Middle dot. The rest of the Gryffindors sighed, and their faces quickly turned dark, because they suddenly remembered that they were the next to face Marks I on the field. What's the matter? Snape rushed from the gate with a sullen face. What are you doing? It seems that Angelina's rescue call has finally arrived. But it was too late. The Gryffindors shook their heads, and the matter was completely over. Retreat quickly, Wood greeted, and the Gryffindors ran away unconsciously. They didn't want to face Snape in this state. Only Marks I in the sky glanced in their direction casually. Although Wood thought it was perfect, he did not know that they had been exploring Marks I's spirit throughout the whole process, and Marks I appreciated their farce like watching a play. In the middle of the confrontation, There is still time to watch the show. I don't know if Hisuo will become more crazy after listening. Okay. The Wood and Weasley twins and others were inexplicably cold, and when they looked around in horror, Marks McClown had already retracted his sight. Has it been discovered? Wood shook his body, just feeling uncomfortable. Impossible. It's Professor Snape. President, why are you here? The Slytherin players also discovered Snape's dark aura, but no one knew why Snape rushed over. You still have the face to ask why I came here? Snape scolded. Look at what you are all doing in gathering people. Seeing Mark's eyes steady landing, Snape felt even more upset. It's you again, Mark's eye. How many things do you have to do before you are willing to give up? Chapter 116. Is it another rubbish skill? McClowns, although it hurts, the reality is that when I thought that my other problems had improved, I was kindly gifted with a gift pack for pharyngitis and bronchitis plus fever. McClowns, today, I coughed and didn't fall asleep all night. I finally managed to get through until the hospital opened at 8 o'clock in the morning and hurried to go to see the doctor. What is the situation? Why are there all kinds of messy negative states all the time? I really doubt if it has been poisoned _:3_. Marks McClown threw the flying broomstick to Steve. What do you mean by me again, Mr. Dean? 747. I have to say that your prejudice against me is very serious. This is not what an educator should do. It's not your turn to tell me what should I do. Snape felt even more irritable and waved his sleeves. The captain of the team takes the players back first. Mark's eye, come to the office with me. When Marks McClown heard the words, he waved to everyone, well lined up, and they all went back with me. Snape looked at him in amazement, and the players in Slytherin were still very obedient and stood behind Marks McClown. Marks McClown, what are you doing? Snape couldn't bear the anger. I told you to come with me to the office. Didn't you hear me? Marks McClown said impatiently, I have heard that. I am different from someone and I am not a deaf person, but are you not a strong person? Snape's tone was even colder. It's hard to be a strong man. Go to the office with me and I aggrieved the famous Mr. Marks, right? Of course I didn't mean that, Marks McClown said, but you can't ask one person to do two things at the same time, right? Do two things at the same time? Snape was stunned for a moment, and then angrily said, did you have any auditory hallucinations? I asked the captain to lead the team back instead of. Marks McClown interrupted Snape's words, now I am the captain of the Slytherin team! ! Snape was startled. He looked around for a week and found that the players looked like hesitant to speak. That Snape's gaze swept across Hisoso, who was pale. What about Hisoso Gata? Marks McClown shrugged and said without apology, I'm sorry, that's the last term. After Marks I settled all Quidditch problems, it was almost time for dinner. After such a long period of cooling, Marks McClown thought about it and felt that it was time to return to the people and go to the lobby for dinner. And they always ask Barry to deliver food. It seems to be a little overkill. On the way to the lobby, Marks McClown carefully sorted out the harvest this time. Congratulations to the host for defeating Caesar Cliff and Cecil Gayert, and a lucky draw. This reminder made Marks McClown a little surprised. Originally, after kicking Caesar down from the Seeker's position last time, the system did not respond. At that time, Marks I thought it was Quidditch that did not meet the system's criteria, or that the winning was too easy, so the trigger conditions were not met. In short, Marks McClown hadn't paid too much attention to it, until now Marks McClown has faced this problem squarely again. It seems that it was not that the system did not respond at the time, but that it responded, but it was recorded in a series of events, so it was not prompted separately. Marks McClown touched her chin and thought for a while. Recall that when the prefect meeting was held, he didn't give a reminder after killing one, but waited for the system to appear after all of them were won. That should be the reason. It seems that we can try to take advantage of this in the future. Having found a rule of the system, Marks McClown still feels somewhat useful. Next, it's a happy draw time. Let's start the lottery. system. With Mark-Si's order, the panel of the system bloomed with colorful glory. Soon the system stopped on a line of subtitles. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the level 1 skill Distinguishing Eye. Distinguishing Eyes? Marks McClown was stunned for a moment, opened the explanation and took a look. A level 1 discriminating eye can identify the name, source and purpose of all original things. The introduction was very brief, which made Marks McClown twitch his mouth. Why is there such a strong sense of instant vision? It seems to be the same as the last time when I got perfect control, and it is a skill that seems useless. But that is to say, with the experience of perfect control, Mark-Si still believes that as long as it is well developed, every skill has unlimited potential. With the idea of giving it a try, Marks McClown strolled to the door of the lobby. Looking at the door, a line of information automatically appeared in Marks McClown's mind. The secondary processing product cannot be identified. Marks McClown almost fainted. Are you kidding me? No gate can be identified, so how can we engage in production in the future? Could it be that I actually got a rubbish skill? After comparing the explanation carefully, one was written identify the original things and the other was written secondary processing products. Marks McClown gradually understood a little bit. Dare to love, this broken skill can only identify raw materials. Shaking his head, Marks McClown restrained his 2.8 feelings and stepped directly into the lobby. In the lobby, there are still lights and festoons, and the enchanted ceiling reflects the night sky of stars outside, which looks very beautiful. Mark-Si is here. The originally bustling lobby immediately became audible with a shout from someone who didn't know. The professors who were still talking in 2s and 3s also noticed this anomaly and looked at Marks McClown strangely. This is the first time everyone has encountered this situation, because Mark-Si has hardly come to the lobby for dinner since the beginning of school. And it has been going on for a long time. What are you looking at? Am I so handsome? Mark-Si, who was stared at by a group of people, was even more strange, and it felt like she was inexplicable at all. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 117, Strength Cloud Night Cook. As soon as Marks McClown finished speaking, the lobby gradually returned to noisy, and students began to speak again. What the hell? Marks McClown really felt a little unsure of the truth, and when he reached the Slytherin table, the voices of Caesar, Steve and others appeared neatly. Boss, you are here. As the prefects spoke, all the students at the Slytherin table also stood up. This is their etiquette and respect for Mark-Si. During this period of time, Marks McClown had personally experienced Slytherin's strict hierarchy, and was able to adapt to this situation. Sit down. Marks McClown reached out and pressed down, and the Slytherin students all sat down slowly. The students consciously moved to the side and gave up the middle seat. After Marks McClown sat down, she immediately grabbed Xyzel and asked, "What happened just now? Why do these students look so strange at me?" Xyzel smiled bitterly. "Boss, don't you know 11? You are now famous again." Famous? Marks McClown was stunned. He didn't seem to do anything shocking publicly anymore, right? Even with the Quidditch problem, only Slytherin players were present. As if guessing what Marks McClown was thinking, Caesar said, "A major personnel change like Captain Quidditch is very eye-catching. Even if we don't reveal it, the whole school has countless eyes staring at it for the first time." Quidditch is a super popular sport among wizards, and there are many enthusiasts among students. As the closest Quidditch event around, of course people care about it every day. In addition, this year's Quidditch competition is getting closer and attention has been greatly increased. As soon as Slytherin's local personnel changes were announced, they were immediately discovered and spread to everyone. This is why the atmosphere is so strange when Mark-Si comes in. Many people know that Mark-Si broke into the Quidditch team in the first grade. Although it is unprecedented, Gryffindor and Harry Potter in the same period also did it, but it dilutes a lot of influence. The most famous rumors of Marks McClown next was undoubtedly that he never participated in training. But this guy who didn't train at all, actually became the captain someday inexplicably. Damn, what happened? Countless people are stunned. This is too sudden. No way. Marks McClown was stunned. So Quidditch still has such a big influence? Sizer felt helpless. He could see that his boss really didn't understand Quidditch at all. If you don't know Quidditch, you can't appreciate its charm, how attractive it is to a group of little wizards. But don't worry, boss. We didn't say anything about the specific situation. Steve approached with a smirk. Give them a big surprise at that time. Hee. Although it was impossible to hide the news that Marks McClown became the captain, everyone in Slytherin was tight-lipped about how he became the captain. It is the concept of making a fortune in silence. Mark's eye is their trump card, and also their trump card, their confidence and guarantee of victory. Why are you exposed so quickly? Of course, you have to wait for the official game to show your hand to make Slytherin College proud, especially the players of the Slytherin team. Everyone feels confident when he thinks of his strong captain Russ. The training is also more vigorous. It can be said that the waist does not hurt or the legs are sore, and he takes 5 potions classes in one breath. As for the Gryffindors who were watching, they also closed their mouths. Of course it wasn't that they were so kind to keep Mark's eye secret. It's that they all have a psychology of schadenfreude. We can't just be frightened. Compared with the early announcement, the rest of the colleges are psychologically prepared. It is better to let them see the existence of Mark's eye's nightmare when it comes to the official game. And Gryffindor can also have the advantages of first preparation, which is much better than other colleges in this regard. Why not? Thinking of how the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff teams were caught off guard by then, Wood and the others immediately felt that they were more frightened and relieved during this time. What's wrong with Mr. Marks? Why do everyone look at him so strange? Harry can be said to be the only player in the Gryffindor team who doesn't know the truth. George was speechless. Don't tell us. You haven't heard the news that he became the captain. I heard. Harry took it for granted. Mr. Marks is so good. It's normal to be the captain of the Slytherin team. In Harry's eyes, he really didn't understand why everyone was fussing about it. Fred and George looked at each other, and they were almost speechless at the Marks Eye chef in front of them. And only you will think this is a matter of course. 423. About Marks Eye. Harry, in fact, there are some things you need to pay attention to. We will have a meeting later. Wood reminded with a calm look. In fact, he was very worried about how abnormal Marks McClown was before he had time to tell Harry. After waiting for the little genius of our team to come, will he be psychologically defeated by Marks McClown's monster deeds before the game? Do you really want to tell him, Captain? George and Fred were also a little surprised. Harry had already admired Marks Eye so much. When Wood said this, wouldn't he want to worship him? Or is it desperate for Marks McClown's strength? No matter what it is, Harry can be said to be defeated first. No way. After all, Harry is directly facing Marks Eye. Wood was also helpless. If possible, he still didn't want to tell Harry early, but it was a pity that Harry and Marks Eye were both seekers. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 118. Sudden situation. Let Harry be mentally prepared in advance, so it's better to be caught off guard. Harry, you don't understand that. Ron took the opportunity to speak, apparently answering Harry's last question. That Marks Eye, you know, joining a Quidditch team makes your nose go to the sky. Ron said with an air. Such an arrogant and lazy guy has suddenly become the captain of the Slytherin team. Do you say that others are surprised? HMPH, he is much harder than you. Alia, who was sitting opposite, suddenly spoke. Ron was taken aback and recognized that this was also a Gryffindor player. He was just a little unconvinced and was about to refute. Katie next to him also said, McClowns, I don't think there are many of our teams more diligent than him, right? Ron was completely stunned. What's the situation? Why are you two Gryffindor players, but you all speak for Marks Eye? Which side are you on? Ron didn't know that Wood's analysis of Marks Eye's nonsense had already penetrated everyone in the Gryffindor team. In their cognition, Marx McClown has risen to a genius who silently works hard in the unknown. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why Mark's Eye has so many top Quidditch technologies. After thinking about it, Ron still reluctantly said, "That's just your opinion." The Slytherin players must all disagree. Ron, do you think the members of the Slytherin team disagree with Mr. Marks? It's just your own opinion, Harry said sternly, learning that Mark's Eye used Ron's own words to fight back. Just now, Alia and Katie helped Mark's Eye speak, and Harry was quite happy. Ron glared at him. "Are you a Gryffindor student?" "Mr. Marks all day long. I tell you, isn't that Mark's Eye ruling Slytherin?" Then he wants to suppress it. Everyone's dissatisfaction makes it easy to be the captain of the team, okay. Hearing this, Wood glanced at each other with the team, his eyes full of bitterness. Why do the Slytherin players disagree with Mark's Eye becoming the captain? Where is the dissatisfaction with Mark's Eye becoming the captain? They have basically agreed that they are satisfied that they almost hug Mark's Eye's thigh and call Dad. Okay. With Mark's Eye's technology, which college cannot be recognized by the team members. What happened to that just now? The professors in the faculty position are also talking about it. Cool Tiger, just because Marx McClown was so eye-catching when he came in before, even if Marx McClown was famous, the professors basically stopped paying attention to him after not coming for such a long time. McGonagall squinted his eyes and asked, "I think it's about him becoming the captain of the Slytherin team." Severus Snape kept his face straight. He used his wand to understand McGonagall's ulterior motives. Just as Snape is the Dean of Slytherin, McGonagall is also the Dean of Gryffindor, so naturally he is very concerned about this matter, which is closely related to the Quidditch game in his college. Moreover, McGonagall discovered Harry's talent because he saw Mark's Eye taking Harry for a walk. So she is also one of the professors who knows how talented Marx McClown is on the broomstick. At this moment, there was such a big personnel change around Mark's Eye. Of course McGonagall wanted to inquire about it as soon as possible. Snape said blankly, "Students in our college, don't bother you to worry about it." McGonagall squinted his eyes, feeling Snape really airtight. "Severus, he has become the captain of the team at such a young age. Will he be hated by others?" "I think your decision is a bit too radical. It is not good for Mark's Eye, right?" Only Flitwick was still worrying about Mark's Eye seriously. There was a twitch on Snape's facial paralyzed face when he heard that. "Can you please? Is he afraid of being hated?" "If you say who is the one who is least afraid of hatred in the whole school, then Marx McClown sits firmly in the first place. I think you can rest assured, this is the student's own choice." Snape replied briefly, "The captain of my sister was not determined by me yet, and it was chosen by completely bypassing me. I don't want to memorize this pot." Only Dumbledore remained silent, and the half-moon glasses next to the hooked nose blocked his sight at the moment. So no one knows. In fact, Dumbledore was watching Mark's Eye all the time, as if trying to see him through. Boom. Suddenly a loud noise appeared, and someone pushed the door open urgently. Dumbledore couldn't help but retract his gaze, and watched with everyone in the audience, only to see Quirrell standing at the gate very embarrassed. "What happened? What's the situation?" The students were a little surprised, and watched Quirrell staggering to Dumbledore. "There is a troll in the basement." Dumbledore stood up suddenly. The students also became extremely quiet, and the lobby was completely silent. "There is a giant in the basement," Quirrell screamed and repeated, then fainted with a blank eye. "I thought you knew." The thunder outside the castle sounded at the right time, like a signal, causing a mess in the lobby. "Is it good?" The prefects of Slytherin spontaneously guarded Mark's Eye, while the students were all panicked, leaving their positions and shaking in confusion. Marx McClown frowned and waved his magic wand to make an explosion in the lobby. Quiet down for me. The thunderous sound shocked all the students, causing Dumbledore, who was about to open his mouth, to shut his mouth again. "Keep calm, otherwise you will be injured under the footsteps of the surrounding students before the monsters come." Marx McClown sat in his original position and said, The students all looked over, and for a while, there was a feeling of finding the backbone. Chapter 119, Oppression. Seeing Mark's eye smiled slightly. And I don't think the professors will stand by and watch the monsters. Now you are just in the same room with all the professors in Hogwarts. There is no safer situation than this, is it? Marks McClown's words completely calmed the students down. Yes. The professors are all here. All the strongest wizards of Hogwarts gathered in this room. It can be said that there is no need to panic. Seeing Marks McClown's few words to comfort the students, McGonagall and Sprout both expressed admiration, and even Dumbledore had to use Marks McClown's words to continue to say, "Mr. Marks is right. Now, ask the prefects to take the students back to the dormitory immediately, and the professors all follow me to the basement." The prefects of each academy went out one after another and began to execute Dumbledore's orders. "The first-year students come with me. Line up." "It's all gone." Marks McClown waved his hand, drove Caesar and others away to lead the students of all grades, and 453 also stood in front of Slytherin's first grade. "He is the first-year shadow prefect of Slytherin, and now is the time to perform his duties. As long as you follow my orders, you don't have to be afraid of giant monsters at all," Marks McClown said lazily. "Okay, now all stand behind me!" Under the leadership of the heads of each grade, the students descended the stairs in an orderly manner. For a time, the stairs were crowded with students from 4 colleges. How could a troll run in for no reason? Marks McClown lifted his eyes and heard Harry's voice amid the noise. "Don't ask me, I think these people are stupid," Ron replied, "but I think it is very likely that Mark's eye did it. He wants to let the players from the other 3 academies before the Quidditch kicks off, injured." Marks McClown rolled his eyes, and Ron's slander was getting worse and worse. But Harry had already rushed to help him refute Ron. "With Mr. Marks' strength, there is no need to do this." "And Ron, why do you always—" Okay, I'm not talking about Mark's eye." Ron was afraid of Harry. Harry suddenly took Ron's arm. "Wait a minute." "What's the matter?" Ron said impatiently. "I promised you not to scold Mark's eye for the time being. What do you want to do now?" Harry is speechless. "Do you still think it is only natural for you to scold Mr. Marks? Doesn't it give me a lot of face without scolding?" "It's not this. I thought of someone." "Hermione. What is her business?" Harry asked. "Didn't you cry her during the day?" "I don't think she knows about the trolls coming in." Ron bit his lip. "You said that arrogant like Mark's eye?" "To be honest, I really don't want to ... Oh, okay. He hesitated. "But be careful. Don't let the prefect find us slipping away." Harry nodded, and the 2 of them sneakily spied around. When they found no one was paying attention to them, they quickly stepped aside. Then the 2 men bent down, sneaked into another group of students who were walking in the other direction, and then slipped into a firefighting channel that is not commonly used. I slipped out successfully without being noticed by anyone." Harry and Ron wiped their sweat, proud of their ability to hide. "Hey, why is Hermione crying by you, kid?" Suddenly, Marks McClown's voice abruptly rose from behind the BBDB2. Harry and Ron were like cats with their tails stepped on, jumping in place, turning their heads in horror. "Marks ... Mr. Marks?" Harry was crying. He thought he was doing a perfect job, but he didn't expect to be caught by the prefect he was least willing to leave a bad impression on. "Marks McClown." Ron was also surprised. "Don't you need to take Slytherin's first grade home?" Marks McClown said with a gloomy face. "Are you for nothing when you are my followers? Just throw it to one of them, and answer my questions immediately." Marks McClown didn't expect that with his intervention, Hermione would still be rejected at the very beginning. It wasn't until now that Marks McClown suddenly remembered that perhaps because Hermione had a relationship with her, her popularity might have become worse. Ron also saw Marks McClown faintly angry for the first time. For some reason, his heart was so empty that he could not help but obey Marks McClown's orders. He bit the bullet and said, "Who told her to always know everything and know everything?" "I just said." Harry discovered that every word Ron said, Marks McClown's eyes became colder, and he quickly said, it's not the time to talk about this. Mr. Marks, I heard that Hermione is still not out in the women's bathroom. Marks McClown retracted his gaze and walked towards the women's bathroom with a wave of his robe. Ron's words were interrupted by Harry. Not only was he not angry, but a wave of rejoicing rose in his heart. It wasn't until Marks McClown looked away that Ron seemed to explode all the backlog of pressure suddenly, and his whole body was covered with cold sweat like leaking water. This was the oppression brought by Marks McClown's magical and spiritual power far beyond Ron. In just a few seconds, Ron seemed to have just caught it from the water. Damn it, how could I be so embarrassed? Ron stared at Marks McClown angrily, and found that Marks McClown had deliberately or unintentionally left him back, and he immediately dared not look at it again. Harry looked at Ron worriedly, but watched Mark's eyes further and further back. He gritted his teeth and chased him. Before I walked far, a foul smell went straight to my nostrils. The smell was like old socks that hadn't been washed for years, plus the smell of public toilets that no one had ever cleaned. P.S. The cough is more serious. Chapter 120 Thor's Hammer. Then Mark's eye heard a sound, the sound of heavy footsteps while dragging a pair of giant feet, and a deep grunting sound from his throat. Is a troll? Roth's horrified voice sounded from behind Mark's eye and Harry. Obviously, he was also scared alone, so he bit the bullet and chased after him. Marks McClown didn't answer, but raised his hand to make Harry stop. Ron almost bumped his head on Harry's back. Hey! Before Ron could speak to protest, he consciously shut up. At the left corner at the end of the corridor, a huge black shadow was walking towards them, and that huge monster was slowly exposed to the moonlight. No doubt it was a troll. This monster was 12 feet tall. His skin was dark, like grey granite, and his body was bloated, like a large piece of pebbles, with a bald head as small as a coconut shell on it. His two short legs are thicker than the trunk, and his flat feet seem to be full of horns. Ron had already shivered and held Harry's shoulders, and Harry's reaction was not much better. Just because the giant in front of you is too oppressive, it makes people extremely frightened. Marks. Mr. Marks. Harry shook his teeth and shouted, but seeing Mark's eye so calm, he slowly stopped shaking. Cool tiger, he felt that Mark's eye gave him courage, and Harry didn't want to be so weak in front of people he respected. Look, he's coming. Ron trembled. The disgusting smell came from the troll. The troll held a huge wooden stick in his hand. Because his hand was too long, the stick dragged to the ground and made a huge noise. Mark's eye saw the giant monster stop beside a door, and peeked into the door to wonder what he was looking at. It turned out to be Wook. Marks McClown sneered and walked over. Mr. Marks, it's dangerous. Harry was shocked when he saw this and called out in a low voice. I said he is as arrogant as Granger. He doesn't think that a student can deal with trolls? Ron said reluctantly. He saw the monster listening for a few seconds, as if finally made up his mind, and slowly walked into the room with his head down. For some reason, Ron was still a little happy when he was afraid. Mark's eye is indeed very strong, as strong as a monster. But the prefects he defeated were all humans after all, and now this is a real monster. The two are simply not comparable. When is it? You are still talking these cold words. Harry was rarely angry. Plus cool tiger. Ron was about to speak unhappily when a sudden scream suppressed his voice. After hearing this sound, their hearts almost stopped beating. That's Hermione's voice. Oh my god. Harry's face was paler than that of the vampire baron. This room is the women's bathroom. Hermione was standing in the corner, shivering, looking like she was about to faint. The troll dragged the stick, and was walking towards her step by step. The shadow of the troll engulfed Hermione bit by bit. Her mind went blank, desperately watching the troll raising the stick. Malnia! Marks McClown shouted, and an invisible wave shot from the top of the magic wand, knocking the giant monster's stick in one fell swoop. The stick tumbled in the air a few times, and finally fell and smashed several compartments, making Ron and Harry swallow. What kind of curse is that? It seems that you have never heard of it. Even such a heavy wooden stick was blown away all at once. Is this kind of power hitting someone? Mark-Sai. Hermione looked at Mark-Sai in surprise, and the troll stared at Mark-Sai and let out an angry roar. Be careful, Mr. Marks! Harry suddenly shouted anxiously, and saw the monster walking towards Mark-Sai angrily. But Mark-Sai suddenly stared at the magic wand in his hand. Ron also clenched his fists, breathing quickly as the monster jar Mark-Sai got closer and closer. Middle dot find flowers middle dot. I dare to be in a daze after angering the monster. Is Marks McClown an idiot? Roar. The roar of the giant monster seemed to have awakened Marks McClown. Marks McClown waved his wand at the giant monster with a little uncertainty. Mjolnir. Boom. As soon as the monster finished shouting, Nuoda's body seemed to have been hit by some unknown force, and he retreated several steps in a row. It's the curse just now again. Harry and Ron both exclaimed. Even Hermione, who likes magic, didn't have much fear, and looked over curiously. Can actually repel giant monsters. What kind of curse is this? Without waiting for everyone to think about it, Marks McClown's expression was less hesitant this time, and he pointed at the giant monster with his magic wand. Mjolnir. The troll is dizzy, and feels a bigger force hitting it directly. This time it was beaten almost back to the edge of the women's bathroom, unable to maintain its balance anymore, and sat down on the ground. The heavy trolls made the three of Harry feel their bodies shook suddenly, and they looked at each other in an incredible way and opened their mouths one after another. It doesn't seem right, the power is still too small. However, Marks McClown still seemed to be very dissatisfied with the terrifying result of the trio of Harry's breath. At the urgent moment when she rescued Hermione, Marks McClown didn't think much about it. Raising his hand was the most frequently used spell recently. It is his own black magic that he has been practicing all this time. Now this magic is very close to the completion stage, just the last step. P.S. Recently, I have been coughing and sleeping well every night, and I have been in a state of sleepiness to the point where I have been sleepy, so I wanted to take a break after dinner. But I did not expect to fall asleep directly. I have been sleeping until now, so I may be late in the next few days, so let me know. The Most Powerful Mage of Harry Potter Chapter 121 Complete Edition. Mjolnir. Marks McClown directly waved his magic wand again, and the curse fiercely caused the giant monster that had just stood up to fly out again, and slammed into the wall behind him. Harry and the others only felt that the room shook a few times, and the dust on the wall and ceiling was peeling off. Cool Tiger. Did the earthquake? Ron couldn't help holding Harry tightly and shaking. The shaking of the mountain was terrible. Marks McClown frowned. It shouldn't be. How did the power increase so little? The power has only increased so little. Ron was almost crying when he heard this. How do you want to strengthen it after all? At this moment, he only felt that staying in the same room with Marks McClown seemed more dangerous than facing the giant monster with 370s. Maybe the house was hit by Marks-Eye and collapsed, so he buried him alive. The troll babbled and stood up again. It's just that it didn't yell this time, and even looking at Marks-Eye thinking, it didn't dare to attack again. Hermione, who was closer, could see a very human look of jealousy in the eyes of the trolls. But the fact that the giant monster does not move does not mean that Marks-Eye does not move. Marks McClown's eyes suddenly lit up, and she stretched out her magic wand again. Mjolnir. The monster was scared when he heard this sound, and quickly wanted to dodge, but he couldn't dodge Marks-Eye's abnormal casting speed. Boom. This time there was a louder noise, and the entire chest of the monster collapsed, and a large amount of green liquid rushed out of its mouth. McClown. Hermione was already screaming and covering her eyes, and Harry looked pale. Cool Tiger. Obviously these green liquids are the blood of the monsters. Just seeing the big monster's chest collapsed, the three people present felt a physical discomfort. Why is it still wrong? Marks McClown was completely unmoved. Just the last point. What is it? Seeing Marks-Eye still wanting to wave her magic wand, Hermione couldn't bear to say, Let it go. Isn't it already badly injured? Marks McClown's hand paused, and she looked at Hermione a little reluctantly. There was such a great magic target in front of him, but it was very effective for Marks' own magic. After all, hitting plants and rocks still feels very different from hitting creatures. Oh, while vomiting blood, the troll backed away in fear. It whimpered for mercy. In his opinion, Mark's eye in front of him was already a devil 10,000 times more terrifying. With that timid appearance, Harry couldn't believe it was seen on monsters like trolls. Plus cool, tiger. Oh my goodness. McGonagall also rushed over nervously. Are you all right? Who can explain to me what happened? There were many professors behind her, and each one looked at the scene in the women's bathroom in disbelief. The professors originally rushed to the basement, but they didn't think that the troll had already ran to the women's bathroom. They also came after they felt the shock and loud noise. But after witnessing the scene in front of you, the professors were even more confused. What did they see? Merlin is on, Flitwick exclaimed. You did all this. The other professors also opened their mouths. The students who were supposed to be killed stood in the women's bathroom intact. But their women's bathroom has long since become riddled with holes, just like passing by the demolition office. We didn't do it. Professor Ron, who was still hiding behind Harry, rushed out first. He felt that this was an excellent opportunity, and rushed to say, "It's Mark's eye. It's all Mark's eye." He did all this, but the reaction he expected did not appear. The professors looked at each other in surprise for a few seconds, and then all looked at Mark's eye in surprise. This is not just a problem that the women's bathroom was almost demolished. Even the giant monster who was the culprit seemed to be seriously injured and malaise at the moment. You really scared me. I should say that you scared us, Mr. Marks. Sprout opened his mouth. I have never seen a first-grade player who can defeat a troll. Under the shocking gaze of the professors, Marks McClown shrugged. You saw it today, Professor. Even so, McGonagall raised the volume. You are still too reckless and irrational. You don't know how lucky you are to do all this. Ron saw that the development had finally moved here, and before he showed his joy of success, the roar from behind made Ron pale instantly. That is the roar of the beast after being injured. The professors were all shocked, and it seemed that they could not react to the sudden eruption of the monster. They couldn't imagine that the giant monster, because of its extremely low IQ, discovered that so many people suddenly came, thinking that his begging for mercy was useless at all, and he planned to fight to the death. It grabbed the wooden stick that fell aside, and strode towards Mark's eye. Gosh. Stop it. The professors were all shocked when they saw this, and everyone immediately took out their wands and aimed at the trolls. But their women's bathroom really can't be said to be very big, plus the surprise of them just now. They can't keep up with the speed of the monster smashing Mark's eye. Stop. McGonagall, Flitwick and others eagerly used magic power to block the stick faster. Hermione also looked horrified, and her little face 3.3 was full of despair. However, their speed was not as fast as Marks McClown, who had held the wand in his hand long ago. Looking at the wooden stick that the giant monster smashed with all his strength, Marks McClown's eyes were thoughtful. Concentrate the power at one point, increase the attack power per unit area, and increase the overall impact, just like the name of the spell. Swing the Thor's hammer straight down. Malnia. At the moment, a huge and terrifying impact rushed straight out from the top of Mark's eye's curse, and hit the monster in one fell swoop. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 122. Dumbledore. The giant monster's huge body flew up involuntarily, and the crumbling wall behind him could not withstand this force at all, and collapsed with a bang. What happened? The professors who were still holding their magic wands looked at the smoke and dust in front of them, and swallowed subconsciously. When the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the scene below, Hermione, Harry and Ron had already vomited. I saw Mark's eye directly pierced the women's bathroom, leading all the way to the men's bathroom next door. All the compartments along the way were completely destroyed, while the giant monster was like a slice of broken meatloaf, inlaid with cracks. Men's bathroom on the wall. This is the finalized version of the Magic Mjolnir. The professors finally understood how Marx McClown defeated the giant monster. It's not the luck that McGonagall said, but the real strength of the real deal. But looking at the horror of the trolls, many professors were still bloodless. They may have experienced ordinary wizard battles, but the enemy can be directly shot into a bloody meatloaf with the great power of the crushing level, which not many professors have seen. Looking at Mark's eye, who was still calm and composed, the professors' reactions were inconsistent. It's just that, without exception, these reactions are filled with a sense of suspicion. How can such a powerful magic? They have not even heard of it. Mjolnir, is there such a powerful spell in the wizarding world? Not only the professors, but even Flitwick, who specializes in teaching curses, can't remember at all. There is no possibility that this is even lost magic. Is this his own magic? Snape's expression suddenly moved. If anyone knows Marx McClown's amazing talent best, then Snape, as the Dean of Marx McClown, must do his part. However, this idea was so shocking that even Snape himself couldn't believe it. Create your own magic in the first grade, and look at this power. Snape recalled the black magic that he was proud of. Although it was a student work, its attack power was among the top among the many black magic. But even if he personally uses Shenfeng Yuan to deal with giant monsters, he still needs to hit the key to be able to kill in one hit. How can it be like Mark's eye? As long as it hits, even the monster and the wall will be destroyed together. So terrifying. There was a pop in the air, and Dumbledore apparated. Upon hearing this voice, the professors knew that Dumbledore had come, and only Dumbledore could apparat in Hogwarts. Principal, Professor Dumbledore. The professors saluted, and Dumbledore nodded as he walked forward. I checked the school's defenses. There is no problem. Is the troll solved now? Albus, the troll now. McGonagall felt a little hard to speak. There is no need for McGonagall to continue. Dumbledore has seen it with his own eyes. This can be called a cruel picture, which made Dumbledore's pupils shrink slightly. In terms of consequences, the magic that can cause such a scene is enough to be classified as black magic. Severus, is this your masterpiece? Dumbledore looked at Snape. Snape snorted, and said with a slight sarcasm, "You are too dear to me, Dumbledore." Besides Mr. Marx, who is the most famous in the school, who else can do such a thing? Marx McClown. Dumbledore turned his head quickly and looked at Mark's eye standing in the center. This quick energy didn't look like an old man at all. What's the matter, Mr. Principal? Marx McClown said blankly, I want to kill the students. Shouldn't you look at me like that? Dumbledore seemed to react to his emotions, and instantly turned into a smile. Of course, Mr. Marx, he smiled. In order to reward your bravery, I will give Slytherin 30 points. No points are deducted. Ron heard incredulously, and then Dumbledore said again, and Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Harry, I also want to add 10 points to everyone for your courage. Snape staggered his eyes disdainfully, and Mark's eye's reaction this time was rarely consistent with Snape's. Damn, the three of them didn't do anything, and they still wanted to find a reason to force extra points. You all know that you are partial to Gryffindor, but should you be so obvious? Even now, Marx McClown can only sigh. The old man's face changed quickly and thick skin. Gryffindor got the same bonus points as Slytherin for no reason. Both Mark's eye and Snape's dissatisfaction with Dumbledore were in sight, but he did not give any explanation. P.S. 1. Regarding whether Dumbledore can apparat in Hogwarts, it seems that the novel version is different from the movie version. I remember that in the movie version Dumbledore told Harry when he apparated on campus, the principal has privileges. Of course, some people think that Dumbledore disarmed the anti-apparition device at the time, but the movie omitted it. Show it. However, I personally think that it is difficult to match Dumbledore's privilege of the principal by disabling the anti-phantom shifting device and reapparating. The privilege should be used when others can't do it. Only I do it, of words. Moreover, even if it was not shown due to limited space, Dumbledore could directly talk about the disarming of the antiphantom shifting device, instead of saying that it was privileged. Here I will temporarily take the setting of the movie version. In Hogwarts only Dumbledore can apparat. 2. Old Man. Does anyone remember the translation of Reunion 2 inches released in China? Chapter 123 solemnly declare that I refuse to trade. He just waved his broad sleeves. Well, now all the professors are invited back. The matter has been resolved, and the students are still worried. After hearing the words, the professors said goodbye to Dumbledore one after another, and took a deep look at Marks McClown, and each left with a fearful sigh and shaking their heads. Dumbledore looked at Harry again. Harry, don't you think it's time to take Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger home? Huh? Harry was stunned. Oh, yes, Professor. He hesitated to say something and looked at Marks McClown, and then took Ron with a dissatisfied face and left. Hermione also ran to Marks McClown with red eyes, and tightly held his hand, but said nothing. Seeing Hermione's still undry tears, Marks McClown reached out and gently wiped her away. It's okay, let's sleep well tonight, good night. Hermione nodded vigorously, and stopped firmly when passing by Dumbledore. Professor, if it weren't for Mark's eye today, I would have. I understand, Dumbledore waved. You go back first, Miss Granger. Reluctantly, Hermione finally turned her head and glanced at Marks McClown before leaving reluctantly. Cool Tiger, seeing that no one was around, Marks McClown shrugged and said, then can I go back now, Professor Dumbledore? I don't know what Dumbledore was doing when he left him. As soon as he thought of Dumbledore's sexual orientation, Mark's eye suddenly felt a chill. Dumbledore just wanted to speak, and Marks McClown already waved his hand. Refusal to trade. I solemnly declare that I refuse to trade. Dumbledore was startled. What deal? I just met good students and wanted to have a long conversation. Let's talk. Marks McClown smiled mockingly. This is awesome. It's the first time I have seen someone who chooses the place of the talk in the women's bathroom. Does Mr. Principal have any other special hobbies? Dumbledore was a little embarrassed to hear it. It was true that the occasion was not very respectable. But what are other special hobbies? Do I have any other special hobbies before this? Please forgive an old man's eagerness. Dumbledore coughed, and Marks McClown tweeted inwardly, and began to sell weakness to win sympathy. But Marks McClown didn't break him either, just looked at Dumbledore with his shoulders folded, waiting for him to have any tricks. Dumbledore did not continue to speak, but walked around the women's bathroom. Cool Tiger, oh look at this destructive power. Dumbledore exclaimed, the power of this curse is really powerful. You really surprised me, Mr. Marks. The power of magic has always been proportional to the power of magic. Obviously Dumbledore was referring to the power in this area. Although Dumbledore didn't mention what the spell itself was, Marks McClown believed that he had already seen that it was a magic of his own creation. Because it is impossible for Dumbledore to recognize the traces of magic, but there are very few magics that even Dumbledore does not recognize in the world. Dumbledore finally stopped. It's easy to sigh when you are old, but I am still very happy for Hogwarts to have such an excellent student as you. While talking, Dumbledore's face also showed a cooperative smile. But Mark's eye too was not so good at all. Although Dumbledore's face was full of smiles, his unsmiling pupils could not hide from Marks McClown's eyes. Dumbledore nodded again. Perhaps you are better than when Tom was in first grade. He can't use such powerful magic. Marks McClown's pupils shrank suddenly. Which Tom is Tom? Of course, there is no need to ask. But what does Dumbledore want to say? Why did you suddenly pull out a sensitive person like Voldemort? Marks McClown thought sharply in his mind about what Dumbledore wanted to suggest. Dumbledore had already changed the topic, but to talk about things back then, in an earlier period, I defeated the first Dark Lord at the time, Grindelwald. Then after this, I met Tom. Just then I had confirmed that this kid is likely to become the next scarier Dark Lord. Marks McClown squinted her eyes when she heard this. He had vaguely guessed what Dumbledore meant. Otherwise, without mentioning Voldemort's sensitivity, Grindelwald, who had a close relationship with Dumbledore, would not say it specifically without a special purpose. Oh, Marks McClown said, then why didn't you have a firm inner judgment at the time and dealt with him early? If you did that, then today's wizarding world would not have so many sacrifices. Dumbledore took a deep look at Marks McClown. It is true that I often confess for the sacrifice of the wizarding world, but you have to understand that anyone is innocent until he is determined to be guilty. Or it should be said that it was precisely because of my judgment that I chose to accept Tom. Because I was very young and energetic at the time, and I was too arrogant, thinking that I could rely on myself to prevent this judgment from becoming a reality. It's a pity that I have failed in reality. The topic has moved in a dangerous direction. Marks McClown's tone gradually cooled down. So now, do you want to prevent repeated mistakes from happening again? In Mark's eyes, although some aspects of Dumbledore are noble, but the fact that he is a thorough conspirator is completely undeniable. Dumbledore was accustomed to keeping everything in his hands and wanted to control everyone around him. While adhering to the justice he believed to be, he imposed the justice in his heart on the other party, thinking that everyone was as brave as he did to sacrifice. This tendency is very dangerous, enough to make many people who were close to Dumbledore dare not trust him in certain matters. In the past, even Harry's father thought that instead of choosing the secret person as Dumbledore, it was better to hand it over to his friends as more reliable, enough to see this. Chapter 124, Warning and Caution. No, of course not, Dumbledore said softly. Why do you think that, Mr. Marks? Marks McClown's pupils shrank slightly. Immediately afterwards, he was also full of perfunctory ha-ha. Young people always like to think and think. Presumably Professor Dumbledore, who is a past person, must know. Dumbledore smoked his old face. Why did you say this sentence from the mouth of a young man like you? But Dumbledore also understood that Marks McClown was keenly aware of his attitude and felt his vigilance. Sure enough, your talent is really good, almost surpassing anyone I have seen. Whether it is Tom or me, I want to be at the same age, not as good as you. Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh again. Marks McClown said with a face full of embarrassment, Don't dare to be. Seeing Mark's eye still wrangling with him, Dumbledore finally gave a serious expression. Marks McClown's smoothness and maturity were far beyond his imagination. In the end, Dumbledore had to take the initiative to go straight to the subject. A trace of recollection appeared in Dumbledore's eyes. I and the first Dark Lord Grindelwald are very good friends. Marks McClown curled his lips. Very good friends? I'm afraid it's more than just friendship. Dumbledore did not notice what Marks McClown was thinking, and continued, but as his best friend, I failed to prevent him from becoming the Dark Lord who endangered the world. This is the most guilty thing I regret most in my life. However, when I was determined to stop this tragedy on Tom, I failed again, whether it was to the innocent people who died, or to Tom himself. I am extremely ashamed. Until today, I saw you. After speaking, Dumbledore looked at Mark's eye quietly. Marks McClown also put away his hippie smile. Dumbledore's meaning has been expressed very clearly. After experiencing Grindelwald and Tom, Dumbledore finally understood one thing. That is, the person that he absolutely cannot control, is the person with the same level of talent as him. In the same way, Dumbledore recognized Marks McClown's talent, thinking that Marks McClown might grow to his level sooner or later. BBDH. From this moment on, Marks McClown has become one of the variables he can hardly control. Looking at Marks McClown's cold expression, Dumbledore finally said, however, it is not his ability that determines a person's fate, but his choice. I hope you can make the right choice. After that, Dumbledore turned and left silently until he disappeared at the end of the corridor. This talent may grow into Voldemort, or it may become me. Dumbledore believed in Marks's ingenuity and already understood what he meant. As expected of an cunning old fellow, I was almost convinced by him. Looking at Dumbledore's back, Marks McClown smiled slightly. Had Marks not been a traverser, without the confusion that is unique to people in this world, nor the ignorance that is unique to people of this age, then maybe Dumbledore would really have succeeded. But why did he come here to tell me this? Marks McClown meditated again. Is it because he saw something in me? Marks McClown knew very well that Dumbledore's remarks could be said to be a warning or a warning. Sure enough, I was a bit too eye-catching before. It was only then that Marks McClown realized that she was sweating coldly behind her back. Dumbledore is the most powerful white wizard in this century, and there is no one. The pressure on Mark's eye is far beyond that of the half-dead Voldemort. So sure enough, I am still too weak, and I need to become stronger. Thinking of this, Marks McClown pinched his eyebrows with a headache. Now Mark's eye's body, magical power and spirit are all up to level 3. Coupled with his various skills, there is no problem in fighting against any average adult wizard, and it is the kind that is likely to win. This kind of combat power will be shocked to anyone no matter it is, and no one can believe it. But not enough. Far from enough. If you want to face Dumbledore and Voldemort, this strength is far from enough. When he lowered the hand that pinched his eyebrows, Marks McClown's eyes were already much firmer. Time flies, and soon it's November, and snow begins to fall outside. The weather became colder, the mountain peaks surrounding the school became grey and cold, and the lake water froze like cold steel. Every morning, the ground is covered with white snow. Through the window upstairs, you can see Hagrid walking around in a moleskin coat, rabbit fur gloves, and huge beaver boots. But this point in time is of great significance to Hogwarts students, because the Quidditch game is coming. This weekend, after several weeks of hard training, Harry will participate in his first game. The first game was between Gryffindor and Slytherin. For the members of Gryffindor, they agreed that this was the most sinister match. Originally Harry was extremely talented, and Wood used to think of him as Gryffindor's secret weapon. However, after seeing Mark's eye's level, Wood and the others gave up this ridiculous pride, because Mark's eye is no longer the level of a secret weapon, but it is equivalent to directly confronting the final boss at the beginning. Tomorrow, the first Quidditch game will officially begin. Wood and everyone were sitting in the meeting room with a tired face. Not just him, almost all the Gryffindor players seemed to be hollowed out. "We know," George replied listlessly, "I just don't remember how many meetings you have." "Is it the 90th? Oh, shouldn't it be the 99th? Chapter 125 Cloud Knight Strategy Conference. Wood said tiredly. "Don't talk nonsense. At most only 20 meetings have been held. For the Gryffindor team to win, these are all necessary." Angelina almost fell asleep. McClown's ... Is it? But can we talk about something new and innovative? Don't talk about Mark's eye every time. Angelina, if someone can stop Mark's eye, of course I don't have to talk about him. Wood rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't want to mention that abnormal. But Marks McClown was so tough that he couldn't even mention it these days. Could only mention it repeatedly. After all, Mark's eye's strength is too terrifying, which invisibly brought a lot of pressure to the Gryffindor team. In addition, several consecutive meetings have catalyzed this pressure to the extreme. Without their knowledge, they subconsciously magnified Marks McClown's strength several times. We have already realized the horror of Mark's eye. Let's just talk about the topic. Alia took a deep breath. Wood nodded. As far as the last game between Mark's eye and Hisso, Mark's eye has used shuttle acceleration and Mad Dragon counterattack, as well as that terrifying tornado recovery technique. From my personal experience as a Quidditch player for many years, Mark's eye must have only so many things, otherwise he can't be called a human anymore. Wood silently added another sentence in his heart. Of course, there are so many people now that he can no longer be called a human. Hearing Wood's affirmative words, the Weasley brothers looked at each other. Why do you hear this so familiar? Have we heard similar words when we peaked? Wood coughed awkwardly and directly staggered the subject. But we can't be discouraged by this. On the contrary, we must be lucky, because Mark's eye's position is a very special position. He is a seeker, not the main force in the team. A skill is useless. Katie also asked strangely. That's right, Why is he going to play a seeker who can't play because he is so powerful? Everyone also looked at each other, their faces turned out to be puzzled. Wood said, I guess it must be because Slytherin wanted to play Mark's Eye as a whole card, so I first arranged a seeker's position to hide. As soon as this inference came out, the Gryffindors nodded their heads, feeling very reasonable. It's just that no one guessed that this position was strongly requested by Marks McClown herself. Seeing that everyone agreed with his point of view, Wood once again felt strategizing. HMPH. But the Slytherins absolutely never expected that this faint move of hiding Mark's Eye would push them into the abyss. Because without Mark's Eye and Hisso, the Slytherin team would simply unbearable. Wood's words seemed to make the Gryffindor players see the light. For a while, their trust in Wood and their sense of honor for Gryffindor came to mind again. Isn't this easier? The twins immediately said actively, we didn't use Harry as the final hole card, but we did our best at the beginning and caught Slytherin by surprise. George said more and more proudly, Harry's task is no longer to find the ball, but to contain Mark's Eye and prevent him from doing anything. Fred also has a sense of instructiveness. Just let Harry hold Mark's Eye, it is 10 times easier than let Harry defeat Mark's Eye. Harry didn't expect to mention himself suddenly, and said embarrassingly, but I don't think I can contain Mr. Marks. Mr. Marks is really amazing. Since the meeting, Harry has been thinking about Mark's Eye. There is no doubt that Marks McClown possesses the strength to make people jealous. And under Wood's nonsense analysis, Marks McClown, who is already a genius, has not slackened his training. This made Harry feel that Marks McClown was invincible at all. George shook his head. You must have confidence in yourself, Harry. You are the savior. Fred also added, McClowns, you just need to stare at Mark's Eye at the very beginning and prevent him from doing anything. It's easy, isn't it? Find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. George continued to make suggestions. When Mark's Eye breaks free from your stalking, you immediately inform us that we will completely intercept Mark's Eye. Fred concluded, as long as we successfully hold Mark's Eye, then we are equivalent to winning. The two brothers uttered their conclusions aloud, and invisibly regarded Mark's Eye as their worst enemy. When both of them were complacent, Wood suddenly said, no, it's impossible. Harry can't do it. Everyone looked at Wood at once. Wood shook his head. Even if Harry said he could do it, I wouldn't believe it. Alia frowned and said, perhaps Harry is indeed inferior to him, but Harry is indeed great. Can you give him some confidence? Wood laughed blankly. Alia, I didn't say that Harry is not good, but Marks McClown is better than him. Isn't this a fact that we recognize? Okay. Harry will start crying anymore. The twins sighed in disappointment. After ignoring Harry's I don't want to cry protest, the two brothers' eyes rolled up again. Well, let's think of a way to reduce Mark's Eye's influence on us. What do you think? If you fail to do anything, you can do it again. George and Fred firmly believe that their richness of ideas must be Hogwarts first. Wood was really interested. Do you have any good ideas? But doubts are unavoidable. Isn't it a silly idea? P.S. I went to the hospital 3 times to prescribe thousands of medicines, but the results were not good at all. I changed my top 3 houses today, but I don't know how to do it. However, the results of the examination will be out tomorrow. Chapter 126. Can't we speak English well? George winked his eyes. Why don't we arrange some people to give him a little trouble? As soon as Fred heard what George said, he couldn't wait to say, McClowns, as long as it is handed over to me and George, it will be fine. He winked at George. Pranking is our favorite. George returned Fred with a smirk. Harry hesitated. Stop it. Otherwise, don't we just talk to you. That insidious and cunning Hisso. Big mistake. George looked righteous and awe-inspiring. We did this to deal with the group of poisonous snakes. The nature of the two is different. But Katie frowned and said in advance, please, you guys don't have 4 or 8-0. Is there any other better way to win the game? But Wood made a decision directly. Do as they say, just use this method. Are you serious, Wood? Angelina looked at Wood incredulously, and Wood made a fist. The Slytherin team was disgusting our team last year. Now Hisso is no longer the captain of the Slytherin team. It's time to replace our team disgusting Slytherin team. Up. On the other side, George and Fred were already high-fiving the rest of the players. Guys, we will definitely succeed this time. McClowns, this year's Quidditch trophy will finally belong to our Gryffindor. Never let those dark vipers get it. The players were chatting and laughing. The idea of the entire Gryffindor team is the same. As long as Mark's eye is contained, the Slytherin is like a snake with its fangs pulled out. It is completely unfounded, and they will naturally win. Only Harry was a little frustrated, but he still tried to control himself not to show it. Although Wood regarded him as a trump card, in Wood's heart, he was still no match for Mark's eye after all. But this is of course, because Mr. Marks is really amazing. I just don't know, when will I become as good as him? Go back and have a good rest, get ready for tomorrow's game, and recharge your energy. Wood clapped his hands to signal the end of the meeting. Harry also walked slowly towards the Quidditch stadium, where he wanted to practice flying more. Although Harry did admire Mark's eye very much, but in the same way, Harry had a stubbornness in his heart, and he didn't want to lose to Mark's eye. Cool Tiger. Originally, in other aspects, Mark's eye was so shining that he could only look up. At the very least, in terms of Quidditch, which I am best at, I must catch up with Marks McClown's back. In fact, he didn't quite agree with George and Fred's plan, but Harry himself couldn't think of a better way, so he had no choice but to follow this plan. Mr. Marks should also practice hard in unknown places at this time, right? Harry couldn't help but think that according to Wood and others, such a diligent Marks eye should now be actively training for tomorrow's game. Unbeknownst to Harry, Mark's eye was yawning in Snape's office at the moment. Marks McClown, do you know why I called you here? Seeing Marks McClown's inattentive appearance, Snape took a few breaths, then he lowered his face and asked Marks McClown. Professor, if you have something to say, just say it directly. I don't quite understand what you mean. Marks McClown yawned again, wondering why she didn't know before. This deadly Tsndir talked so like to whistle and whimper. Mark's eye naturally knew what Snape asked him to do. Tomorrow was the Quidditch match, and Snape called Mark's eye over. It must be for the Quidditch match. But Marks McClown just couldn't help but want to tease him. Tease this Slytherin dean. Snape's anger towards Mark's eye had reached its peak. Since the beginning of school, Mark's eye had been asking Snape for things and couldn't stop. If Snape hadn't heard Mark's eye making big news for a while now, he would think he was daydreaming. The smiling young man in front of him was simply Slytherin's shit cutter. Marks McClown, don't tell me, you don't know what day is tomorrow. However, Snape didn't get angry, but appeared patient. This made Marks McClown a little surprised. Did Snape's brain burn out today? Why doesn't it seem normal? What day? Marks McClown actually made a respectful look. Do you have to force me to tell you directly every time? This kind of knowing question made Snape extremely angry, and he felt that Marks McClown really did not let go of any chance of stigmatizing him. Marks McClown, don't pretend to be a fool. The victory of the Quidditch game was about Snape's own face and the capital he had when meeting with the school professors. If he wins, he can laugh at others, and if he loses, he can only be laughed at by others. No one wants to be laughed at. They just want to laugh at others, let alone Snape. Marks McClown smiled gracefully. Dear Dean, I really don't understand what you are talking about. Please don't embarrass your lovely student. Can't we speak English well? Snape almost wanted to spit on the ground when he heard it. Lovely student? How cute is a student like you? A freshman who just enrolled in 3.9, defeated all the prefects of the academy in the morning, unified Slytherin, and then worked with himself in a blink of an eye in the afternoon. Can this Nima be a lovely student? Tomorrow is the Quidditch game. Snape snorted coldly. Don't forget your promise to me. And how did I hear that you, as the captain, almost never attended the team's training? No way, Professor. You know him very busy. Marks McClown sure said in a serious manner, even with a very aggrieved look. Chapter 127. This made Snape want to grab his wand and cast a few evil curses on Mark's eye. Busy yourself. In the morning Snape searched the academy but couldn't find Marks McClown. In the end, he found out that Marks McClown was returning from the library, which originally made Snape feel a little relieved. I didn't think that after asking Mark's eye in person, Snape knew that he was sleeping in the library because it was cooler and quieter. Snape's belly is almost mad. Can't you find a reason to justify it? Do you have to be so honest? This was more uncomfortable than slapped him in the face in front of Snape. Snape yelled and brought Mark's eye to the office. And such a person is ashamed to say that he is busy now. Are you busy? Are you busy sleeping in the library? Snape trembled, and he felt that he was about to stop his right hand, desperate to use black magic. But after all, Snape held back. Regarding this point, even Snape himself was surprised. 11. Marks McClown's attitude really made him feel unusually annoyed, and his chest was ignited and exploded by the anger. In the past, Snape was so angry that Marks McClown had been driven out of the office. I don't know why, this anger is just not burning and not exploding. Thinking of this, Snape realized a terrible thing. Doesn't this mean that his tolerance limit is constantly increasing? Snape is becoming more and more tolerant now, because Marks McClown is constantly refreshing his tolerance limit. If this continues, Mark's eye will become more lawless. Snape didn't want to see such a day, absolutely not. But before Marks McClown spoke, Zysar suddenly knocked on the door and ran over. Sorry Professor, I heard that the boss is here. Snape gave him a cold look. If you have something to say, hurry up. That's the case, I want to ask the boss. Should we organize the team members to have a meeting together? Marks McClown also glanced at him, and then said to Snape, did Mr. Dean always care about Quidditch matters? Then I think you won't mind. I will go to a meeting for Quidditch victory. Instead of wasting time here, you better fulfill your promise. Snape nodded with a sullen face, then rolled away in his dark wizard robe and strode away. Marks McClown smiled. It seems that Snape really cares about face. Caesar quickly said, I just received news that that stupid Wood is calling the Gryffindor team members for a meeting, so I think we should also. What meeting? Marks McClown rolled his eyes. Go back to sleep. Caesar was stunned. But didn't you tell Professor Snape just now? Official rhetoric? Do you understand the official rhetoric? Marks McClown said, no one likes to face his old face like a rag for a long time. It's hard to find a reason to get out. Of course you have to make good use of it. Zysar stayed on the spot, suddenly cold, and watched vigilantly to see if Snape had gone back. Only the boss dared to say so openly about Professor Snape in Professor Snape's office. Caesar wiped his sweat nervously when he thought of this. Marks McClown didn't care, and patted Zysar on the shoulder. You also go Zysar, do the final relaxation before the game. You have to play well tomorrow. On the second day, the Hogwarts Quidditch match, which was watched by millions of people, finally officially started. The students from various colleges and universities got up early and came to the auditorium, wanting to occupy a good position to watch the game. Look, the Gryffindor team is on the court. The Gryffindors led by Wood lined up, all neatly holding broomsticks, looking arrogant. Is that the legendary savior Harry Potter? It seems nothing special. You can't look good. I heard that the talent he showed during training is terrifying. The audience was discussing with enthusiasm that Quidditch is like a hybrid of the World Cup and the NBA for wizards, and is always the biggest hot spot. The Slytherin team is also on the field. Sitting in the auditorium, Hermione stood up excitedly, making everyone around her give her a strange look. This girl is clearly surrounded by a scarf with a Gryffindor badge. How come I see the Slytherin team so excited? Looking at the position of the captain, It really isn't Hisoso anymore. The sharp-eyed students immediately saw Marks McClown in a daunting manner. It has really become a cloud night like the rumor. Marks McClown, you said that Marks McClown who defeated all the prefects. McClown, it's him. Didn't you expect him to shine so much even on Quidditch? You are thinking too much, a student immediately asked. Have you never heard of it? As the captain of the Slytherin team, he has not even organized a training. 603. A Hufflepuff student next to him was surprised. No, isn't the Slytherin team miserable? It actually has such a captain. McClown, yeah, before he became the captain, that guy was a lazy guy who never trained. Ron suddenly intervened, with an expression of understanding. It was almost impossible to write "I have private goods" on the face, which naturally attracted the attention of a large number of students. Hermione glared at him angrily, and Ron was not afraid. I didn't lie again. Couldn't someone tell him he is lazy? Hermione was about to retort, when a cold and bitter voice came in. He's right. Marks McClown is a lazy and arrogant fool. Even Ron was taken aback. I didn't say Marks McClown was arrogant and stupid. Everyone followed the prestige in surprise, and they felt cold. Chapter 128 Start. Because of the resentment contained in this passage, people just can't help but shudder and feel chilly. Who is it that has such a bitter feelings for Marks McClown? I saw the person who was talking wearing the scarf of Slytherin College. His face was somber. Looking at his face again, several students around already stood up in surprise. You are the former captain of the Slytherin team, Hisoso Gata. The speaker was Hisoso, and everyone could understand why his words were so vicious. Marks McClown is arrogant. One day he will suffer the consequences. Hisuo cursed like a machine gun. The Slytherin team led by him will only go to ruin. Seeing Hisoso slap the Slytherin team so badly, everyone immediately became interested. The man who was the former captain of the Slytherin team should be more accurate in his dry goods. Seeing everyone noticed him, Hisuo cursed even more vigorously. It was because I accused him of not coming to train every day, so he used power to get rid of the captain. Look, there is no Slater for me. Team Lin will definitely lose. Was the inside story behind the change of captain like this? Everyone who heard the words seemed to have heard some big news, and their eyes became more excited. Cool Tiger, of course, some sane students questioned. If you want the Slytherin players to convince the crowd, power alone is not enough. McClowns, there must be a certain level of strength as a basis. I think it is certainly not easy for him to be the captain. Furthermore, Hisuo was driven down by Marks McClown, so he would never have any good things to say about Marks McClown. Isn't that obvious? However, these arguments were all covered by a louder voice. Come on, Marks. I was specially recruited to the Slytherin team because of his talent. I have heard of this. A genius who can slack off training will only waste talent. McClowns, don't go to training at all. Even if he is a genius, he can't go far. Hey. I can foresee the scene where the genius will fall because of this. People who sigh, those who feel pity, or those who gloat for misfortune are everywhere in the audience. Regarding their unattainable talents, some people would regret that Marks McClown's talents were wasted abruptly, but more people would only be grateful that the talents they could not have were destroyed by Marks McClown himself. Sure enough, they are all just children, each with a narrow vision and dull vision. No one knew that in the faculty seat, a voice that seemed to be looking down at a ridiculous ant laughed. Cool Tiger, you are talking about my master. The sound came from behind Kiluo's head, and Kiluo hurriedly followed carefully after hearing the words. Voldemort snorted, you are included, idiot. Ordinary people will do nothing but jealous of geniuses. Kiluo accompanied with a smile and said, that's that. After all, no one can have your talents, and naturally they are not as good as your vision. Less compliments. Voldemort yelled, are you ready for what I asked you to do? Quirrell hurriedly replied, McClown's master. Once Harry Potter rises into the sky, I will curse him and let him fall and die. Very well, remember to hide yourself. Voldemort smiled with satisfaction, and gradually fell into a deep sleep, because Dumbledore and others had already been seated at this moment. Quirrell felt sweat dripping from his back at this time. As the host of Voldemort, he stayed by Dumbledore at all times, no less than the most terrifying thing in the world. As the focus of the discussion, Marks McClown led the team to the Gryffindor team. Is this Mark's eye? It was the first time that Wood observed Mark's eye up close, but Mark's eye's lack of interest still angered all Gryffindors. It looks like you are really relying on your own technology and don't put us in your eyes. I promise you will definitely regret it, Wood thought viciously in his heart. The Gryffindor players are also passionate, but in their hearts, they have a subtle sense of excitement. Just take advantage of yourself now. We have already prepared a plan specifically to deal with you. I really want to see your surprised and angry expression at that time. But this time the Gryffindor players were really wronged. Marks McClown didn't show disdain for the Gryffindor team in this way, but really showed no interest in Quidditch. He just wants to end the game early, the sooner the better. I hope you won't regret your attitude now. As the captain of the Gryffindor team, Wood shook hands with the captain of the Slytherin team, Marks McClown, as usual. Marks McClown raised her eyebrows. Oh. Then please make me regret it the better. Wood's expression became gloomy, and Lee Jordan's passionate commentary had resounded throughout the audience. Hello, everyone. Good day, dear professors. What you are watching now is Hogwarts' first Quidditch match this year, Slytherin vs. Gryffindor. As soon as the voice fell, a cheer broke out from the audience. Now that the captains of both sides have shaken hands, I don't know if there is any spark between the two, Lee said passionately. Then it is time for the players of the two teams to lift off. By the way, this year's The Lettering team has changed its captain. This incident has spread throughout the school, so not many people were surprised. Lee continued, I think this is really good news, especially for the other three colleges. After all, the students who were injured by fouls this year, the ratio will definitely be greatly reduced. Jordan. Madame Hooch scolded. The commentary remains neutral. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 129, Mysterious Action. Lee spread his hands and said, Oh, okay, Professor, although I just told the truth. But I especially want to know if the strategy of the Slytherin team will continue when the captain is changed to Mark's eye. Keep fouling the main thing? Isn't Slytherin who is a weapon without fouls? Madame Hooch couldn't bear it. Jordan. I'm sorry, Professor. Lee finally constrained himself. Then now I announce that the Quidditch competition officially begins. Let's go. Marks McClown gave an order and led the Slytherin team to take the lead. Wood looked at the Slytherin team flying into the sky, took a deep breath and returned to his team. Everyone, be careful. This game is not easy to play. Fred patted his chest. You have said it many times. Don't worry. Didn't you say it will be given to me and George? George also pushed his chest vigorously, trying to show that he was reliable. Katie smiled and said, Captain, you have to have confidence in us. We are not so easy to lose. Ailey also nodded aside. Marks McClown is not invincible. We can't be cowardly before we fight, otherwise how will we fight this game? Besides, don't we all have a plan to deal with Mark's eye? Why are we so nervous? Angelina smiled and leaned forward. Harry also looked at Wood firmly and said, Captain, I will work hard. Wood finally smiled. You are right, now is not the time to look forward and backward. Let us work hard together. After all, Wood stretched out his right hand. Hardy took advantage of his hands. George and Fred nodded firmly and joined hands. Katie, Angelina, Alia and others looked at each other and smiled, and they all put their hands together. Come on, the seven shouted. Go. Wood rode on the broom and was the first to fly into the sky. Harry took a deep breath, looked at the expressionless Mark's eye in the sky, and shook his head fiercely. Putting aside any thoughts, he took a deep breath and rode on the broomstick. The Gryffindor team has all lifted off, facing the Slytherin team. The eyes of the players of the two teams are full of desire for victory, and the scorching gaze crosses in the air. A faint smell of gunpowder spreads. Look! The game has started. With the launch of the two teams and Mrs. Hooch's whistle, the audience were all excited. I said that 1,000 words and 10,000 are good. No matter how you discuss it, it is definitely not as good as watching the game live. So is Markseye a parallel import? Which team will win this year? What are the countermeasures for the two teams? With thousands of questions, everyone held their breath and looked into the court, and their hearts were full of expectations for the fierce confrontation that followed. Only his painting style is very different from the surroundings. Hisuo looked even more haggard than before, not at all the vigorous aura of the past, but a gloomy temperament. He just stared at the game fiercely, imagining in his heart that if there were no Markseye, then he should be leading the Slytherin team on the stage now. If there is no Markseye, then the audience on the field will discuss his deeds. If there were no Markseye, I would not sit here like a falling dog. The more he thought about it, the more anger he got. Hisuo clenched his fists. His blue veins burst out, bloodshots covered his entire eyeballs, and his mind kept screaming. The Slytherin team would never win without me. Markseye, you must die. At this highly anticipated moment, a gloomy figure outside the faculty seat but also stared coldly at the two confronting teams in the sky. Professor Quirrell, a student next to him, asked strangely, "Why are you standing here? Should you have a better view of the faculty and staff position?" Quirrell glanced at the student coldly. His eyes seemed to be a cold poisonous snake spitting out snake letter. The student who asked the question suddenly felt that the surrounding air was a few degrees colder, and had a lingering fear in a cold sweat, and walked away feeling boring. Quirrell turned his head back and looked dangerously at Harry in the air. "I must finish what the master told me." Harry didn't know he was in danger. He just kept staring at Markseye nervously, not even paying attention to the whereabouts of the golden snitch. Must be optimistic about Mr. Marks. Pay attention to what he might have. As soon as he thought of this, Harry felt a phantom flash before his eyes, and Markseye suddenly disappeared. What? Harry couldn't help but froze for half a second. The game just started. What did Marks McClown run around as a seeker? As we all know, the best decision for a seeker in the opening game is to stay at the highest point so that the line of sight can be steadily overlooking the audience looking for the golden snitch. But Marks McClown completely broke the rules of this convention. Besides, his speed is too fast. Soon Harry almost couldn't react. Bad. After Harry realized that Markseye was gone, when he saw Markseye again, he had been pulled a long distance away. No. Chase it. Wood and the others were all stunned when they saw this. Why didn't Marks McClown play his cards according to his routine? Not only the players of the Gryffindor team, but the students in the audience are also confused. Ilgo, Markseye moved around at the beginning. What is this going to do? He won't be a seeker, but he doesn't even know what a seeker should do. I don't think he understands at all. He will only make a reckless mess. When everyone thought of Markseye's various rumors before the start of the game, and the so-called truth revealed by Hisuo, they immediately felt that they had confirmed this with their own eyes. Just when Harry was anxious to lose sight of Markseye, just when George and Fred made up their minds to catch up with Markseye and implement the harassment plan, and when Wood was still contemplating Markseye's conspiracy, it was when all the students booed. Just as Quirrell opened his mouth to chant the evil curse, Marks McClown stopped suddenly. He controlled the Light Wheel 2000 in a beautiful place to turn around, facing the people who came after him. Then Marks McClown spread out his hand, and a small golden ball was lying quietly in the palm of his hand. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 130. When Wood saw Markseye stop, he was happy, thinking that the momentum of their team had stopped Markseye. All of a sudden the whole team chased one person, and it was really stressful on the surface. That being said, their strategy against Markseye really worked. Wood was about to speak confidently, and then he saw Marks McClown turn around. Then there is no more. Wood's words froze in his throat, and he couldn't send it out. Okay, Can the game be over? Marks McClown bumped the golden snitch in his hand. The entire Gryffindor team rubbed their eyes in disbelief to make sure that they were not mistaken or had any hallucinations. Less than 10 seconds after the start of the game, Marks McClown actually caught the golden snitch directly. This won't it? Even the commentator Lee was dumbfounded on the spot. But a few seconds later, his uncontrollable excitement screamed throughout the audience. Oh my god, Merlin is here. I can't believe my eyes. Slytherin team captain and seeker Marks McClown has caught the golden snitch and the Slytherin team scored 150 points directly. Li's words seemed to ignite the fuse, and immediately detonated the audience. The students who are looking forward to watching a battle are dumbfounded. Quirrell, who was about to take the opportunity to chant a curse at Harry, was dumbfounded. Even the professors were completely dumbfounded with their open mouths. Merlin's beard. Flitwick muttered to himself in shock, I have lived for so long, as if I have never seen it before, and can directly catch the Quidditch match of the Golden Snitch in such a short time at the opening. Right? McGonagall couldn't help it anymore. What the hell is going on? This is not to the extent that you have seen it, but there has never been a game to catch the Golden Snitch so quickly in history. All the professors couldn't help looking at Snape, and even Dumbledore rarely showed a hint of surprise. Snape, who was being watched by everyone, kept his usual facial paralyzed face. In fact, his heart was upset. So proud. But keep it cold. It's nothing, Snape said nonchalantly. It's just the students of our academy. The game finally played normally. Hearing Snape's words, almost every professor wanted to spray him. This is called normal play? Before you say such shameless words, pay attention to your pretending to be cold and deformed tone. Lord Master please forgive me. Quirrell, who was on the court, turned pale with naked eyes. The game ended so quickly, he had no chance to complete the order given by Voldemort. But Voldemort wouldn't care about him. Thinking of what kind of punishment Voldemort would punish him, Quirrell's body trembled uncontrollably. Cloud Knight. It was as if a voice from hell squeezed out of Quirrell's mouth. It's all him. It's all because of him. It's all his fault. That's why I couldn't complete the master's task. It's okay to declare like this, Professor. After shouting excitedly, Lee seemed to have just thought of it, and looked at Madame Huochi to ask. Madame Hooch blinked, as if she hadn't reacted yet. There has never been such a precedent in history, so even Mrs. Hooch, who loves Quidditch very much, is a bit at a loss for a while. Probably. No problem, right? After receiving Mrs. Hooch's seemingly consensual answer, Lee was shocked. This year's Slytherin team really surprised everyone, especially Marks McClown, who has the dual roles of seeker and captain, has made everyone even more happy. It shines. So I officially announce here that the ultimate winner of this game is the Slytherin team. This announcement once again made the audience boil. The players of the Gryffindor team turned pale after hearing Lee's voice. Obviously even Madame Huochi recognized Marks McClown's incredible catch. Find flowers middle dot. Both George and Fred looked at Marks-I flying back to the Slytherin team in disintegration. They felt that their previous discussions were like a clown's performance. Now all the tactics they have come up with are all in vain. These are just useless preparations to face Marks-I. Sure enough, I am far from Mr. Marks. Harry was the most lost and the most stressed of all, not only because he is the same as Marks-I's first-year Quidditch trick, but also because he is a seeker like Marks-I. But now, let alone staring at or obstructing Marks-I, he has become a foil and decoration for Marks-I throughout the game. Boss. Team leader. As soon as Marks McClown flew back to the Slytherin team, the players led by Ike Sizar and Steve greeted them with excitement. Everyone's face is full of naked eye pride. This is their captain. This is their trump card. If you talk about feelings of loss, in fact, there is still a little bit, because there are clouds and nights. they are useless at all. However, this reaction still made all members of the Gryffindor team feel very abnormal. Marks McClown caught the golden snitch so quickly. Why are you not surprised at all? Not shocked at all? Wood was completely puzzled. He couldn't imagine what the usual Slytherin team went through before he was not shocked by Marks McClown's record. Hogwarts' first Quidditch game ended in this explosive debate. This can be described as recent years. No, it was the most controversial Quidditch game at Hogwarts in the past 10 years. It has even become a legend, widely circulated among every student in the 4 colleges. Chapter 131, Perplexity Rekindled. My God! Did you watch the game between Gryffindor and Slytherin? Does this still need to be asked? Of course I went to see it the first time, although I didn't have time to watch it at the time. All of you are talking every day, and my ears are calluses. It is no different from going to watch. Please. That Marks I caught the golden snitch within 10 seconds of the opening. This kind of miracle is uncomfortable for a day. Hisuo walked through the corridor with a sullen face, and all the sounds in his ears were about Marks I and the game. He couldn't help but think of his shameful behavior that day, when Hisuo even stared out. This is simply the perfect slap on the face of Hisuo's remarks before the game. But how can 4-4-3 be possible? This is totally unreasonable. But even if Hisuo struggled, no one would care about him anymore. As Marks McClown's strength showed, what Hisuo did was nothing but the jealousy and resentment of the loser. It's not worth mentioning, just a funny face like a clown. It seems that this time Hogwarts will become famous in the wizarding world of the whole UK. It's not just the whole of Britain. I think the wizarding world in Europe and the whole world will remember Hogwarts for today's Quidditch match. Is it so exaggerated? Just because Marks I caught the golden snitch too fast. In the face of the skeptical student, the senior Hufflepuff student wanted to educate him so that he could understand how Marks McClown's catch was a miracle that would be recorded in the history of Quidditch. Cool Tiger, but at this moment, Hisuo, who had become more and more unbearable, finally broke out. You idiots! Do you really think that is Marks I's strength? The people in the hallway were so startled by Hisuo, they couldn't help stopping and looked over. You. Who are you? What do we think about you? The interrupted Hufflepuff senior finally recovered and looked over dissatisfied. But at a glance, he immediately silenced. Hisuo? You said Hisuo? The schoolboy said ignorantly. Is that the former captain of the Slytherin team? McClowns, it's him. That sad loser. Hufflepuff's seniors have put on mocking faces. The reason why he silenced his voice just now was not because he was afraid of Hisuo, but because it was too sudden. Plus Cool Tiger. Not only him, but the students who were scared by Hisuo in the hallway began to talk very dissatisfied. Who I thought it was Hisuo. It's a shame that he still has a face to show up. Shut up all of you. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up! Hisuo shouted angrily as he listened. Not long ago, he was still the captain of the Slytherin team, and now he has fallen to this point because of Marks I. It's you who should shut up. Ravenclaw's students sneered again. I have just been defeated by Marks I. Have you started to discredit his strength everywhere? Hisuo said angrily. Then I'll ask you, besides Marks I, which seeker have you ever seen to do this? Unexpectedly, after Hisuo's rhetorical question, none of the students spoke out. Right at the beginning of the game, I caught the golden snitch in an instant. It seemed that apart from Marks I had never heard of any seeker who did it. When Hisuo saw this, he said more vigorously, I caught the golden snitch instantly within 10 seconds of the opening. It's ridiculous. You can still regard this as his strength. Even the players in the World Cup can't do it. So why can Marks I do it? This kind of absolutely impossible thing, besides Marks I's luck, is there any other explanation? As he said, Hisuo already slapped the wall excitedly. The students who had been ridiculing him before all looked at each other. It seems Hisuo still has such a truth. It's just that Marks I's pioneering work was so explosive that they all entered a state of enthusiasm, so they couldn't think about it for a while. If you think about it carefully, Markseye is still only a student at school. This can do things that World Cup players can't do. Is it possible that those World Cup players are all vegetarian? Does Markseye really depend on luck? Gryffindor students have already murmured. To be honest, he couldn't accept it. His academy actually lost such a thing as soon as the game started. Of course, he was more willing to believe Hisoso's statement. With the first person beginning, the rest of the students also calmed down. It should be luck. Otherwise, I think it's impossible to do whatever I think. How good is Markseye's luck? Hearing the discussion sounded again, the sneer at the corner of Hisoso's mouth could no longer cover up. Well, this is the development. In any case, public opinion has been guided by me. From this point of view, then I am the real winner than Zanai. It's a pity that Hisu doesn't know what the spiritual victory method is, but it is true that the suspicion that was previously covered up has reappeared in the hearts of the teachers and students of the school. Does Marks McClown have real hard power, or is he just a mere illusion? The matter of the golden snitch can be considered luck, and the true level of Markseye is not seen at all at 4.5. But because of this, the game ended too quickly, and there was no time to see Markseye's Quidditch level. The Quidditch match, which the four academies all cared about, was worthless in Markseye's heart, and he was quickly left behind. Now Marks McClown is taking the time to study the tips of the division system. As Markseye roughly expected before, it turned out that for the victory of this Quidditch match, the military division system did not give any rewards. It is estimated that it will be merged with the future Quidditch competition, and the final rewards will be uniformly distributed after a series of matches are completed. As for the monsters that were killed not long ago, they generously provided Marks McClown with 400 potential points, which just happened to be rich, and Marks McClown ran out of wallet. Chapter 132. Conclusive evidence. Now that there was nothing to look forward to in the division system, Marks McClown felt that it was time for him to go to Snape to collect what he deserved. Plus cool, Tiger. Thinking of seeing Snape's face become embarrassing again, Marks McClown couldn't help but feel refreshed. In Snape's office, there was still a mess of bottles and jars arranged randomly, and there was an unpleasant smell of many medicinal materials. Snape was carefully observing an insect-like and non-worm-like herb from his seat, and there was no description of a similar herb in the potions book. Open the door, the community sends warmth. Although there was still a courteous knock on the door, what Marks McClown said in his mouth seemed not quite right. Snape, who was immersed in his own world, shook his hands suddenly, obviously startled by Marks McClown. Cloud Knight. Pushing the door open, 11 could see Snape's distorted and hollow face, obviously in anger. But Marks McClown did knock on the door politely, and Snape couldn't find any reason to curse for a while, and couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. As soon as you walked in, you called me so loudly, Mr. Dean, you are too enthusiastic. You will make me a little embarrassed. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown's next words even made Snape vomit blood. Could it be that I helped the college win over Gryffindor, so even Professor Snape couldn't suppress the hot blood surging under the surface? Listen to my voice. Snape squeezed out word by word. Is it like a passionate voice? Cut. Marks McClown curled his lips. It's really chilling to face the great hero. I thought that at least a medal like Slytherin top 10 student would be issued. Snape's expressionless face twitched fiercely. Nothing like that. Originally, because Marks McClown gave him a big face, Snape once considered whether he should have a better attitude towards Marks McClown. Now it seems that I still don't want it. Okay, no joke. Marks McClown closed the door and sat directly across from Snape. I knocked on the door a while ago. You didn't hear it. You can't blame me, right? Snape seemed to be strangling his throat. His already angry face turned purple. You knocked at the door, but you can hear it by covering up with your loud voice. This is equivalent to not hitting it. Snape was very sure that Marks McClown was absolutely deliberate, and he knew very well that Marks McClown would definitely be a good guarantee for his education as a pure-blooded nobleman. Marks McClown seemed to have nothing to do with her, and she looked at Snape's office. "Mr. Dean, your office is messy and smelly like a garbage dump. Won't you clean it up?" "This has nothing to do with you." Snape kept his gloomy face dripping with water, and said coldly, "If you have anything, just say, 'Get out of me,' if there is nothing." Marks McClown smiled and said, "Dear Professor Snape, I must have something important when I came to see you." Snape tried to calm his emotions and sat down in his seat. He had already guessed Marks McClown's intentions. Didn't he just come over and let himself explain the knowledge of potions to him? This was Snape's promise to Marks-Eye. As long as Marks-Eye can join the Slytherin Quidditch team and win the game, he will give Marks-Eye an extra focus on potions. It was just that Snape's decision, which had been entangled for a few days after thinking, was completed by Marks-Eye in just 10 seconds, which undoubtedly made Snape feel like he was being tricked. "If there is anything important, let's talk about it." Snape made up his mind not to compromise easily. How could Marks McClown not know what the old fox was thinking, and said simply and directly, "Not only did I participate in the Quidditch team as promised, but I also helped you win the Quidditch match. You must teach me extra knowledge of potions. Is it our agreement?" Snape sneered. "Oh? Do we have such an agreement? I don't have a very good memory. I may have to think about it before I remember." Snape got up and made a please gesture. "You better ask back first, the famous Mr. Marks." Snape stared at Marks McClown's face, expecting to see an angry expression on Marks McClown's face. Even a slight surprise was enough to make Snape's heart upset. Marks McClown smiled dumbly and instantly shattered Snape's expectation. He just pulled out his wand and waved it randomly in Snape's wary eyes. "Are you already regretting what happened the day before yesterday? I can join Slytherin's Quidditch school team, and it is the same as my previous promise to help Slytherin win the championship. As long as you can teach Potter, then I promise you." "Of course, I must help Slytherin win the championship." 390. The first two sentences were Marks-Eye's voice, and the last sentence was already Snape's hoarse voice. Marks McClown smiled and looked at Snape, whose face was flushed. "I want to come to teach the tricks of recording magic. You don't always care about it, right?" Snape's face looked a little more ugly. "But this recording, I wonder if it can bring back the memory of the professor? If it can't, I can also take it to the principal to listen to it. Professor Dumbledore is so magical and will definitely help you restore your memory." Boom! Snape patted the table hard. Enough. His remarks were meant to be directed at Gryffindor and Harry nakedly. Although it wouldn't be very good to be heard by others, it was a very bad influence after all. "Professor Snape." Marks McClown also became serious. "Don't play any tricks between you and me. I have fulfilled my promise. Next, it's your turn. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 133. Come and join the book world. Snape took a deep look at Marks-Eye, and knew that he couldn't cause any trouble, so he took a deep breath. "Marks McClown, do you think that potions are as simple as you think? It involves reading countless books, collecting countless materials, and accumulating experience that can only be successful through countless experiments. You think you just have time to ask me to open a small stove? Can you understand the profound knowledge of potions? Nonsense." Marks McClown said mercilessly, "I can figure it out by myself if I can figure it out easily. Do I need to ask you to teach it?" Snape had a tendency to run away again, and sneered, "Very well, I can teach you the subtle techniques of medicine, but I don't expect you to truly understand the beauty of potion technology." Stop. Your time and mine are very valuable, so stop talking nonsense. Just focus on the main point. Marks McClown changed a comfortable posture and sat down, looking lazy. Snape flicked his large wizard uniform and took a deep breath. But now that he agreed to Marks-Eye and couldn't go back, Snape explained in earnest. The so-called potion is a potion with various functions made by a wizard using various magical raw materials. For most wizards, a good potion can not only enhance their own strength, but also heal themselves. so it has become a magic item carried by many wizards. Marks McClown interrupted him hurriedly. You will know your lessons based on these basics. I need to know a little more esoteric knowledge. Plus, Snape furiously said, the charm of a potion lies in its foundation. Countless potion materials can produce different effects through different combinations and different dosages. If you want to learn potions, you must start from the most boring get to know the potion materials. Marks McClown shook his head and said, this is not necessary at all. I don't need to learn the most basic potion materials. Starting to continue your arrogance, I just want to tell you that this doesn't work for me. Snape was incredibly disdainful. You ignorant idiot. You want to learn potions, and you want to skip the basic potions. What should I say to you? It's like wanting to cast a spell, but you don't even want a wand. Bye. But this time Marks McClown didn't bicker, but looked at Snape seriously. I said that I didn't need to learn the basic potion materials because I could already recognize the basic potion materials. Snape seemed to hear the biggest joke of the year, and the cold irony appeared on his face without any cover. I have never heard such arrogant words. Even I, Severus Snape, dare not say that I can recognize all the potion materials, let alone you, a kid who doesn't know how serious it is. Speaking of the potions he was most proud of, Snape had incredible confidence. Marks McClown shook his head, stared at Snape's eyes, and said every word. I have already said, I can recognize all the potion materials. Snape fell silent and looked closely at Marks McClown's serious eyes. Originally, what Marks I said, Snape would only regard it as a ridiculous dream on weekdays. But Marks McClown's calm eyes caused Snape to set off a huge wave in his heart, and he couldn't help thinking in a certain direction. Does he really recognize all the potion materials? Snape had seen Marks' abilities a long time ago, whether it was curse attainment, physical fitness, or Quidditch technique. This kid had shown countless miracles. Is it possible that Marks McClown is also gifted Ling Ran in the potion she is most proud of? No, this is impossible. However, in an instant, Snape rejected his idea. Marks McClown does not speak empty words, and is constantly creating miracles. However, most of the miracles created by Marks are just innovations to a degree that ordinary students cannot do. But the potions are different. This is a subject of endless learning, with infinite depth. No one dares to claim to have mastered all potion materials. Thinking of this, Snape sneered in his heart. It seems that today I finally have a chance to teach Marks a lesson. It's just not taking potions class, but teaching Marks to be a man. Snape sneered, with no ups and downs in his tone. Do you know what you said? It's so ridiculous in my eyes. If I found potion materials that you didn't know at hand, would you say that Mr. Marks, who has a thick skin like a city wall, could feel a trace of shame? You are free. Marks McClown waved casually. Of course Snape didn't believe that Marks McClown was able to recognize all the potion materials. Even Marks McClown's magic curse had extremely high accomplishments, and Quidditch was superb. Those could say that this kid was extremely talented. But potions are different. It is a knowledge that takes time and effort to accumulate. It is definitely not a discipline that can become a genius by relying on talent and innateness alone. Then you wait to lose face. Snape smiled coldly. What if it's the opposite? Marks McClown smiled suddenly. Snape looked at Marks' eye. What do you mean? I mean, if I can recognize all the potion materials you took out? Marks McClown smiled very purely. Okay, so does it mean that the professor's statement is ridiculous? Then my dear Professor Snape, can you feel a trace of shame? It's impossible. Snape roared. Let me cure your lawless face today. Marks McClown yawned and made a gesture of waving his hands, as if waiting any time. Snape glared at Marks McClown coldly. Marks McClown was still sitting lazily on the chair. How comfortable he was. Just wait and see. Snape turned around and plunged into his mess of bottles and cans, looking for something through the boxes and cabinets. And Marks boredly picked up the book on Snape's desk and flipped through it casually. Mr. Marks, who has no idea what humility is, Why don't you talk about it now? What materials are I holding? Chapter 134, Persecuted Delusion. Snape finally made a sound, and he turned around with an expression of watching the show. Snape was holding a root-shaped object in his hand, which was still twitching unconsciously. Marks McClown glanced lazily, and a piece of information instantly appeared in his mind. It seems that Mark's eye has always known what this object is, and can recognize it immediately even by just looking at it. This is the willow root of the beating willow. If it is cut off like this and it will move, then it is the core part of the willow root, which can also be called the seed of the beating willow. Just plant it in the soil and cooperate with it. Can grow up to become a beating willow again. This is exactly the level 1 discriminating eye that Mark's eye couldn't even identify with the gate before. Any material that has not undergone secondary processing can immediately know what it is and what it has when it looks at it. Not to mention these most basic potion materials, all of which are within the scope of the identification eye. Snape's face became darker when he heard the words. He rummaged in silence, digging through many potions that are usually treasures. Aconitum, a kind of plant used to make magic potions, also known as Fusy or Nubian. Cool Tiger, bubble stems. The pus of the bubble stems has a special effect on difficult pimples. Saccharophyllum, if you eat it, you will have gills on both sides of your face, and you can breathe in the water. It lasts about an hour. Just a few minutes passed, and the sound of Marks McClown's "not salty and not weak" was always ringing in the office. Snape had taken out 10 kinds of potion materials in a row, but Mark's eye broke them one by one, and Snape's expression became even more ugly. Marks McClown looked at the book in his hand aimlessly, and muttered, "Oh, dear Professor Snape, please bring some advanced things over here. I don't even bother to talk about the low-level ones." Snape hummed heavily. These are only relatively rare materials in the lower-grade potions books, and they don't explain any problems at all. After Bednap turned to the desk, he felt that Mark's eye had just previewed the contents of the back of the potion book. As long as he took out the materials for the partial potion that he didn't even have to take the test in the senior grades, then Marks McClown would definitely not know. Mark's eye. Suddenly, Snape Ji smiled and turned around. "I don't believe you can recognize this." "What is this?" Looking at Snape's evil face, Marks McClown's mouth squashed. Although Mark's eye knew that Snape could barely be considered a good person, sometimes his face was really annoying. The pus from the Bulbotuber is very effective in treating stubborn acne. It is yellow-green and smells of gasoline. Snape tried to control his expression, then turned out another thing. "What about this one?" Helleborus. According to reports, there are several species of hellebore. Helleborus is poisonous. In some belief systems, it is considered to cleanse evil. It is used to protect livestock from evil spells. It can be ground into powder. Treat blindness. Snape took a half step back subconsciously, and unwillingly took out another thing. Then this. The magic apple, also known as the poisonous ginseng, is a very powerful antidote, which can restore the deformed or cursed person to its original shape, but the cry of the magic apple is fatal. Before Snape could finish his question, Marks McClown told him the answer directly. As long as Mark's eye glanced at it, he didn't have to think about it, and all his knowledge would come in his mouth. Of course, the result of this is Snape's fishy face. This is impossible. While Snape was indignant, he looked at Mark's eye doubtfully. "How did you do it? You can't recognize these superclass things." "My dear Professor." Marks McClown opened his mouth and yawned. "Didn't I have already said that? I know all the potion materials." Snape hurried over and stared directly at Marks McClown's eyes, trying to find out from Marks McClown's eyes that Marks McClown could instantly know the secret of these potion materials. But apparently, Snape found nothing. What the hell is going on? Snape was puzzled. even grabbing the book in Mark's Eye's hand and reading it over and over. But no matter how Snape looked at it, this was the grade 3 potions insights he had just put on the table. What's so puzzling, Professor? You have been a professor at Hogwarts for so many years. Don't you know that anything can happen in Hogwarts? Marks McClown still spread his hands innocently. Don't try to fool me with this. I will find your secret. Snape sneered with disdain, and said coldly, Hogwarts is indeed rich in talents, but it will definitely not include potions geniuses. Snape stomped his feet in the office. He must want to understand why Mark's Eye knew all the potion materials he took out. McClowns. Snape woke up. Marks McClown, you must have come to my office secretly, so you have recognized all the potion materials in my office. Marks McClown was almost choked by her own saliva, and said helplessly, Mr. Dean, do you have delusion of persecution? I admit that I am thriving in Hogwarts, but because of this, why I am not doing well, I have to specialize. Went to the office of the professor who disliked me the most to write down potion materials. What did I picture me? You are quite self-aware. Snape seemed to have discovered some little secret of Mark's Eye, but your sophistry is useless in front of me. Marks McClown didn't have the strength to argue. Well, do you have evidence? If there is no evidence, be careful, I sue you for slander. You want evidence? Good. It's very simple. After all, Snape answered so as if he had a chance to win, and he looked very sure. Chapter 135. I'll make you satisfied. As long as I take the potion materials that are not in my office, then you must not know it. As soon as he finished speaking, Snape ran out of the office, leaving Mark's Eye with a paralyzed face. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown could only shook his head helplessly. Snape was a quirk. Marks McClown just said that he could recognize all the potion materials. The other teachers laughed at most, thinking you are proud, arrogant or something. However, Snape wanted to be true to you, stubborn to the end, not to mention Mark's Eye's words had to be honest. After a while, Snape walked into the office with a mysterious smile. Marks McClown looked up and saw that the wizard robe on his body was covered with dust, and he didn't know where he ran to find materials. It was probably some warehouse hidden by Hogwarts. Dear Mr. Marks, it's time for you to show yourself. Snape smiled wickedly, and even his name became weird. Please explain to me, Severus Snape, in detail about what I have on hand, and let me pay your respects to you. Marks McClown stretched out his hand and pressed it on his slightly headache head, desperately helpless. Come on, tell me. Snape had a small bottle of green liquid in his hand, a silver ball and a fist-sized egg covered with dark spots. If you have the ability, please tell me these 3 things. Even the senior potion masters may not be able to recognize them. I want to see you. How does a stinky kid have more knowledge than a senior potion master? Profound. Okay, Professor Snape, you have done too many meaningless things. Marks McClown got up and sighed. Snape thought he was right, and sneered. Oh, could it be that even Mr. Marks, who has always been omnipotent, finally can't recognize him? But this is normal. After all, just a kid who doesn't know the height of the sky. Marks McClown was really annoying, and she spoke very quickly as if to solve some trouble. Professor Snape is the liver and gallbladder water of sweet co-lizards. It smells terribly, but it has a clearing effect and is usually used for the configuration of refreshing water. The other is sweet and sour garlic, which is a plant that only the Sphinx can grow. It is sour, sweet and very spicy. It is one of the Sphinx's favorite foods. And the last one is the egg of the sweet co-lizard and the Sphinx. Because it is a cross of 2 completely different races, this egg cannot be hatched and has no useful effect. If nothing goes wrong, it can only rotten in the cellar that the professor took out, or gnawed by a mouse. ! Marks McClown took a deep breath after speaking at a super fast speed. Are you satisfied now, Professor Snape? Don't know when we will end your boring test game. Before Snape's smile disappeared, he froze in place. His originally hollow eyes, at this moment, looked at Mark's Eye utterly, as if he was still wondering whether his ears had heard something wrong. When Marks McClown saw this, He walked over and took away the bottle of water, garlic and a fist-sized egg from Snape's hand, and placed them on the table at random. "Looking at you, it seems you are still not satisfied." As Marks McClown said, she pointed to the insect-like and non-worm-like herb that Snape had been studying before and said, "That's okay. Judging from the situation when I came in, you were probably studying what it was with the aid of equipment. Now you don't have to waste time studying, let me tell you directly what it is." As soon as Snape opened his mouth when he heard this, Marks McClown had already spoken like a gust of wind. "The appearance of this potion material looks very similar to Cordyceps scabies, but it is actually a world of difference. Cordyceps scabies has a certain degree of toxicity, and a small amount can paralyze people for a period of time, but the root you studied does not have that characteristic. Let me guess. You also found something wrong with deep experience you should want to study next. Is this a variant of Cordyceps mange? Find flowers Seeing Snape's increasingly discolored face, Marks McClown was sure that he had guessed right. "But let me tell you directly now, this potion material is not a special case of Cordyceps mange. Because this potion material is not Cordyceps mange, and has nothing to do with Cordyceps mange, and it is not even a herbal medicine at all." Snape faltered in a rare occurrence. If he had spoken disdainfully before, "Could it be that your first-year student in Markseye District, could you have more experience in potions than his famous potion master?" But after experiencing a series of things before, Snape found that he could not speak at all. At this time, Marks McClown has completely said the truth. "Let me tell you, the name of this potion material is mossgrass insect, because it is too scarce, and after death, the trunk will be assimilated into Cordyceps sinensis as its staple food, so there is not much people can notice this rare potion material. So I think, Professor, you were probably cheated when you bought it." Marks McClown said with a smile, "But this kind of cheating is also gratifying. After all, the mossworm is more precious than the mange." Snape stared blankly at the so-called moss bug on the table, as if suddenly did not know the world. Marks McClown clapped his hands vigorously when he saw this. "Wake up, don't fall asleep, Professor Snape. Do you want to use sleep to kill time next?" "But to be honest, I've been annoying you, Professor Snape." Marks McClown's voice gradually cooled. "I can recognize whatever you find, and you have wasted a lot of my time. Now, please return to your seat and fulfill your agreement with me to teach me the knowledge of potions." Chapter 136, Future Potions Master. Snape slumped down on the chair dejectedly, lowering his head dejectedly. Plus cool Tiger. The potions he found were extremely rare. In this regard, Snape absolutely did not release water. The liver and gall of the Sweetco lizard and sweet and sour garlic, as well as the eggs of the Sweetco lizard and the Sphinx hybrids, are all extremely rare potions, but they are all broken by Markseye. What this shows is already very obvious, and that Cordyceps scabies. No, it should be called moss insect. Damn. I am proud of potions. Would I be deceived when buying potions materials? Although according to Markseye's statement, most of the drug dealers did not distinguish it, which was an unintentional act. But Snape got more and more angry as he thought about it. He picked up the moss worm and bit it hard and bit it. As expected to be a master of potions, it is really a wise choice. Marks McClown suddenly admired it inexplicably. Moss worm can enhance the body's immunity, especially for people with strong anger and heart. It has a miraculous fire-lowering effect. Is it especially suitable for you? While talking, Marks McClown smiled at Snape slightly. "But, a small portion is enough, and eating too much is not a good thing. Plus, Snape was about to get angry, but immediately frustrated again and sighed heavily. Seeing Snape seemed to be thinking about life again, Marks McClown just wanted to urge again when she heard Snape's feeble voice. "Bring the making potions from the bookcase, and start class now." Marks McClown waved his magic wand. "The making of potions is coming." Snape looked angry again, He didn't even want to move his body, really too lazy. Now turn to page 89. Based on your knowledge of the potion materials, you can start from here. Snape's eyes widened. Hurry up and finish, and then disappear from my eyes. I don't want to see it again for a moment. During the next period of time, Marks-Eye became a frequent visitor to Snape's office. Snape's office, which was regarded as a dangerous zone in the eyes of ordinary students, has now become Marks-Eye's after-school lounge. Looking at Marks-Eye, who was orderly fiddling with the potion equipment, Snape couldn't help but nod in approval. In the eyes of many students, potions is a boring subject, and rare talented students may not have the patience to discuss the development of potions. Therefore, potions have always been talent-swithered, and rare potions masters are all old men who have been 7 or 80 years old. Of course Snape is a special case. Cool Tiger, in Snape's eyes, Marks-Eye's talent and hard work were the prototype of the next generation of great potions masters. Come here to help me see. What is this thing that is very similar to Prickhow? Snape said calmly. Marks McClown looked around casually. Dear Professor Snape, as long as you spend 2 minutes observing with a snack, you will find that this is just maple grass. Snape looked carefully at the maple grass in his hand before nodding suddenly. Professor Snape, sometimes I really think you are lazy, Marks McClown said while busy playing with her own things. I'm sure you can learn these things in 2 minutes. Snape disagreed. Marks-Eye's ability to identify all potion materials had already been regarded by Snape as a convenient ability to help him. By now, Snape had no doubts about Marks-Eye's discriminating ability. There was no error in the identification of thousands of times. For this kind of 100% discriminating ability, Snape must have made the best use of it. But Snape also sighed. Marks McClown is really a great genius in all aspects. As long as Marks McClown can grow, he must be a generation of outstanding people. Maybe it can be compared to the big man who can't even name it, and it is very likely to surpass him. Professor Snape, why do you always stare at me like this? Isn't it because a certain nature of the people of the corrupt country has awakened? Marks McClown shuddered suddenly. Only then did Snape realize that he had been staring at Marks-Eye all the time, staring at him, still lost. What rotten country? Marks-Eye, what kind of prejudice do you seem to have toward England? And don't forget that you are also British now. Snape was a little embarrassed. Don't talk about this. The next Quidditch game is approaching. This time the opponent is Hufflepuff. I think you should be ready to prepare. Marks McClown smiled deeply. As long as I am still the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, the victory must belong to our side. Snape glared at Marks McClown with a slight disdain, but surprisingly did not refute. Gryffindor Lounge. Wood sat listlessly on the sofa, staring blankly at the courtyard flag representing Gryffindor. Sitting around Woodsitch with the current teammates of the Gryffindor team, Harry also bowed his head in frustration, and the atmosphere was extremely dull. Sooner or later, we will face the Slytherin team again, so hurry up and think of some countermeasures now. Alia took the lead in breaking the silence. Quidditch is not a promotion system, but a total points system. So sooner or later the Gryffindor team will have to face the Slytherin team for the second time. This is why Quidditch has the rules of the Golden Snitch, but it is still popular in Europe. But now the Gryffindor team has suffered greatly from this rule. How about 5.1 next time they face the Slytherin team? Eat 0 points again? Even if the total score is calculated, then their team also needs to have a score that can be calculated. The other teammates didn't have any particularly big reactions, and seemed to be waiting for Alias following. P.S. It's so weird. I have done all the tests and taken all the medicines. The cough is just trademark that won't get better. What the hell is wrong? I have found out now. No doctor knows why I cough. The Most Powerful Mage of Harry Potter Chapter 137 Facts Prove Everything. It's not a way for us to sit. Alia was a little frustrated. At least think of some way to fight the Slytherin team. No way. Slytherin has a seeker who can catch the Golden Snitch instantly. The famous Mark-Sai. We have no way. Angelina shook her head. George said, I think even a professional Quidditch team can't fight Mark-Sai. This kind of ability to find the ball in an instant, plus those World Cup level skills. He is invincible at all, Fred said. Harry looked at the frustrated teammates, and clenched his fists. He was ashamed and helpless. I'm sorry everyone, but Mr. Marks' strength is too terrifying. He is basically an all-rounder. I can't afford to have the courage to fight. Harry. Ron's voice suddenly came from the door. Have you heard? What? Harry asked listlessly. 11. I just heard information about the Slytherin team from the corridor. It's about Mark-Sai. Ron looked very excited. Say it, George said impatiently. Don't sell it. Fred also looked at Ron. Ron's face flushed with excitement. Well, I heard the people from Slytherin pass it. The last time Mark-Sai was able to catch the golden snitch was luck. At the beginning of the game, the golden snitch flew in the direction of Mark-Sai. Marks McClown secretly cast a spell and used deceleration, so he just caught the golden snitch. All his miracles are luck. Katie opened her mouth wide. Really? Aliu also cried out in surprise. Marks McClown's curse is so powerful. It is really possible. Who did you hear? Wood sat up listlessly. Hisso. Ron waved his arms exaggeratedly. He was talking about this to a bunch of classmates in the hallway. He's the former Slytherin captain, so he can see the trickiness. George snapped his fingers. So everything can make sense. Fred snapped his fingers as well. George stood up and made a flying ball. The golden snitch happened to fly to Mark-Sai. Fred also made a catching action. It happens that Mark-Sai will silently cast a spell to slow down the golden snitch. That's why Mark-Sai was able to catch the golden snitch as soon as the show started. Ron rarely sang together with his brothers. Really? Really luck? Harry still couldn't believe it. I can only think so now. Wood seemed to have a piece of smog in his heart removed. This can be explained. Otherwise a seeker can catch the golden snitch at the beginning of the game. It is really too terrifying. There is no professional Quidditch match. Such a thing. Hearing what the captain said, Alia and Angelina jumped up and hugged each other excitedly. The other Gryffindor teammates also swept away the haze of defeat, and their faces were happy except Harry. Harry. What's the matter with you? Don't you feel happy? Ron saw his words encouraging the entire Gryffindor team and his face turned blushing. Harry shook his head, still suspicious. I still don't believe it. You have to believe me. Ron was a little excited. He expected his best friend to give him a positive answer. If you don't believe me, you can go outside and listen. Hissuo is in the corridor, and many people are talking about this thing. I don't believe you. Just as Harry tried to explain, Ron had already hurriedly pulled Harry out and ran out. Hissuo sat under the railings of the public corridor, and a large group of students underneath listened to Hissuo talking about Mark-Sai. A girl suddenly pursed her mouth, and said, I don't allow you to say anything to slander Marks McClown. It's Hermione. Harry, who had just been pulled out by Ron, saw this scene, and Hermione was trying hard to argue with Hisso. McClowner, see what it is. Hisso looked at Hermione gloomily. Another Mark-Sai's brain fan. Why are you slandering Mark-Sai in public? Hermione was obviously angry. Hissuo said coldly, I am not slandering, but fact. Marks McClown won the game because of luck. Hermione pointed at Hissuo angrily, thinking that Mark-Sai is not based on luck, and at the same time thinking that she is a student of Gryffindor and shouldn't help defeat Mark-Sai in Gryffindor in this public place. But the last sentence can't tell. Hermione. Stop it. Harry rushed forward and held Hermione. Hermione glared at Hisso coldly, then let out a grunt, and walked back to Gryffindor's lounge. Harry nodded apologetically to Hissuo and followed Hermione. Ron had no choice but to keep up when seeing this. Hisso was so disturbed by 483 Hermione, and he didn't even think about it. He jumped off the railing and shouted, tomorrow is the Slytherin and Hufflepuff game. Let's wait and see how Mark-Sai performs. By then, the facts will prove that I was right. On the other side, Harry had already caught up with Hermione. It's really mad at me. Hermione stomped angrily, He was obviously squeezed out of the team, and he still said bad things about Marks-eye. If there is a kind of thing, stand in front of Marks-eye and say it. Hermione, please don't be angry. We all see Mr. Marks' strength, whether it is luck or not. I will not question Mr. Marks' strength, Harry said hurriedly. Although the three of them are because of Marks-eye, they are still not good friends. But at the very least, they were still suffering together. They experienced the troll incident together. Ron and Harry also ran back specifically to find Hermione, so the relationship between the three also eased a lot. Especially Harry, for Hermione, who was next to Marks-eye for the first time, Harry always regarded Hermione as a friend in his heart. Ron narrowed his mouth to express disdain, but did not refute it. Chapter 138, Three Representatives. After all, strength can refer to many aspects, not just Quidditch, but Marks McClown can be a master against six. There is no doubt about this. I believe in Marks-eye. Hermione vowed. Marks-eye will definitely show up tomorrow and defeat the Hufflepuff team. But he certainly couldn't catch the golden snitch at the beginning, because it's luck. Ron finally inserted a word. Hermione wanted to refute, but it was already terrifying to think about catching the golden snitch at the beginning of the game. If this happens continuously, it is indeed unlikely. Marks McClown will definitely win tomorrow. But Hermione bit her lip and spoke firmly. I won't know tomorrow. Ron still had a gloomy tone and a strong sour taste. Harry looked at the two people helplessly, still feeling that Mr. Marks might perform miracles. The Hufflepuff lounge at this time. Dozens of people gathered together, but they were strangely quiet for 10 minutes. Captain, will you still fight tomorrow? A Hufflepuff student named Zacharias Smith broke the silence. He is the current Hufflepuff chaser. Cedric Diggory, the captain of the Hufflepuff team and the team's seeker, remained silent. Cool Tiger, team leader. Another chaser, Cadwallader, gave a soft cry. Diggory seemed to be awakened. What? Smith repeated his question carefully. Shall we fight tomorrow? Cadwallader also whispered softly. We are not ashamed of surrendering, but the most powerful seeker on the opposite side, who can catch the golden snitch at the beginning, even Gryffindor lost. We. Who said you want to surrender? Diggory interrupted coldly. The other teammates immediately silenced and dared not talk nonsense. Diggory was still very prestigious at Hufflepuff College. Diggory said firmly, even if the opposing team is the best Quidditch team, we Hufflepuff must maintain our fighting will, and we also have our own pride. We can lose the battle, but we Hufflepuff does not surrender. But the opposite is the Slytherin team with Marks-eye. Sharpie, the current batsman alternate seeker, was crying and timid. So what? Diggory's voice increased, and Xybi shrank his head in fright. Now I am a seeker, even if my opponent is Marks-eye. I won't be afraid of him. In order to show their support for the captain, Smith, Cadwallader and other teammates sparsely gathered and applauded. Plus Cool Tiger. Aside from the nickname, it's shocking news. A gossip classmate of Hufflepuff rushed into the lounge yelling, "What's up?" Diggory raised his head and looked at the gossiping classmate suspiciously. The gossip classmate repeated what his so-so said in the public corridor just now, and the Hufflepuff lounge instantly exploded. Fuck. Let me just say, you can catch the golden snitch at the beginning of the game. That's something that has never happened before in Quidditch games in history. It must be good luck. Don't be an afterthought. I didn't tell you yet. Since it is shit luck, what are we afraid of Slytherin? They are not at the same level as us. McClowns, I heard that since Hisoso was improperly captained, the entire team has not exercised. Can this kind of team fight our Diggory boss? Smith also swept away his decadent appearance, stood up majestic and said, let me just say, how could the little Slytherin catch the golden snitch at the beginning? It turned out to be shit luck. Cadwallader approached Diggory with a flattering look. Boss, since they are lucky, we don't need to be afraid of them. Diggory said coldly, I have never been afraid. Right. Cadwallader quickly agreed, the boss is brave and martial. How can a little Marks-eye compare to it? Xybi was stunned. as if he hadn't awakened from the atmosphere just now. Really? Slytherin is really not that scary? Smith laughed loudly and said, nonsense. You can catch the golden snitch at the beginning. There is nothing else to say except luck. I don't believe they will be lucky tomorrow and can catch the golden snitch all at once. Enough. Shut up. Diggory snorted coldly, and the Hufflepuff lounge instantly became quiet, and everyone looked at Diggory without knowing it. Diggory said coldly, even if they really rely on luck, but who allows you to underestimate Slytherin? The Hufflepuff players stared at each other and dared not talk. All the Hufflepuff players listen carefully and prepare me for tomorrow's game. Who dares to lose the chain? I am the first. Cedric Diggory to let him go. Received. Hufflepuff's players said in unison. As for Mark's eye, Diggory said coldly, he won't be so lucky anymore. Long live the captain. There was a boiling sound in Hufflepuff's lounge. The next day, the Quidditch field was filled with noise again. Before the game started, many students came to the venue to wait for the opening of the show. For students who have nothing to do with the competition, Manozo Slytherin's Mark's eye is not important whether it is luck or not. The key is whether you can see a wonderful game. If Marks McClown is truly extraordinary, then they will witness the world feat of the golden snitch once again with their own eyes. If Mark's eye is just relying on luck, it means that the game will not end so soon, and the thriving Slytherin team and the Hufflepuff team led by Diggory will also have an extremely amazing battle. However, after yesterday's uproarious Heisa revelation incident, many students would think that Marks McClown was nothing more than luck. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 139. After all, the feat of catching the golden snitch in the opening hand was too shocking, and it was a scene that had not even appeared in a world-class Quidditch match. Plus cool, Tiger. In the hands of a freshman, this miracle is sufficient once, even if he is a recognized genius by Hogwarts. That's right, for people who hate Mark's eye, the biggest significance of this game is that they can witness the moment Mark's eye falls from the altar with their own eyes. Among them, Snape is the most delicate one. On the one hand, he hated Marks McClown very much, but on the other hand, as the Dean of Slytherin College, he hoped that Marks McClown could make greater achievements. From his first training, it should be fine, right this guy? Snape clenched his fists, secretly thinking that something was wrong. Then he definitely had to mock Marks McClown to vent his anger. At the same time, Harry, Ron and Hermione walked to the playing field together. Harry's mood is extremely complicated, and the troubles surrounding him are of course Mr. Marks McClown. He has never doubted his idol, Mr. Marks, but at the same time, with such a strong strength, does he have a chance to catch up? Although I have always been called a savior-like existence by others, even Principal Dumbledore favors him, but when I think about it carefully, I don't have any special place compared to others, no advantage, let alone a cloud. Mr. is comparable. Ron frowned. On the one hand, he believed Hisoso's rumors and knew that there would be no such shocking things in the world. The talent Marks McClown possesses is beyond the scope of human beings. No matter how strong it is, it will be difficult for people to accept it. But what if? What if Mark's eye used that method again? Wouldn't it be more brilliant than a savior like Harry? Someone more brilliant than the savior? Do not. Impossible. This is impossible. Ron tried desperately to convince himself that he had always been proud of being a close friend of the savior. How could Harry's limelight be allowed to be suppressed by Mark's eye? Hermione's eyebrows were also frowned, but what she was worried about was whether Mark's eye could really do it by luck, as the rumors said. Will he be under pressure? If there is pressure, it will be difficult to play even if there is technology. If you don't play well, you will easily lose the game. With Mark's eye's arrogant personality, losing the game may ruin his life. Thinking of this, Hermione dared not think about it anymore. The three of them walked into the playing field and sat down, waiting for the start of the game. In the waiting area of Slytherin, Marks McClown casually played with his Light Wheel 2000. He didn't even know that his performance in the game had caused a huge wave in the hearts of so many people. Joseph asked, "Boss, have you heard that his so-so slandered you in the corridor yesterday?" "No." Marks McClown shook his head. "I stayed in Professor Snape's office yesterday." "You should listen." Joseph looked angry. "He actually said that you won the game by luck." Marks McClown smiled faintly. "Is it necessary to pay attention to the matter of jumping the beam, clown?" Joseph looked indignant. "But it's my boss he is vilifying." Marks McClown patted Joseph lightly, and said, "Don't take it to heart. Do you still bite back when a dog bites a person?" Zysa also firmly looked at Marks McClown and said, "Boss, I have always believed in your strength." Marks McClown smiled and patted Zysa on the shoulder. "Men and ladies, today's Quidditch competition is about to kick off, and today is the last time Slytherin College, which was in the limelight, will play against Hufflepuff College." Lee Jordan's voice spread throughout the court, and there was a lot of noise in the game. "Since the Slytherin Academy, which has changed its captain, has shown extraordinary combat effectiveness, there have been waves of rumors." Then Slytherin Academy team captain Marks McClown, does he have strong Quidditch strength? Let's wait and see in today's game. Lee Jordan was surprisingly not satirizing Slytherin. Immediately afterwards, Lee Jordan exclaimed passionately, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's start today's game. Please come in." The audience was suddenly boiling. "Marks McClown, Marks McClown, Marks McClown." The shouts of the young girls were very obvious. So shameless. Hermione watched a large group of female students waving banners with Marks' head or name, and clenched her fists angrily. Hisso hid in the dark corner, staring at the leader of the Slytherin team. The place originally belonged to him, but now it has been taken away by this shameless Marks. "You won't win, Marks. Your luck can't be sustained." Hissuo searched for the most vicious words in his heart and cursed Marks McClown. On the faculty seat, Quirrell was sitting in distress, Voldemort's gaze fixedly staring at Marks McClown's figure through Quirrell, his eyes glowing with a weird green light. "Hello, I'm Hufflepuff's Captain Cedric Diggory." Diggory stepped forward and reached out to Marks' Marks McClown smiled faintly, and lightly touched Diggory's hand. "Hello, I am Marks McClown, the captain of the Slytherin team." Long admiring the name, Diggory smiled slantingly, thinking that Marks McClown was different from the rumored impression. He was not as arrogant as he imagined, but rather showed the courtesy that aristocrats should have, and responded very politely to himself. However, it is very likely that from another aspect, Marks McClown does not have the confidence to be arrogant. Marks McClown rode on the Light Wheel 2000, about to greet his teammates to heaven. Diggory placed one hand on Marks McClown's shoulder, still with a faint smile on his face, and said softly, "If you meet me today, you won't have that good luck." Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 140, the greatest in history. Cadwallader whistled from behind. "Hey, Luck Ghost, let's see how we abuse you today." Smith also grinned and yelled, "Be careful to protect yourself. My brother is awesome, but he doesn't know how to control it." Marks McClown laughed blankly and pushed Diggory's hand away. "I hope you have time to do all this. Let's go." The members of the Slytherin team rose into the air with uncomfortable faces, but the boss didn't speak, so they ignored the Hufflepuffs. They all firmly believe that the boss will slash the faces of people who look down on them. "Let's go too," Diggory called. The Hufflepuff teammates have curbed their arrogance. They also know that Slytherin is a strong team regardless of luck or not. Satire is just a strategy. They will not be so easy to underestimate the enemy. Now that everything is ready, then I announce, the game begins. Lee Jordan shouted in the microphone. Everyone's eyes were on the three balls that lifted off. However, most of the audience's eyes focused on Marks McClown. Whether Marks has real power or not will be announced today. As soon as Marks McClown lifted into the sky, he drifted towards a place like duckweed. What is he going to do? Even Diggory was at a loss for a while. let alone the audience on the court. Regardless of what he is going to do, we are determined to win today. The display of strength was in such a moment, Diggory's eyes condensed. I will not lose, snapped. One hand gently held the golden ball with flapping wings. Because the catch was too easy and casual, it seemed as if the golden snitch hit Mark's Eye's hand by himself. All the Hufflepuff players including Diggory were instantly petrified, and the ghost flying ball and the wandering ball flew happily in the air, but they couldn't pull the audience's mind at all. The originally boiling game was silent for a moment, and everyone's eyes were on the hand that grabbed the golden ball. Marks McClown casually took the golden snitch in his hand and played with it. Can you announce the result of the game, referee? Lee Jordan recovered, grabbing the microphone excitedly and shouting, Slytherin. Mark's Eye once again miraculously caught the golden snitch. No. This should be considered a miracle. I declare Slytherin the victory. The audience in the audience burst into applause after 10 seconds of shock. This is a historic moment. This not only means that Slytherin won the game, it also means that the Quidditch field gave birth to a genius of seekers that has never appeared in history. It may be luck to catch the golden snitch once in the beginning, but 2 consecutive matches to create the same miracle is a true genius. Is a genius among geniuses. Whether it's ordinary college students, various professors, or even Dumbledore, they couldn't help but stand up at this moment. At this moment, even people who were prejudiced against Slytherin or unhappy with Mark's Eye were shocked. Marks McClown held the golden snitch, as if she had just done a trivial thing. Boss, good job. Lisa and the others excitedly followed Mark's Eye to the ground. The Quidditch race was over speeding, and they had no need to stay in the air. Dumbledore came to Mark's Eye in person, and gently pressed his hands down, and the audience stopped the boiling cheers. Dumbledore looked at Mark's Eye deeply and smiled slightly. I am honored to see the greatest Seeker teammate appear in our Hogwarts school. His voice spread throughout the Quidditch stadium. You are the greatest Seeker in Quidditch history. There is no one, Dumbledore announced loudly like the world in his loud voice. Marks McClown, Marks McClown, Marks McClown. The audience suddenly fell into a frenzy of cheers. This old guy deliberately put me on the fire. What is the purpose? Seeking flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Marks McClown shook his head helplessly in his heart. But feeling the endless cheers around him, on the surface he still smiled and gestured to the classmates. Especially when facing Slytherin College, the students at Slytherin College were so excited that they ignored their image, chanting the slogan King of Slytherin, just like the most fanatical fans. Marks McClown smiled and said, since the game is over, I think Professor Dumbledore would not mind me going back to review my homework, right? Dumbledore patted Mark's Eye on the shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Of course it can. He wanted to see Marks McClown's shame outside the field, but he was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the ill-anticipated Mark's Eye in the center of the field in a daze. Hisuo already knew that he was completely incomparable with this person in the field, and his life would be covered by the shadow of Mark's Eye. Voldemort looked at Mark's Eye coldly through Quirrell's eyes, and he had a scale in his heart, and there was no doubt that Mark's Eye had added a lot of weight to him now. Sure enough, he is definitely more tricky than Harry Potter, as I expected. Give me a good stare at him. A dull voice sounded in Quirrell's heart. Hisuo bowed respectfully to the air. I know my master. It's just that his unusual behavior is not conspicuous in the frantic audience. Hogwarts is the most well-known school in the wizarding world, and the Quidditch competition appeared such a pioneering work, and it quickly spread. The strongest Seeker. Have you seen it? It's at Hogwarts. I have already thought about the news headline in my heart. Rita Skeeter, then a special correspondent for the Daily Prophet, was receiving the line after people broke the news. He immediately took the fastest flight to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And Rita was accompanied by Barnabas Goof, editor of the Daily Prophet. Chapter 141. hidden fame and fame. It is said that he is likely to be the greatest seeker in history. He can catch the golden snitch as soon as the Quidditch game starts and directly establish the team's victory. Barnabas has fanaticism on his face, probably a Quidditch fan. Welcome two of you to Hogwarts when you are free. Hagrid's large body was really conspicuous at the station, trying hard to put on a friendly smile. Apparently he was arranged to pick up the VIP guests from the Daily Prophet at the station early. Without saying anything, Rita showed her press card. "I'm here to find Mark's eye." Hearing Marks McClown's name, Hagrid's expression trembled unnaturally. He still remembered Marks McClown's unrelenting irony to him. Marks McClown ... Mr. Marks should be in the common room of Slice 49-7 Trin at this time. Please come with me. Hagrid politely led the way. In the Slytherin lounge, Marks McClown had just returned from Snape's office. Snape's attitude towards him has obviously improved a lot. At least he feels that Snape's eyes are not as unpleasant as before. Boss Joseph also approached with admiring eyes. Winking, Marks McClown frowned and asked, "What are you doing? I'm very tired now." Joseph whispered, "The Daily Prophet has sent someone to interview you. You are going to be famous." His expression was flying, as if he was about to be interviewed. Marks McClown shook his head and said, "I'm too tired. Please help me to say no." Joseph was stunned and shouted in surprise, "Boss, that's an interview from the Daily Prophet." Rejected directly. "I will not accept interviews." Marks McClown stretched out and walked straight back to his bedroom. Joseph stood in a daze for a while, and then suddenly realized, "You deserve to be the boss. You have a deep hidden reputation." After a while, "What?" Rita screamed outside the door. "We are the Daily Prophet. Have you made it clear?" Joseph held his hand coolly. "I said, the boss will not accept your interview. Please go back." Barnabas rubbed his hands and said, "Rita, what should we do?" Rita also frowned deeply. As a news person, she knew the explosiveness of this news, and she definitely couldn't let go of this big news. Rita suddenly raised her head and looked at Joseph as if she saw a treasure. Cool tiger, then dear sir, can I interview you? Joseph raised his eyebrows, and his vanity was suddenly full. When, of course, Rita and Barnabas looked at each other and smiled, and even if they were Mark's eyes attendants, they were just students after all. It's not too easy to get this kind of kid. The next day, countless owl messengers flew from the headquarters of the Daily Prophet to various places in the world with the latest news. Every newspaper carried a breaking news: Hogwarts is born the strongest seeker. How is this possible? It's a prank to catch the golden snitch in the beginning. Don't say it's just a student. Even professional players can't do it. The quality of Prophet Daily is really getting worse and worse. Even the protagonist has not interviewed. How can we be convinced? The wizarding world was immediately spread by this unprecedented report, but people generally remained skeptical. After all, this is just a first-year freshman, but he has done something that a professional Quidditch player can't do. What's more, the Prophet's Daily did not get the interview materials of the parties, which made people feel that it was a glamour. Only the Hogwarts teachers and students who saw the game with their own eyes were convinced that Marks McClown was indeed the strongest seeker in history. In the next few days, the name Marks McClown has become Hogwarts' most frequently occurring vocabulary. No matter when and where, I can hear students or professors discussing Marks' recent developments. More girls from various colleges formed a support army, claiming to be Marks' most loyal fans. For this matter, now the principal's office has been noisy. "I can't go to class anymore," Professor McGonagall screamed. "Every time I go to class, people are discussing Marks' affairs. Even when answering questions, someone asks me the same question how Marks' answered." Mrs. Hooch, who was in charge of the flight class, also complained, "My flight class is the same. Some people asked me if I have any flying broomsticks that Marks McClown has used." Every class was discussing Marks McClown's performance in Quidditch, even in practice, fighting to imitate Marks' posture. "I can't stand it, so I asked the principal for you. P.S. I went to watch the movie Tomb Notes today. To be honest, I really didn't want the third uncle of the Hainan school. Personally, I really feel that the stories in the middle and late stages of Tomb Raiders are more attractive to me than ghost-blowing lanterns, and I once loved them very much. However, looking for the dragon technique joined by Danxia Bakeng, and Tomb Raiders notes joined by the third uncle of the Southern School, are almost 5.6 two-dimensional levels, 50 cents of special effects throughout the entire process, embarrassment of many line fans, forced to sell CP plots in the movie, abrupt and speechless, many illogical behaviors, such as Luanning on both sides must climb the car to the past, just to specially give Wuxi and the audience look at the chest. Even if it is the only highlight of the fight, in addition to the excitement, there are also many inferior martial arts dramas such as Diaoyi light work and circle fights, etc. The interspersed various special sessions really give people a feeling of being filmed by a novice director. Alas, I can only say that Sanzan Anpai may not be suitable as a screenwriter. By the way, 90 Demon Tower and Tomb Raiders notes all talk about alien technology or ancient science fiction. Why no one thinks that this is a super drama in the theme of Tomb Raiders? Chapter 142, Dumbledore grabbed his long and supple white beard leisurely, and said indifferently, "There is no way Marx McClown has become a topic of public opinion. After all, he is the strongest seeker in Hogwarts history, waiting for the limelight. It's fine after that, plus cool, Tiger." But Professor McGonagall wanted to speak, but Dumbledore raised his hand and interrupted Professor McGonagall. "Well, professors, just bear with me, you will be well soon." Madame Hooch and Professor McGonagall looked at each other helplessly, and now it can only do so. In the common room in Gryffindor, Harry, Wood and others sat together blankly. At this moment, they are all in despair. Before, there was an excuse that Marx McClown relied on luck, but now even the imagination as an excuse has been shattered. After understanding the gap between them and Marxi and Slytherin, the team members couldn't afford any courage to fight Marxi and Slytherin. "Captain, we have to fight Ravenclaw next. Let's deploy 11 first. The opponent is not Slytherin." Angelina was a little frustrated, but she reminded her of her fighting spirit. George said angrily, "You Marxi participated in this Quidditch competition, but you still slapped it." Fred immediately said with an excuse, "No matter how you fight, Slytherin will win in the end, and Marxi will win in the end." Ailey also shook her head and said, "This is really unfair. Marx McClown's level is not our student level at all. Even professional seekers don't have such abnormal strength. We have no power to fight back at all." Wood sighed helplessly. "Indeed, the current disparity in strength can no longer be compensated by any means. Cool Tiger, there is another way." An unfamiliar voice came from the door, and a tall man wearing a Ravenclaw emblem stood at the door of the lounge. Harry stood up and asked, "Who are you?" Long admiring the name. The strange man politely stretched out his hand and said, "My name is Roger Davis, the current captain of the Ravenclaw team." Harry shook Roger's hand tentatively. "This is Gryffindor's lounge. It stands to reason that you can't come here." Roger said seriously, "I came here to meet the famous Harry Potter, and to discuss with Wood a way to deal with Slytherin." Harry and Wood looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt. "Cool Tiger, may I come in?" Roger was still very polite. "Coming." Harry led Roger into the lounge. Finally, Harry reminded in a low voice, "If something happens, finish it quickly, or it will be over if Filch finds out." Roger and Wood shook hands gently, and said, "I have a way to deal with Slytherin. I want to discuss it with fellow Gryffindor students." The Gryffindor players looked at each other, waiting for Roger's next words. Roger turned to the main topic. "As we all know, Quidditch games are based on the scoring system to determine the final victory." Everyone nodded. This is common sense. But now Slytherin Academy has Marxi, and actually has the strength to crush our three academies. After all, Marxi can catch the golden snitch as soon as the game opens. In other words, no matter which team is facing Slytherin, the final score is 0:150. Do you want to? Wood stood up with a look of surprise. He had already guessed the plan Roger was going to propose. Roger smiled and nodded to Wood. "McClowns, we can't beat Slytherin at all. This is a fact. But even if Slytherin can beat all three of our colleges in 2 rounds, the maximum is only 900 points. As long as we can cooperate, we can make Slytherin defeat each of our colleges while losing to us. Score each other," Wood said coldly. Roger nodded and said, "McClowns. How can this be?" Harry shouted excitedly. "This is against Quidditch rules. It's shameful." Roger shook his head and said, "The nature of Quidditch is a teamwork game. But you see that the game against Slytherin is Mark's solo show. Is this fair?" Harry still shook his head and said, "If someone finds out, this is a big Quidditch scandal." Unexpectedly, Wood retorted coldly, "There is no way this way." Harry was stunned, suddenly feeling that Wood had become a bit strange. As Arya said, the addition of Marks McClown's strength to Slytherin itself is a completely unfair thing. "We can only defeat Slytherin in this way," Wood said coldly. Roger patted Harry lightly on the shoulder and said, "In fact, this is not cheating. It just requires the Seeker to catch the Golden Snitch in no hurry and allow other players to score. After a certain score, catch the Golden Snitch and end the game." "No." Harry was a little excited. 430. This is against the Quidditch spirit of the game. And if you want to score, you must ensure that the game is as long as possible. Then the Seeker will become a vacant position! Exclamation mark. Harry turned his head to seek the support of the players, but the Gryffindor players bowed their heads, did not approve of Roger's proposal, and did not oppose it. Harry said excitedly, "You guys are saying something." Angelina sighed softly. "It is indeed unfair to score points like this, but I really think we lost so innocently. We are obviously not weaker than Slytherin, but we have to accept being crushed like this. The situation is overwhelming." Alia nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Now the game with Slytherin simply doesn't have the sense of existence of those of us. It's not a Quidditch teamwork game at all." Harry looked at his players foolishly and stopped making a sound. George and Fred also patted Harry on the shoulder, motioning Harry to look away from the incident. Wood trembled slightly, but finally stopped. He took a deep look at Roger, and the two shook hands again. Then, happy cooperation. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 143, Basic Qualities of an Actor. Soon it was the turn of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's Quidditch match. The number of spectators this time was significantly smaller than the previous two. In the eyes of many students, in Hogwarts' strange game, there would be nothing to watch without Mark's eye. So this time, there are significantly fewer viewers than last time. The players of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are whizzing in the air. The ball is coming and going in the air. It seems that the competition is very fierce. Arya received the ball and galloped towards Ravenclaw's goal. She had blocked the small player in front of Arya and fell to one side with a whoa. Arya easily threw the ball out of the goal. Gryffindor scored another goal. Plus points. Lee Jordan enthusiastically explained in the microphone. Ravenclaw's Tom immediately grabbed the ball. So fast, Wood did not react. Ravenclaw scored. The scores are even again. The score comes and goes. Gryffindor scored a goal, and Ravenclaw counter-attacked immediately, as if the two were not far apart. "What's the matter? Why didn't it end after more than an hour?" "McClowner, look at that Harry Potter, slowly catching the Golden Snitch, is not in a hurry." "Fuck it, the score is over 200, this is not over." "They are not scoring points." "Probably not. This is the Academy team, I don't think such a thing will be done." The audience was divergent in the audience, and the game was strangely dragged to 2 hours. The competition of Quidditch players on the field seemed fierce, but in fact their physical strength did not change too drastically. But some small movements were finally noticed by those who wanted to. Why is Wood always slippery? This is nothing like him. Ravenclaw's goalkeeper is always unable to hold. What are you doing? The more you look at it, the more it looks like an act. Lee Jordan's passionate commentary was slowly worn away in the fast passing of time. Many viewers got bored as they watched. And there were not a few people who left early. Wood and the others are still a bit of an actor's quality, and gradually began to fall behind by a large score. This seems reasonable, but in fact this is also an agreement between them and Ravenclaw. It doesn't matter if you are behind, as long as Harry is responsible for catching the golden snitch and ending the game when you are behind to a certain level. Waiting for the time to drag to almost 3 hours, the game time has greatly exceeded the previous Quidditch game. Plus cool, Tiger. In the end, Ravenclaw finished the game with 470 points, which was higher than Gryffindor's 480 points, directly higher than Slytherin's 3 wins. And the score in this game is also a high score that is hard to see in previous Quidditch games. This game is so weird. Gryffindor is clearly stronger than Ravenclaw, but he was pulled by 140 points. In the end, Harry grabbed the golden snitch and turned the situation around. Before the game, it was clearly the rhythm of the two teams that you scored 1 goal and I scored 1 goal. How do I feel that this seems to have been negotiated? No, you said so. It really has such a taste. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are really points. Who knows? But the scores are all over 450. Even if Slytherin won all 3 courts in the first round, it was only 450 points. This is a bit unusual. The audience who finally left were also discussing with each other. But these words can only be verbal after all. They have no evidence. It is finally over. Lee Jordan sat on the stool. This is the first time I have explained a Quidditch game for so long. Madame Hooch patted Lee Jordan on the shoulder as a comfort, and sighed and shook her head. Just as she was about to leave, Lee Jordan suddenly said, "As a professional flight class professor, Mrs. Hooch, I think you have a different view of this game." Madame Hooch froze in place, staring at the cheering players of the two teams on the court, but did not speak. Lee Jordan turned his head and said, "I think this game is not as intense as we thought, is it?" Madame Hooch smiled softly. "Isn't it a good thing for the children to play harmoniously? As for the question of points, Quidditch's game rules do not require this, and there is no limitation on the duration. So in the final analysis, everything is a loophole in the rules. Then we have nothing to say." Lee Jordan nodded and said, "I'm afraid that at the beginning of the Quidditch match, I didn't consider the appearance of enchanted seekers. I'm afraid there will be big problems later." Madame Hooch smiled and said, "I am rather looking forward to seeing the follow-up." Lee Jordan was stunned when he heard the words, a little puzzled. The weirdness of this game was of course also seen by Hufflepuff's leader Diggory. Ordinary spectators may still hesitate, but Diggory is the captain of the Quidditch team and can see through the mystery at a glance. Diggory came directly to the door of the Hufflepuff lounge, looking bored at the little magic book in his hand. He knew that someone would come to him soon. "Cedric Diggory?" "Good." A strange voice sounded. "Roger Davis?" Diggory responded with a smile. Roger laughed and said, "It seems that Captain Diggory has long known that someone is coming to him." Diggory also smiled and replied, "If Captain Roger does not come to me, maybe I will have to find Mr. Marks McClown." Roger gave Diggory a deep look, and Diggory winked. "Let's go talk elsewhere." Roger followed Diggory to a dark corner. Diggory put his hands in his pockets. "Talk about it." Chapter 144. What can you do to me? Ask for rewards and automatic subscriptions. Very simple. Roger faintly said. Just find the golfers to catch the golden snitch without rushing. Let other players score goals, and wait for a certain score before catching the golden snitch to end the game. What a mean strategy. What a mean means. Diggory responded coldly. Roger shook his head and said, "It's nothing more than cheap. You and I both want to defeat Slytherin. You and I are actually the same passerby." Diggory shook his head and sneered. "Don't compare me to you. I'm just working with you. You are the leader in this matter, Roger Davis." Ha 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 ha. Roger suddenly laughed. "Why make yourself so upright? You want to win. I also want to win. You need my help. I need your help. That's it. It's just that everyone has their own needs." Diggory stretched out his hand and said faintly, "Don't talk nonsense." 293. about our cooperation. Does this need to be asked? It must have been sold. This was Roger's pleasant tone, and he held Diggory's palm equally happily. Cool Tiger. Soon Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw's Quidditch match. The players of the two teams were fighting desperately for the ball. But it is obvious that as long as an enemy player gets the ball and rushes to the goal, the goalkeeper will make a small mistake and be scored by the enemy. What's going on here? What a fake! Some students said dissatisfied. Some students were extremely indignant. This is too fake. How could it be possible to score the ball just now? It was the water. Most of the students waved their arms angrily. It's definitely acting. I have never seen such a bad game. Obviously, it was the water release. The goalkeeper slid his hands every time. Who wants to lie? Even the students of Ravenclaw College really couldn't stand it anymore. We are here to watch the game, not to watch the show. The students finally noticed the obvious scoring of the two teams, booed, and yelled at the referee to stop the game. Lee Jordan said with a drooping face, listlessly. He also knew something was wrong. But Quidditch really didn't have a similar rule to determine the two teams fouled. So far, everything has been maintained by the Quidditch spirit of both sides of the game. Besides, it is generally meaningless to brush points like this, because it will never win or lose. But now Mark-Sai is pressing down on the three teams, but he also has a shameless captain, so he has to mention the mentally numb and help the two teams explain and score. What is noisy? Roger was agitated by the shouts and curses of the audience. Who is the fool who said we broke the rules? You have the courage to stand up for me. There was shouting in the audience, and a Slytherin student jumped out. It was Joseph. Are you still members of Quidditch? The performance is so obvious. You are playing a drama performance. Joseph's words drew a burst of laughter. Roger arrogantly laughed in the air. Then you can tell the referee to foul me. Scream. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. We didn't act at all. You. Despicable and shameless. Joseph pointed at Roger angrily, trembling all over. Roger took the ghost fly ball. Is it not that easy for your Slytherins to score goals? So you are jealous of us. Ha ha ha. Speaking of Roger flying to Hufflepuff's goal, the Hufflepuff goalkeeper pretended to fall from the flying broomstick, and Roger easily scored. His arrogant laughter drew more screams from his classmates. This bastard is so arrogant. Joseph also clenched his fists fiercely. The match lasted almost 3 hours and finally ended with Ravenclaw v Hufflepuff 540 to 530. This exaggerated score is really staggering. It is like having tasted the sweetness of the first game. The second game completely tore the fig leaf and unabashedly scored. Many classmates expressed outrageously that they would complain about the school's Quidditch competition, but Roger ignored it, because he knew that even if his classmates complained, at best it would only change the school's rules for Quidditch next year. But this year's Quidditch match, the outcome is already settled. Before this, Slytherin's defeat was even more certain. All of this was made by the brilliant Ravenclaw Academy team, and it was a complete victory. Roger did not forget to show off in the Slytherin auditorium even when he left the field. Is it very upset? Roger hurriedly walked to Joseph and sneered. Also say I scored. There is a kind of you to score 500 points for Slytherin. If you can't score, you can be a good dog. Joseph's veins burst out, and if it weren't for the classmates next to him, he would go to beat the scum. You scumbag. There is a real strength to compete with us. Roger laughed loudly and said, you are also called true strength. Without Mark-Sai, you Slytherin are a fart. The Ravenclaw players who followed Roger also laughed. Wanton incorporation. Roger squinted his eyes and looked at Joseph pityingly. Come on, tell me, what else can you count besides your boss Mark-Sai? Joseph's eyes were flushed, and the veins on his hands were rising, and he wanted to argue but couldn't speak. Roger patted Joseph's stiff face contemptuously. I will tell you quietly, McClowner. That's right. I was working with other colleges to score points. What can you do with me? Yanbi sneered with contempt, and walked away. Joseph's whole body trembled with anger. and his eyes were covered with blood. Chapter 145 The Second Vice Ministers' Conference. In the Slytherin Common Room, Joseph shouted, "I can't bear this, Roger. How can the school allow this kind of obvious cheating?" Barry also yelled excitedly, "Let's respond to this question to the principal." "I don't believe that the principal will let them continue to behave." Xyza shook his head helplessly. "Don't be so excited. Sit down and wait for the boss to return before making plans." Joseph didn't want to sell Caesar's account at all, and excitedly said, "Senior Caesar, logically speaking, you should be the one who cares most about this matter. You are in 7th grade. You are not the most hoping to watch it this year after graduation. Go to Slytherin to win the championship." Xyza's face became very unnatural. Plus cool, Tiger. Indeed, as a 7th grader, he hopes to see the Slytherin team, which he has struggled for 7 years, win the school championship before graduation. Originally, this dream was difficult to realize, and all the turning points were Mark's appearance, which gave him the belief to win the championship. But now that the three houses are uniting against Slytherin, I am afraid that even Marks McClown has no choice but to win the championship in the end. When did our Slytherin be so humiliated? Anyway, I can't swallow this tone. I'm going to find the principal. Who of you will come with me? Joseph gritted his teeth fiercely. Barry also said immediately, "I'll go." Several prefects such as Steve and Lisa also raised their hands in indignation. Kelly yelled coldly, "What are you making, Joseph? Shut up and sit down for me." Facing the female prefect of the 7th grade, Joseph was still a little in awe and had to sit down angrily. But his flushed face clearly showed that Joseph did not compromise. The other prefects also looked at each other. The uncomfortableness on their faces still remained. Kelly said coldly, "Everything depends on the boss. Do you understand? If you rely on us, even Gryffindor may not be able to win." Now the three houses are jointly targeting us Slytherin. It is not us, but the boss. Do you have the strength to make them target this way? If you don't have the strength, just put away your own bad temper. Don't give me scorn. Listen clearly, listen clearly. The other Slytherin prefects replied weakly, bowing their heads in shame. Slowly, they realized that Marks McClown had already occupied a very important position in their hearts. A lot of Slytherin's honor or confidence is due to the existence of Mark's Eye. Without Mark's Eye, Slytherin would not have so many obvious advantages over other colleges. Bunyel murmured, "But they are scoring points. Such obvious cheating, we can't win no matter how strong it is." Kelly glared at Bunyel, who immediately shut up. Xyza also sighed and shook his head helplessly. The entire Slytherin common room was plunged into a gloomy cloud. "Boss, what should we do about this situation now?" Kelly blocked the door of Snape's office and found Mark's Eye. Marks McClown smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. I can do something." I knew the boss would have a way. When Kaylee heard Mark's Eye's words of confidence, she was obviously happy. "But boss, I think you still have to take into account the feelings of our followers." Marks McClown asked strangely, "What do you mean?" Kelly said seriously, "Whether the boss fights against Gryffindor or Hufflepuff before, he is alone and led us to victory. But what I want to say is that the boss is our boss. And we are a team. Although I know that the boss is very powerful, we only hope that the boss can announce his plan to us, so that we can have a heart in our minds." Bottom. Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment, and he was contemplated for a while. Just when Kaylee thought Marks McClown was irritated by herself, Marks McClown suddenly smiled and said, "Well, I did not think well before. Could you please go and gather everyone now? We will hold the second meeting in the meeting room urgently." Prefect meeting. Seeking flowers. Kaylee smiled and nodded. "I know the boss." The prefect meeting convened in the name of Mark's Eye. Of course, soon everyone arrived, gathered in the special meeting room of Slytherin. "The boss finally has a meeting with us," Joseph said excitedly. "There must be a way this time," Bunyel said with a sad face. "The boss must be able to beat other colleges, but this difference in scores is hard to make up." Kelly said mercilessly, Shut up. Wait for the boss to come over. Joseph and Bunyan immediately closed their mouths, afraid to speak. Marks McClown took a copy of The Secret History of Black Potions and walked in as he watched. Are everyone here? Boss. A group of Slytherin elites got up and shouted. From the beginning they dismissed Marks McClown as a first-year freshman, until Marks McClown used his own strength step by step to conquer their hearts. Now it is not far-fetched to say boss. It was completely logical, and the attitude was a big turn of 180 degrees. Joseph also shouted excitedly, report to the boss. Everyone is here. Marks McClown put down the book in her hand and waved her hand. Sit down. The elites of Slytherin sat down and looked at Marks' eye in unison, their eyes full of expectation. Marks McClown said lightly, I want to hear your thoughts first. The elites of Slytherin were taken aback for a moment, and looked at each other, as if it was very important who was the first to speak. In fact, they are not willing to expose their fear to Marks' eye first. Let me talk first. Barry took a deep breath and said, since the boss crushed and defeated the two colleges of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, the other three colleges have obvious signs of uniting against our Slytherin. Chapter 146. A desperate prospect. Just like the first two games between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, the scores were exaggerated to 470 to 480 and 530 to 540. This is obviously a joint cheating, Pauline added. Although we have a boss, we will definitely be able to knock out other colleges with a score of 150:0 in each game. But after 2 rounds, our total score is only 900 points. Other colleges are far behind, or even completely bottom. Joseph also stood up and said, McClowns, I received information that it was Ravenclaw Captain Roger Davis who proposed this plan. He has united Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. The purpose is to let us defeat other colleges while losing to them in the score of 437. Pauline, who was usually weak, was also rarely excited at this moment. Shameless. It's really shameless. Such shameless cheating. How could we win them? Lisa dejected. If we want to catch up on points, then we have to work hard on the chaser and the batter, but they certainly won't let us score goals easily. To recover the points, we have to lead our opponents by at least 60 points in the next and final game. It is estimated that more than that. After all, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff have not played against each other. Plus Cool Tiger Samuel was discouraged. Xyza stood up and said with a smile, don't do this, everyone. We can force the other 3 academies to join forces. It has proved that Slytherin is very strong. We don't need to force anything. But anyone could tell that Xyza's smile was far-fetched. Joseph was dissatisfied. Senior Xyza, don't lie to yourself anymore. Like senior sister Kaylee, you are obviously too concerned about this competition, but you refuse to admit it. Xyza smiled bitterly. There is no way. As long as our Slytherin team has worked hard and struggled together, then I think it's enough. It's actually nothing to not win the championship. Kelly also nodded and said, Sitsu and I have been at Hogwarts for 7 years. This year is already the best result we have ever seen. We are really satisfied. Speaking of Kelly's eyes, there were crystal tears emerging. It is my greatest honor at Hogwarts to know everyone here. Kelly. Everyone here knows Kelly's character. As a 7th grade female prefect, she is resolute and decisive in every situation, and has always been tough to the end. Cool Tiger, but now that Kelly actually shed tears, it can be seen how uncomfortable Kelly is, and it is estimated that other people cannot bear it. After all, I have placed hopes on Quidditch for so many years, and finally saw the hope of winning in the last year, but they have been targeted by other college alliances. No one can bear such a thing. Xyza patted Kelly on the shoulder, comforting softly, and the other Slytherin prefects also shook their heads and sighed helplessly. Steve's eyes were red, and he didn't know whether he was emotionally infected by Kelly or excited. Boss. Joseph clenched his fist and shouted. Everyone looked at Mark's eye at the end of the table. Mark's eye rarely converged on his leisurely appearance and looked at Xyza and Kelly blankly. Boss. You don't have to force it. Caesar grinned reluctantly, but his bright red eyes said everything. Steve, Marks McClown said coldly. Steve stood still and shouted, "Here, go." Marks McClown's tone was extremely cold. "Submit an application to me. I want to be a chaser." "Boss," Zeiss anxiously said, "you can't act loyally. If you are not a seeker, we can't even guarantee the basic 150 points." Marks McClown said coldly, "If I continue to be a seeker, it is impossible to fight against the 3 major academies. Only when I am a chaser can I fight for it." Kaylee gratefully looked at Mark's eye, and Mark's eye nodded towards Kaylee. "My confidence is not very high, but I promise you, this time the championship trophy must be won by our Slytherin people." "Boss, boss!" the prefects underneath shouted one after another, and Marks McClown slapped the table heavily. "Quiet!" You all heard it clearly. The meeting room instantly became silent. Marks McClown paused and said, "Since we Slytherin are a collective, it is impossible to rely on me alone. You are also the elite of Slytherin, and you are also the pride of Slytherin. Then I will ask you if you have the courage to compete with the 3 major courtyards." What Marks McClown said word by word entered their hearts. Yes, we are also Slytherin's elite and Slytherin's pride. Only because of the appearance of the boss of Mark's eye, the brilliant light of Mark's eye has covered the light and heat that we should have bloomed. But does this mean that we must shrink behind the boss Mark's eye? Do not. We are also absolute geniuses. We are also the prefects of Slytherin. Dear, the prefects shouted in unison. Upon seeing this, Marks McClown's smile rose slightly. "Okay. In that case, let's let the other 3 colleges see the strength of our Slytherin." As soon as Marks McClown's voice fell, the prefects present at 0.4 also stood up excitedly. The blood turbulent in their hearts has been completely aroused by Mark's eye. That's the mental outlook. Marks McClown waved his hand. "Now the meeting is over." The prefects all left their seats in a clatter and consciously stood behind Marks McClown, but when they opened the door of the meeting room, they were all stunned. I saw that the door of the meeting room was crowded with flushed Slytherin students. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 147, Gryffindor's Difference. Obviously, they all cared about eavesdropping, and then they were discovered before they could evacuate, or they didn't even think about evacuation. Just because all of them are emotional, and even their eyes are red. Cool Tiger, from the 1st to the 7th grade, there are almost every student, big and small, here. They all firmly set their eyes on the prefect who led them, and their eyes were full of trust and trust. "Mr. Marks, you must win." Finally a little girl choked up. Targeted by the 3 colleges' despicable cheating, but it is unreasonable and there is nowhere to get justice. One can imagine how painful and angry the students at Slytherin College were during this period. And now, they have been completely ignited by Mark's eye's words. All hopes, all beliefs, and all sustenance were completely handed over to their greatest pride in Slytherin College 11 Marks McClown. Of course, Marks McClown took a deep breath and looked around at everyone. The prefects behind Marks McClown also clenched their fists. They felt that their shoulders were heavy, and the heavy responsibility of washing away the noble and glorious Slytherin Academy was all pressed on it. In the scorching eyes of all the Slytherin students, Marks McClown raised his right hand. "I will never let you down." "What? Mark's eye wants to be a seeker?" There was a noise in Hufflepuff's common room. Diggory said coldly, "Could it be that Slytherin has been forced into a mess, and the strongest seeker is arranged to be a chaser?" "What stupid strategy is this?" Cadwallader laughed and said, "Captain, don't think too much. They just want to fight. I think they are very smart. They put all their strength on the ghost fly ball score, but I'm afraid that their appetite is too big for Dally and Golden Snitch. Ha ha ha." Smith also echoed, "When the time comes, the old horse will really stumble. It will be enough for the whole school to laugh." For a while, Diggory shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. It is very likely that Mark's eye is also an outstanding genius in terms of chasing golfers." Smith disdainfully said, "Captain, You are careless if you care. Regardless of whether Mark's eye is strong in chasers, Guy Fireball and Golden Snitch are two completely different concepts. Cadwallader also sneered, to catch the Golden Snitch, you only need to fly fast, and have a good flying broomstick skills, and you can already meet the conditions. But to play Ghost Flying Ball, you have to cooperate with your teammates and dodge. You can score by walking the ball. In other words, Mark's eye underestimated Quidditch and the chaser. Cadwallader has changed from a sneer to a sneer. The Golden Snitch is a personal competition, but playing Guy Fireball is a teamwork. Smith laughed and said, a team like Slytherin that hasn't been trained for a long time is absolutely impossible to win. Not to mention that we are still ahead of so many points. Diggory understood that the players were right. It was too difficult for Slytherin to catch up. Basically it was impossible. The same thing is happening in the common room in Ravenclaw. Roger read the book while humming a little song, as if he didn't care about the news at all. Slytherin really took a deadly move. I really thought that changing Mark's eye to a chaser would reverse it. It's hilarious. Ravenclaw's chaser, Thompson Splendor, also laughed loudly. Marks McClown is indeed the strongest seeker I have ever seen, I admit that. But at the end of the day, he is just good at finding the ball. What skills can a freshman have? I think he is crazy, not even the biggest advantage. It is very likely that they will even score 150 points in the end. There is no guarantee. McClown's Ravenclaw's Batter Remin clapped his hands and said, we are ahead of them by a few hundred points. We don't have to be afraid of them at all. When the championship trophy is in our hands, I would like to see them being. What is your anger? Ha 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 ha. You have heard clearly, Roger said coldly. Since Mark's eye is a chaser now, then you should greet him well. Remember not to start lightly. I would like to see if this first-year freshman still wants to turn the sky in Hogwarts. Roger that. Ravenclaw's players all showed cold smiles and responded in unison. Ravenclaw's common room was full of laughter and laughter. They all believed that although Marks McClown had extraordinary strength in the Seeker, in the face of such a large score gap, no matter how strong it was, it could not turn things around. But compared to the common rooms in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, the common rooms in Gryffindor are much quieter. Everyone fell silent in 367 after hearing that Marks McClown was going to be a chaser. Harry said indifferently, you have told me that you have all seen Mr. Marks's ability in chasers and batsmen. To what extent? And if you say, then Ravenclaw will lose miserably. Definitely. Wood sighed helplessly. No way, this is really too big a gap in strength. Mark's eye is like a mountain weighing on our hearts. I really ... Oh. Harry shook his head and said, this is what we forced Mr. Marks. He didn't intend to be a chaser, because he beat us as a seeker, and he finds the easiest way to win and save time and effort. George said helplessly, I guess he didn't expect that we would actually unite to do something like scoring. Fred interfaced, if you think about it carefully, it seems that we really did something wrong. Angelina held Alias' hand and whispered, but we are also for Gryffindor. Harry suddenly became excited when he heard the words, and his voice became much louder. We are not for Gryffindor, we are just for ourselves. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 148. Angelina was so scared that she closed her mouth. Alia patted Angelina on the back quickly. Plus cool, Tiger. Seeing Angelina startled by himself, Harry lowered his face. Sorry, I was so impulsive. Wood clenched his fists, then slowly loosened them, finally shaking his head with a sigh. Everything was wrong, I promised Roger. I'm sorry everyone. Wood's voice at the moment seemed to be 10 years old. Let's end the meeting first. I want to be alone, Wood said weakly. Angelina and Alia ran over to comfort Wood and said, Captain, don't put too much pressure on you. After all, it is Mark's eye. His talent is Hogwarts' best in so many years. Wood shook his head and said, I'm fine, you can go first. George and Fred also dejectedly said goodbye to Wood. Angelina, Alia, and Katie left with anxiety, leaving Harry hesitantly at Wood. as if there was something to say. Wood asked puzzledly, "What's the matter, Harry?" Harry shook his head and sighed softly. Wood said lightly, "If you have something to say, just say it." Harry took a deep breath, his tone somewhat cold. "Captain, are you hiding something from us?" Wood was taken aback, then asked, "Harry, why do you think I have something to hide from you?" "Your eyes," Harry said with certainty. "You are not as decadent as we seem. You still want to defeat Slytherin." Wood slapped her hand and said helplessly, "You still found it." Harry's eyes were full of incomprehension. Why don't you recognize Mr. Marks's strength?" Wood's eyes narrowed and he slowly said, "Harry, there are some things you won't understand." Cool exclamation mark hash. "It's not that we don't recognize Marks McClown's strength, but on the contrary, we know how terrifying Marks McClown's strength is." At this point, Wood showed a trace of pain. "I have played Quidditch for so long. What I look forward to is a regular Quidditch game where all players are fighting for the ball in order to win." Wood's tone gradually became serious. "But what about the appearance of Mark's eye? He broke all Quidditch rules. As long as he stretches out his hand, the Quidditch game is over. Quidditch has completely become his own game. It's Quidditch's disaster star." Wood's tone has become extremely cold. "I can't let this kind of person continue to harm Quidditch." Harry frowned, trying to refute but couldn't think of anything to refute. "Do not worry." Wood patted Harry on the shoulder. "I won't do anything that hurts the truth." After saying that, Wood walked to the door of the lounge. Harry looked at Wood's back, feeling inexplicably chilling. "Is Roger Davis here?" "I'm looking for him." Wood stood at the door of the Ravenclaw common room and asked a Ravenclaw student. The Ravenclaw students replied, "They have gone to the training ground. You can go there to find them." After Wood thanked him, he walked to the Quidditch training ground alone. Roger Davis was training with the Ravenclaw players, and he didn't relax at all. Although they seem to be arrogant and lawless towards Slytherin, they are actually not taking it lightly. Arrogance is just a strategy. "Roger Davis!" Wood yelled from the side of the field. Ravenclaw's Batter Remen yelled, "Captain, someone is looking for you." Roger turned his head and saw Wood sitting on the sidelines, with a look of confusion. Pause for a while. Roger drove the flying broomstick and stopped in front of Wood. "McClown, what wind brought our famous Gryffindor captain here?" Wood doesn't have a good attitude towards Roger. They are just a cooperative relationship. For people like Roger who want to play tricks, Wood doesn't have a good impression. Wood said coldly, "I will let the people of your team listen at most. This is very important to you." Roger waved his hand and motioned for the players to come around. "Go ahead." Wood paused and said, "We have seen Mark's eyes training by chance before. His Quidditch level is basically comparable to professional Quidditch players. So I hope you don't think that Marks McClown is just a rookie who can catch golden snitches. To a certain extent, his Quidditch technique can crush all of us here." "Don't be so alarmist." Ravenclaw's chaser Tom Sprang said disdainfully. "You really think we are talking about Mark Psyche outside, so we really don't look at him less? Are you too naive?" Wood ignored Tom and said coldly, "Have you heard of the speed through, the dragon counterattack, and the tornado recovery technique?" Roger frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Wood stared into Roger's eyes earnestly, and said, "I'm not exaggerating his ability to match the World Cup players. But I have seen him use these tricks." "Talking about the ride-through acceleration of Canadian ace Rumsky?" Remen was shocked. "He is my idol." Wood nodded and said, "There is also the famous stunt of the captain of Tarapatos King of the King's Tree flying team, and the famous stunt of the Flying Dragon counterattack, and the Tartil Tornado team's signature stunt tornado recovery technique. Clouds and Knights can be easily done. Use it." Roger's face became very ugly, and he suddenly shouted coldly, "Wood, what are your intentions? Are you here to blow our team's confidence?" Wood sneered, "That's what I want to say. You can think whatever you like. I'm leaving now." As soon as he finished speaking, Wood waved his hand and left happily. Tom Sprang asked in a daze, "Captain... do you think Wood's statement is true or false?" Chapter 149 Poor and low-end words. Roger looked at Wood's leaving figure coldly, and said after a while, Wood doesn't want Slytherin to win. He doesn't need to come and scare us. I guess most of what he said is true. As soon as his voice fell, the Ravenclaw players behind him took a deep breath. Plus cool, Tiger. Remen said miserably, how is this possible? If Markseye is really so strong, then how can we fight it? Tom knocked Rem's forehead fiercely, and roared, what are you afraid of? Marks McClown is just a first-year freshman. The level of physical development at his age has determined his physical fitness. No matter how strong he is, he can still be strong. Where to go? Besides, didn't Wood just say it? Just saw Markseye use such a trick, and didn't say that the power can compete with the professional players. What are you afraid of? Rem touched his beaten head and muttered, but maybe that's the case. It may be that time has passed for a long time, and some people have forgotten it, but Rem has never forgotten the scene that impressed him deeply. During the Prefect War, Marks McClown had beaten a 5th grade student painfully. Tom was about to knock Rem on the head again, and Rem was shocked. Tom said coldly, we still have more than 500 points. What are you afraid of? If you persuade me, let the captain kick you out of the team. Rem was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth and dared not speak much. Roger pondered what Wood had just said, and said, Wood just came over to reveal Markseye's ultimate trick, so that we can take precautions. Regardless of whether this is true or false, we must come up with a fight against Markseye. The way to recruit. Tom thought carefully. His brows were already frowning tightly. Those are all world-famous tricks. It is not easy to figure out a way to deal with it. Roger glared at Tom coldly. Think about it if you don't think of it. If you can't think of it, don't think about going to bed tonight. Let's go back now and discuss how to deal with Markseye's unique tricks. Hogwarts Quidditch Game Dedicated Court is another highly anticipated game today. The stadium has long been full of spectators, most of them to see Markseye up close. Today is the Ravenclaw team against the Slytherin team. One is to get the highest score and win Ravenclaw from 2 colleges. The other is to crush the 2 colleges with real materials. Lettering. Cool Tiger. In the eyes of the audience, Ravenclaw is now infinitely targeting Slytherin, and Slytherin is also infinitely unhappy with Ravenclaw. And Marks McClown is acting as a chaser, and has no decisive ability to make a final decision, so today's battle must be extremely exciting. The smell of gunpowder between the 2 colleges was already very strong from the beginning. Although nothing out of the ordinary happened yet, it was obvious that the students of the 2 colleges had already disliked each other. See, those are the dark wizards of Slytherin, all dark and dirty. You scumbags of Ravenclaw, cheating rubbish. Are you owed? I really thought you could go to heaven with a cloud knight, right? Fight. Who is afraid of whom? Just as the smell of gunpowder was about to be triggered, Lee Jordan's voice spread through the microphone. Gentlemen and ladies, welcome to this game. This time it is Slytherin College against Ravenclaw College. Both academies are determined to win this game, and Slytherin's ace seeker Marks McClown gave up the spot seeker position BBBC, which was a certainty, and applied for the position of chaser. I believe there will be a fierce game today. After a pause and brewing for a while, Lee Jordan said loudly, now we have the captains of the 2 teams to come in. Don't let me see you again, the dirty trash of black magic. You too, cheating scumbag. Only then did the students from the 2 colleges suppress their dissatisfaction with each other and sat back in their auditorium. Marks McClown led the Slytherin team players into the arena, staring at the leader of Ravenclaw, Roger Davis. Roger reached out his hand. Marks McClown sneered and looked at Roger's hand, but did not move at all. I don't think you are qualified to shake hands with me. Roger was taken aback and laughed loudly. It's better to see at first sight. Mr. Marks is really acrimonious. I just don't know if Mr. Marks can maintain this nasty character after losing. A member of the Ravenclaw team already shouted unscrupulously, you just can catch the golden snitch. You really think you are awesome, don't you? Just as a freshman like you who doesn't know anything, you can only make a score on Slytherin, who is generally of a low level. You don't even have a fart when you come out. No matter what they think in their hearts, Roger has told them that the opening mockery is essential. As long as Marks McClown is angered and confused by this, and the level drops, Ravenclaw's chances of winning can also increase. McClown, it's just a little talented. Who doesn't have talent? You pull like something every day, just a freshman. Another Ravenclaw team member also laughed. Roger shrugged and sighed. I didn't expect Mr. Marks to have such a bad impression of our Ravenclaw team. I thought I had a bad impression of you. Ha 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 ha. The players of the Ravenclaw team laughed wanton. Everyone on the Slytherin team clenched their fists in anger. Of course, they were not good at it. How could Slytherin lose to other colleges? However, just when they were about to open their mouths to retrieve their intestines for Marks McClown, Marks McClown leisurely raised his hand to stop them. A little literacy, okay. On the contrary, Marks McClown actually hated the lesson that iron cannot become steel. Comparing with some people who can scold anything except first-year freshmen, doesn't it mean that we are just like them? Not only the art of speechlessness is also poor and low-end. Chapter 150 Block Marks Eye. Although Marks McClown was reprimanded, the Slytherin players all laughed in a low voice. McClown, what they said to satirize Mr. Marks is the best irony to themselves. In terms of speaking, it is inseparable from a first-year freshman who is not a black spot at all. But it will only appear extremely monotonous and superficial. Everyone in the Ravenclaw team sank their faces when they heard the words. In fact, they also remembered that the wave of ridicule just now was really not strong. The problem is that apart from the first-year freshmen, they don't even know what else to do in Dark Cloud Night. It really is a veritable shrew tooth. Roger's face turned dark. Captain Marks' eye. I hope you can continue to maintain your current style after losing the game. Marks McClown sneered twice and stretched her waist and legs a little. It seems that I will have a good activity today. Go. Marks' eye led the members of the Slytherin team to the sky. Roger watched the Slytherin team fly far into the sky before turning around with a sullen face. Don't let your guard down. Take a good fight. Hear you, heard it. Ravenclaw's team members seemed confident, and they had already discussed a countermeasure against Marks' eye. Coupled with the previous accumulation of points, Ravenclaw has already hoarded Slytherin's unattainable points. Slytherin can definitely not win them. Launch. Roger sipped coldly. Lee Jordan's voice sounded at the right time. The students of the Ravenclaw team also took off, and the two teams confronted each other in the air. Wow! The smell of gunpowder in the air is very strong. What are they waiting for? Oh, waiting for the start of the game. Lee Jordan's tone is very exaggerated, full of anticipation. Then I declare now, the game begins. Marks McClown's cold eyes stared at Roger closely, and Roger stared back without showing weakness. At the same time, 3 balls of different sizes have flown into the air from the referee's box. Let's go. Roger gave a cold cry, and the 2 Ravenclaw players drove the flying broomstick and quickly approached the ghost fly ball. At this moment, Marks McClown's figure suddenly moved and appeared in front of Gwyfake with a ghostly speed. The 2 Ravenclaw players were shocked when they saw this, desperately trying to block Marks McClown. Don't want to run. A Ravenclaw player stretched out his hand and grabbed it towards Marks' eye. Marks McClown gave a weird smile, grabbed the Guyfie ball, and his whole person became fuzzy and illusory. At this time, the Ravenclaw player's hand was pressed directly on Marks' eye's face. It's empty. The team members shouted hoarsely, and the Marks' eye in front of him was slowly disappearing. Roger realized that it was bad and shouted, "Return to the goal." Ravenclaw's goalkeeper reacted very quickly, but just as he turned the direction of the flying broomstick, a vague figure passed him. Marks McClown steadily stopped in front of the goal, and the black Guyfie ball passed through Ravenclaw's goal without hindrance. Goal, goal. Lee Jordan's excited voice passed through the microphone. Marks McClown scored a goal. Slytherin adds 10 points. Audience classmates, can you see clearly? Marks McClown's ghostly speed just now can still leave behind shadows! Exclamation mark. This Isn't it the legendary rider through acceleration? Professor McGonagall stood up from his seat in shock upon hearing the words, cross-through acceleration. It is actually through acceleration? This is not Hermione's trick. Who is it? Flitwick reminded in a low voice. Rumsky. Oh yes. Isn't this the Canadian ace Rumsky's stunt through acceleration? McGonagall's shock is almost toastage. It seems extremely happy, but she has no time to care about it now. Merlin is here. Isn't this true? It turned out to be a traversing acceleration. Madam Hooch also looked incredible. Find flowers. Middle dot. The auditorium is full of noise. My God, how could Mr. Marks use this trick? I heard that this trick is not a long-lost trick. I am going to love Mr. Marks to death. Such a handsome trick can be learned, and he deserves to be my favorite Mr. Marks. Even the traversal acceleration is used. How should Ravenclaw deal with this time? Roger's face became very ugly. It's really speeding up. He can really use it. The Ravenclaw players also had subtle faces and looked back at Roger. Although Wood had been warned in advance, most of Ravenclaw's players were still suspicious about this. Mark's eye caught their minds and was caught off guard at the beginning. Fortunately, in addition to the doubt part, they also have a belief part, and therefore they worked out a countermeasure plan carefully. Roger cast a wink in one direction, and the three Ravenclaw players surrounded Mark's eye with knowingly. They had checked the information long ago. The principle of the through acceleration is to compress their own speed with all their strength to reach a certain period of stillness. After that, the players slammed into force again, and finally reached an instantaneous burst speed, leaving an afterimage in place. But this trick has its own drawbacks. That is, there must be a small pause time before each use of the through acceleration. To break this trick, you only need to constantly harass the user. Then the through acceleration will become difficult to successfully display. Lee Jordan yelled in the microphone. The Ravenclaw team responded in a timely manner, and immediately separated three people to guard Mark's eye. Anyone who has studied will know that the most feared thing is harassment by passing through acceleration. McCloud will be completely stared at.